Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of June 18, 2024. We have a lot to cover this morning, but as we begin, I'm going to call on my colleague, Commissioner Uribe, to introduce her guest who will be bringing the invocation this morning. After the invocation, I'm going to ask Commissioner Uribe if she would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. After that, our Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeff Williamson, will read proclamations recognizing Juneteenth Day and Boys and Girls Club's 80th Anniversary Day and Tommy Townsend Day, NFL player. And with that, Commissioner Uribe, you are recognized at this time.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners and our guests that are here today. It is an honor to represent John Sanders. He is the lead pastor at First Baptist Church in Pinecastle. He and his wife, Lisa, have two amazing kids. Brian, married to Anna, they love her too, like crazy, and Emma, a sophomore at Palm Beach Atlantic University. Both John and Lisa are Central Florida natives. John has been in ministry for a few decades, serving churches in Florida and North Carolina. He's an avid writer. The Florida Baptist Convention Group Publishing, Simply Youth Ministry, and Lifeway Christian Resources of the Southern Baptist Convention have published his work. When he isn't writing, John loves to spend time talking with Brian about his newest business ventures, singing along to Disney Channel movies with Emma, enjoying a date night with Lisa at one of Orlando's amusement parks, or building something in the garage. Music plays a large role in his life. He's a backup guitar player and was in the YouTube cover band in high school when New Kids on the Block rejected him. Thankfully, no pictures have survived. That was me adding because he is really an awesome guy. John earned a Master of Divinity degree from New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary and holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from Level College, where he later taught undergraduate students the disciplines of adolescence and adult education. John's favorite verse is one that is easy to memorize, yet challenging to practice. He must increase, but I must decrease. John 3:30. Not surprisingly, John the Baptist's words ring just as true today as they did 2,000 years ago. In a culture where many people yearn for accolades and attention, we do well to give all honor and glory to the one who deserves it. John's greatest desire is to do whatever it takes to help people find, follow, and serve Jesus. I've had the pleasure of meeting Pastor Sanders when we were doing Pioneer Days. And when you talk about what a humble person, and his daughter Emma, who's an amazing, amazing singer, she and I bonded on music. But he has just become a grandpa 4 months ago. So, of course, keeping him out of North Carolina is more challenging. But with that, I'm actually very excited to introduce Pastor John Sanders.
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, you're good. You've given us many reasons to know that you're good. But one of the reasons we know that you're good is you've allowed us to live right here. But Father, it's impossible to miss the beauty of your creation and the beauty of your human creation. So, Father, I thank you for where we live and who we live amongst. Father, Scripture teaches us that all authority has been appointed by you. Governing rulers don't escape who you are and what you have ordained. And so, Father, we thank you. We honor these men and women because they have been selected by you. And since we honor you, we honor them. So, Father, I thank you for their leadership. Father, I pray that you bless them with wisdom as they continue to lead us well. So, Father, I pray that as they are created in your image, that they would have an extra measure of your wisdom as they continue to lead us. So, Father, I pray that you be with this meeting, and may you receive all the credit and all the glory. And thank you again for being so good. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner Reby. We appreciate that. As the mayor said, we do have 3 proclamations today. And the first proclamation is for Juneteenth. Juneteenth. And the proclamation reads, whereas on January the 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, setting in motion the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas the Civil War ended with the surrender of General Lee at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9th, 1865, the news reached Texas when Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston Bay with Union troops on June 19, 1865, and announced that, in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves were free. And whereas the celebration of the end of slavery, which began to be known as Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, is the oldest known public celebration of the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates African American freedom and celebrates the success gained through education and greater opportunity. And whereas on a larger scale, the celebration of Juneteenth reminds each of us of the precious promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity, which are at the core of the American dream. And whereas Juneteenth is also a day to commemorate and reflect on the power and resilience of African Americans and their ongoing quest for equal justice, dignity, and opportunity in America. And whereas Orange County's and the Orange County Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Initiative will host its annual Juneteenth celebration at the Orange County Multicultural Center on Wednesday, June 19th, 2024, that's tomorrow. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents to attend Orange County's Juneteenth celebration in commemoration of the freedom, equality, and cultural resilience of African Americans across the world. Done and ordered this 18th day of June, 2024, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is our good friend, the co-chair of the Orange County Dr. Martin Luther King Initiative, Dr. Earl Mawat. Dr. Mawat.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Earl Mawat, and I am one of the co-chairs for the Orange County Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Initiative. I would like to, at this point, also acknowledge my co-chair, Anshanto Am, who is our co-chair for the initiative, does extraordinary work to champion the work. So I just want to acknowledge Anshanto. Thank you. So we are honored to accept the proclamation on behalf of our Juneteenth celebration here locally and across the county. To Mayor Demings and the entire commission, thank you for your continued support of recognizing Juneteenth and what it means to be African, to the African American culture. The MLK Initiative is proud of the Juneteenth celebration that we have hosted for the past 3 years. Through our efforts, residents have been enlightened on what Juneteenth is, its significance in American history, and in commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States. We are excited about this year's celebration and the theme, Juneteenth, progression from then to now through song and dance. We'll be showcasing local artists, performers, and community groups through song, dance, education, business development, and mental health and wellness. The event will also be considered a family affair with lots of entertainment, that celebrates the arts and our community of all ages. The event is free, open to the public, and will occur tomorrow, Wednesday, June 19th at 6:30 p.m. at the newly built Orange County Multicultural Center. Would be delighted if the Community Commission and county staff would join us for this wonderful celebration. Last, I would like to acknowledge all of our MLK Initiative members that are here with us today. If there's any members of the initiative, please stand. If not, we will acknowledge them in our hearts. Thank you. Last, I would, I'm going to thanks again for the commission's support. We appreciate you and thank you. Now you go.
Thank you, Dr. Mawant. We look forward to joining you at 6:30 tomorrow night at the Juneteenth celebration at the Multicultural Center. Appreciate that. The next proclamation is for Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida. The proclamation reads, whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida was founded in Orange County in 1944 and has faithfully served the children and families of our community for 80 years. And whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida inspires and enables all children, especially those from underserved communities, to realize their full potential as productive, responsible, and caring residents. And whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida operates 40 club locations, including 16 in Orange County middle schools and 8 standalone clubs in Orange County neighborhoods, including Paramore, Pine Hills, Edenville, West Lakes, Carver Shores, Apopka, Winter Garden, and Taft. And whereas this marks 25 years, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida has partnered with Orange County to provide after-school and full-day summer programs in 16 Orange County middle schools through the acclaimed After-School Zone program. And whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida provides more than 12,000 children per year with positive adult role models, extracurricular enrichment, and academic and emotional support they need to become capable and confident adults. And whereas last year, 100% of the seniors at the Boys and Girls Clubs graduated from high school, and all of them had plans for their future, with 85% of them pursuing college or vocational school. And whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida have served more than 130,000 children in its 80-year history. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim June 20th, 2024 as Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida Day in Orange County, Florida. Done and ordered this 18th day of June, 2024, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Jamie Merrill. She is the President and CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida. Jamie, congratulations. Good to see you.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having us. I want to comment really quick on some of those stats that you just said. 130,000 children's lives changed over 80 years is pretty magnificent. And if you think about the effect that that plays on the families and the continued generations of years to come, it's magnified even more than that. So thank you for that. I will also like to say that not only did we get to comment on 100% of our seniors last year graduating from high school, we get to say that again this year. 100% of our high school seniors have graduated high school this year. Over the decades, I can honestly tell you that Boys and Girls Clubs has not had a more faithful supporter and partner than Orange County. And we are beyond thrilled to continue to have that partnership going forward. So from the mayor, who was a club kid, to the commission and all of the government employees, we cannot begin to say thank you enough for your continued partnership and dedication to the hundreds of thousands of lives changed that we have gone through over these last 80 years. And while it's exciting to look back, we are more excited to look forward and think about the next 80 years and all of those lives that we will continue to change. So from the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you to everyone that plays a part in supporting us, whether it's in volunteers, in financial donations, to allow us to continue, or just speaking the name of Boys and Girls Club to continue to change the world through the lives of children, because every child out there deserves a world-class Boys and Girls Club to call their home, where they can have academic enrichment and positive role models to make them the best version of themselves and go out and change the world for tomorrow. Thank you.
Congratulations on your 80-year history, Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida. We appreciate that. Our final proclamation is one that I'm very excited about as a football fan. There's a lot of football fans in here, even Cowboy fans. Jeff Newton, sorry to... But we have a real football player here with us today. We have a real football player with us today. The proclamation is for Tommy Townsend Day. The proclamation reads, whereas Tommy Townsend graduated from Boone High School in 2015 and later graduated from the University of Florida, where he finished his college football career with 4,162 yards on 93 punts. That's a 44.8 punt average per punt, as well as setting the University of Florida's record for most yards by a punter in a single game, 432 yards. That's a lot of yards, everybody. Whereas in the fourth game of his rookie season in 2020, Tommy Townsend had 2 punts that went for 65 yards against the New England Patriots. He finished the game with an average of 60.8 yards, a Kansas City Chiefs franchise record for punt average in a game. And whereas during Tommy Townsend's rookie season, he was named to the Pro Football Writers Association's all-rookie team, and whereas in his second year of professional football, Tommy Townsend was named AFC Special Teams Player of the Week, and in 2022, he earned the AFC Special Teams Player of the Month and AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. And whereas in Super Bowl 57, Tommy Townsend punted twice for 98 yards in the Kansas City Chiefs' 38-35 victory over the Philadelphia Eagles, and whereas in Super Bowl 58, Tommy Townsend punted 5 times for 254 yards in the Kansas City Chiefs' 25-22 victory over the San Francisco 49ers, giving Townsend his second straight championship. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim June 18th, 2024 as Tommy Townsend Day in Orange County, Florida. Before you receive the proclamation, we have a special presentation by Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner.
Now, as excited as we are to have Tommy be from District 3 and a local guy and went to Boone High School, and we won't hold that against him, Tommy has become very, very popular, not only for his punting, but because he has become very good friends with one of my idols, Miss Taylor Swift. So there he goes. Tommy, we're really proud because this has gone viral. So Tommy, while we're proud of you for your success, we love Taylor.
Well, it's great to be back at the County Commission again. Thank you to Mayor Demings and Commissioner Uribe for having me back. It's just it's an incredible honor to be standing up here, a kid from Central Florida, and I'm not sure if I had my ring with me last year, but now I have 2. So thank you. But it's just an incredible honor and a blessing, and the support from Orlando and Central Florida and Orange County have been incredible, and whatever impact people may think that I have on the community here, the people standing or sitting in the chairs up here, they do much more than whatever it is that some people think I do. So so thank you so much. It's great to come back, and I appreciate everything. Yeah.
Thomas' parents are here with him, and they have been members of our community for a long time. They're formerly Townsend Tavern. They ran that, and so if any of you went there years ago, this is the family that we're talking about. So I would ask, this is really great when we have someone, a hometown hero that has won the Super Bowl not once but twice. So ladies and gentlemen, would you give him all the due recognition by standing at this time and just cheering him on? Thank you so much. We're proud of Tommy. We are endeavoring to be the #1 sports community in the world, and this year Orlando was recognized nationally as the sports city here within the U.S., and we're really working on it with soccer and basketball, and hopefully one day we'll get one of these NFL teams or games here and maybe host the Super Bowl, Tommy. All right.
That would be good.
The ring matches the watch and everything.
I know, we're like, gosh, we want to see the rings.
Mayor. Mayor. You want to call his parents out? His parents. Parents.
Yeah, this one first, and then we'll do the parents come up after that.
We don't want to hide those.
Another, yeah. Oh, we were going to put it up.
Sister. Come on, Corey.
Let's see the ring. Let's see the ring. Oh, wow.
Get my picture.
Oh, my God. Get your
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I saw it with Patrick and Travis.
Wow.
Are these your stats in here?
So that's the scores of the games. So and then this one from last year opens up.
Wow.
And then so this right here will actually flip up, and it comes with like a little chain, and you can wear it as a
Wow.
So going into like this year's Super Bowl, I wore like the top of the ring.
Not what you're playing.
Wow.
What you're playing?
No, not when I was playing. Just when I was
You're
playing.
gonna give
Awesome.
it back?
But
You better give it back.
Is this a picture of the stadium or was this the winning play?
so that's the winning play, and then the
Wow.
Tom
yeah,
and
and
Jerry.
then so off this one right here, there's only one Super Bowl ring on the field, but in that one there's two, since that was my second.
Oh, look
one
at
that I
that.
Or this one that opens up?
Oh, my gosh.
That's pretty neat.
And then it doesn't have it on this one, but they also have the.
Yep,
they
there's
put
your
a lot
Tom
of
and Jerry.
details in there. They even put like a captaincy like the patch that we wear, the captain's badge. They put that on one of the sides of the ring.
That's pretty
right
neat.
there, yeah. But,
Wow.
There's actually
That's your
How you know
number?
the detail,
That's your
like it
number
goes in the
5?
open up?
number 5. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so they messed it up. They put the the seeds for the playoffs, and Miami was the 6th seed, and they put 7 on there. So that's been going.
I didn't know
around
they
social
put so
media.
much detail. You think it's just the ring.
Congratulations again. Congratulations.
You here for the summer?
I gotta go back to Houston.
Did you want a photo of the rings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's making sure I give it back.
No, you can hold on to my trust.
Thank you.
All right, well, we're off to a rocket start this morning. However, now that we have some of the preliminaries out of the way, we're going to move forward with the official business of our meeting today. And at this time, we're going to move on our agenda to that period of public comment. I'd like to invite members of the public present who wish to be heard on matters of interest or concern that are within this board's authority to have the opportunity to come forward. There are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters include pending procurement or land use issues. We'll discuss those items this afternoon. Also, we will be seeking public input during the public hearings at each of the land use issues this afternoon. With that, Mr. Thalmuller, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 22 speakers registered this morning.
All right, and I see, I saw Representative Tom Keene, there he is in the audience. Did you want to speak today at all? Okay, if so, why don't we start with you? We're going to have you come forward.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm not sure I should be the first one after that event that we just saw. I don't have any rings on my hand here, so that was fantastic. My name's Tom Keene. I reside at 8326 Laureate Boulevard in the city of Orlando, County of Orange County. I'm a current state representative for House District 35, as well as a Navy veteran of over 20 years. And I'm here to speak about the rural boundary. It's received some of the most supportive input from the citizens of Orange County. And I'm here today to specifically advocate for my constituents who reside in rural East Orange County. It's important that local officials protect the local democratic process, enabling citizens to amend their county charter. I urge you to listen to the Charter Review Commission, to the people of Orange County, and respect their voice by moving the rural boundary amendment forward this November. This community is my home, and I'm happy to help in any way I can advocate for my constituents. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your presence today. We'll now move to the list of speakers, and Mr. Thalmuller will call them in the order in which he received them.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up on the back wall. When it's your time to approach the podium, please start with your name and address for the record. First speaker is going to be Scott Ballou, followed by Shelley Bradford, David Bottomley, and Christopher Matheson.
All right, you can come forward. And just remember your name and address for the record.
My name is Scott Ballou. I'm the pastor and founder of Matthew's Hope at 611 Business Park Boulevard in Winter Garden, Florida. I'm here today to encourage the commission to we got a mess on our hands, and it's coming and nobody's talking about it. Between HB 1365 and now what we are struggling now with, which is HB 421, first time ever we are experiencing squatters. at Matthews Hope, which is creating basically our program is done. We are one of the few transitional housing programs in the Orange County area. If we're not the largest homeless operation in Orange County, we're probably pretty close. And because of these two particular laws that have been put into place, we have finding ourselves that law enforcement themselves don't fully understand what has to take place. We've even to the point where we're seeing law enforcement interpreting the law, which I'm not sure how that works either. But we are asking the commissioners, somebody's got to take a lead on this, and if we continue to let each municipality continue to play musical chairs with this, we're going to do nothing but create a bigger problem come October 1st.
All right, thank you, Pastor. We'll follow up with you. It's a work in progress for us, particularly with the new state law and some of the implications for local communities. So, next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Shelley Bradford, and I'm also with Matthews Hope, and I'm the president and executive director. I'm going to back up with what Scott just said and just say that it is unnerving to me to feel like we don't have the support of the police departments and things like that around us. It is scary to know that we can have people interpret the law, and then now the people that we're trying to help who are homeless for a reason are now telling us what we have to do because they've been empowered by the local authorities. And that's scary to me to know that we have now lost our rights to be able to serve our community because of that.
All right, thank you very much. And let's say we'll be following up. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
David Bottomley, Woodbury Pine Circle, Orlando, Florida, Orange County. What I want to talk about this morning is an issue that's been going on for over 25 years. I talked to then Commissioner Linda Stewart, and she says this problem is county-wide, not just for Waterford Lakes. It is the parents parking in no parking zones, and I don't think there's too much being done about it. I have used the 311 website. Actually, let me back up a little bit. I emailed the whole Board of County Commissioners the record of my 311 submitted reports and a sample of a dash cam. I wrote parking enforcement and the Orange County Sheriff's Office using their contact on their website. I received no reply. Since I have emailed the Board of County Commissioners, I met with the parking enforcement supervisor. I just happened to bump into him on Woodbury Pine Circle.
All right, that time does go quickly. But
Well, I had a solution, but I guess you don't want to hear it.
If you want to finish your statement, and you can do it very quickly, I will allow you to do that. Okay.
Okay.
But don't.
Won't be long. The solution, simple. Look over the parking fines, because right now it's $30 and they're charging $50 for valet. Second thing is enforcement. Be sure the signs they're legal and up to date, and have Orange County Sheriff's Office work with the parking enforcement to do stings at the schools. The last point I have is on the 311, there was no feedback from the agency that it's handed to. Some do and some do. Some don't. Duke does. That's the three suggestions I got for this problem. It's been going on for over 25 years. Please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. And
thank you. Thank you for the extra time.
Opportunity there to work with OCPS and perhaps even the OCPS police as well. So, all right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
One minute or two? Oh, shoot. Chris Matheson, 3501 South Westmoreland Drive. So I wanted to put into context like everything I've been doing with the public works and the housing that Malcolm and I have put in for. I'm trying to create a model that's scalable through any segregated community in the country that builds wealth. And so when you pass the accessory dwelling unit in 2000, that was the portion of the model that makes it profitable so the wealth gap can be eliminated within a 30-year mortgage. And so we've put in a RFP for 6 lots, county-owned lots, and they will come before you, I think maybe next month. But this model will eliminate this problem. And I need to build it out, and Malcolm and I need to build it out in order for it to become scalable in communities throughout the entire country. And I think this is a very novel, innovative solution to doing just that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your advocacy. Next speaker, please.
All right, folks, next set of speakers is going to start with Maxine Austin, followed by Joy Mullen, Malcolm Jones, and Eric Grimmer.
Good morning. I'm Maxine Austin. I reside at 2624 Ramsey Drive in Apopka. I do have a 9-page presentation, and I'm sure I cannot do it justification in 1 minute. So I'm going to hit the high points. My purpose in being here is to provide community feedback and some alternate recommendations regarding the pending sidewalk construction. The key points relative to this is generated from the different plans coming off of his Vision Zero plan. And that was the basis, my understanding of all of the infrastructure that's being planned in these sidewalks. I will tell you that in looking at it and studying the plans, we found one incident of the accidents that are trying to be reduced by the Vision Zero plan and the Metro plan, et cetera. It was on Lake Cortez Drive of our subdivision, and it involved a mailbox and a vehicle. I don't know that justifies putting all sidewalks on 11 different streets. So with that, I'm done. And the recommendation I will leave for the rest of your communication. It's on page 9. And I tried to provide fact-based information through research and studying and understanding what was happening. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you for your presence this morning. All right, next speaker, please.
Hi, Joy Mullen, 2682 Tierra Circle, Winter Park, Florida, 32792. I'm an organizer with Central Florida Jobs with Justice, and I've had the privilege of working alongside a remarkable group of Orange County residents to help them see the medical debt opportunity to fruition. We wanted to express our gratitude to your decision to reallocate some of the ARPA funds. I must admit that I had hoped we would get to the full amount of 8.7, but I just want you to know that the decision for the 4.5 will make a real impact on real people. So we urge you to continue in this direction by approving that contract language today. We're on our way of making more meetings with you guys, and we want to continue this relationship. So I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right, can you just do me a favor and give me your name one more time?
My name?
Yes.
Joy Mullen.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Eric Grimmer, 574 Terrace Spring Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I'm not here this morning to discuss the merits of the rural boundary because I feel like everyone has heard enough from me on this topic. But I am here this morning to thank the board for having the conversation. This is the essence of being an elected official. You have heard the voices of the people through the Charter Review Commission process and here in this chamber. You took action at your last meeting to examine the proposal recommended by the CRC and investigate it further. While I believe the CRC laid a solid evidentiary foundation, it was both necessary and appropriate for the board to do its own due diligence. This board knows that with every forward action it takes it paints a bigger target on its back for our friends in Tallahassee just issuing to pass its next bill preempting local authority, especially when it's exercised on behalf of local residents and the environment and against the wishes of big business and lobbying interests. I know there's a majority of this board with the courage to place a rural boundary on the ballot because you represent us. I know you're both listening to and hearing us. I want to thank you for your courage. I want to thank you for vindicating our state constitutional right to home rule as a county charter. This will be a legacy you all can be proud of. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Malcolm Jones, and I stand before you as a founder of Maj Architecture and Design and Black Architects in the Making Orlando. And today I speak not only for myself, but for the community of Holden Heights, which is a historically African-American town that's been marginalized and distressed over the years. And in the recent years, there's been a lot of great developments, such as the Holden Heights Community Center, as well as the Grand Avenue Park Neighborhood Center, but there's a lot more work to be done. And so according to the Distressed Community Index developed by Orange County 2020, Holden Heights is 98.1 on the distress index, and Orange County as a whole is only about 19%. So, as Chris mentioned, we have applied for these lots, but this is more than a housing project. It's a step towards closing the wealth gap that has plagued our community for generations. It's about empowering residents, giving them tools to thrive, and restoring pride in their neighborhood. And as a black architect, one of mere 3% in the United States, I know firsthand the power of representation. This project will showcase that architects of color are here, that we are capable, and that we are ready to lead. It is essential that a black community be served by someone who not only understands their struggles, but shares their dreams. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
All right, next set of speakers is going to start with Eugene Staccato, followed by Peter Murray, Janet Brewer, and Val Mobley.
First, I say I'm speaking for myself as a former CRC or CRC member of the 2024 commission.
Name and address, if you will.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
All right.
This 1 minute thing's, I'm not short. Eugene Staccato, 331 Roswell Avenue. Everything that Eric had said, our chair from the Sustainability Committee, I totally agree with. I had the pleasure of serving for the second time on the CRC, and I just want to say it was a very nice experience. It was great that you all picked really good people. Mayor Homer was great. He was wonderful to work with, and he was a great chair that really orchestrated well. And each one of you picked really well people that were wonderful to work with. And this is why I think we put out such a good product, because we did work so well and we had so many diverse personalities working on it. And, you know, hopefully we'll see Exhibit B that you guys will debate this afternoon and be on the ballot. So, again, thank you for the pleasure of being on for a year and a half of a public servant. So, thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your volunteer service on the Charter Review Commission, as well as the others who participated in it. Thousands of hours went into that effort. All right, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, audience. One of my highlights of coming here is seeing Commissioner Scott. He's always styling. What else can I say about us needing the rural boundary? Most of us have said everything there is that we can say. One other thing is that to let you know, we need this rural boundary and want it as badly as each of you wanted your ballots, your petitions to be filled, so you could be on the ballots and you could do your job for the people. That's really all I have to say today. And I thank you all for what you're doing. I just do not understand why this can't just go through and be voted. Give the people the opportunity to place their votes for what they want. Thank you.
Okay, and give us your name and address, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm Janet Brewer, 4707 Lazy H Lane, Christmas, Florida, 32709, right up the road from our lovely Commissioner Bonilla.
All right, thank you very much. And for many of you who may be talking about the Charter Review Commission, the former chair, Homer Hardage, will be presenting here to the Board of County Commission on August the 13th with a summary of the work that the CRC has done. Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
I'm Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando 32804. I'm here to tell you that the CRC worked very hard on the Rural Boundary Initiative to go on the ballot. The wording that they sent over to you is what I, as a citizen, expected you, this county commission, to just accept what the hard work they did. And I'm really surprised that Eugene didn't tell you how many hours they spent on it, because that's usually what he does. Hundreds of hours, a lot of manpower went into this. And so I don't understand why you feel the need to have multiple workshops and rewrite this when it's already been written. And it just needs to get on the ballot so that the people can vote for it. You've heard it before, and you'll hear it again. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. And just the only thing I will say is that the Charter Review Commission, in accordance with the Orange County Charter, is a separate entity from the Board of County Commission, and it is a group of citizens who are entrusted to take up issues that every 4 years to consider any changes or improvements to our county charter. However, it is the responsibility of the Board of County Commission, a different body, to also do its due diligence. Our failure to do so, there are consequences of that. And so while the Charter Review Commission did its work, there's certainly nothing wrong with the Board of County Commission making certain that we do our jobs that the people have elected us to do on behalf of the citizens of Orange County to ensure all of the things are decent and in order, that we are following the law. Our failure to do so could result in unintended consequences. It's that simple. All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
No Peter Murray. All right, next speaker next group is going to start with Tim McKinney, followed by Matthew, and Matthew, I apologize for this, Grashke, Lori Forrester, and Kelly Samrad.
All right, Mr. McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Tim McKinney, 415 East Pine Street, number 609, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I'm celebrating 100 years of my family being in Orange County, and I'm excited that I'm also starting my 16th year working in Bithlo and in East Orange County to positively transform that community. And so many great things have recently happened. We've opened our medically assisted treatment center to address substance use disorder and behavioral health issues. There's over $100 million worth of road, street, sidewalk improvements happening along Colonial Drive. Mayor, you and this commission have approved $13 million for the first 300 plus homes for public water, which I'm eternally grateful, and hopefully we can keep that momentum building. We have broadband coming to Bithlo on Christmas, which will be transformational for the job opportunities and economic development. But there are so many things still to be done. There's a 34-year-old dump ordered closed and cleaned up by Mayor Chapin that still is there in the Bithlo community. And we need shelter capacity in East Orange County. I would argue with my friend Pastor Scott that there are more unsheltered homeless than anywhere than in East Orange County. We can work as a positive private partner together to make all of these things happen, and I've never been more optimistic about that possibility than I am today. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your work also. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor, County Commissioners, Matthew Grholski, 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, 32789. I serve the county in two ways. I'm an associate supervisor to the Orange County Soil and Water Conservation District and also the campaign strategy lead for the Sunrise Movement Orlando, a Gen Z organization dedicated towards fighting the climate crisis and fighting for a more walkable, sustainable, and smart growth led and driven Orange County. I've spoken before the CRC multiple times about the boundary in support of it, but I really want to emphasize today that the CRC's language specifically is perfect. It does not need to be amended. It doesn't need to be changed. It's perfect the way it is. Citizens constantly came from Bithlo, Christmas, the west side of town, to speak in support of the amendment as it is. And that's what Sunrise believes in. That's what the Orange County Soil and Water Conservation District believes in, as we've passed resolutions supporting the exact language proposed by the CRC. I just want to emphasize that in your discussion today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker.
Lori Forster, 16050 Sand Hill Road. I'm here in support of the rural boundary. The ballot initiative that was put forth by the CRC was preempted by the state, specifically targeting Orange County to prohibit a citizen-led initiative relating to a rural boundary moving forward without going through you all, the BCC. Development does not pay for itself. Homes that have been built in these areas aren't less expensive as developers would lead you to believe. The truth is, it's less expensive for the developers to purchase the land there. The infrastructure that doesn't exist, like roads, sewer, water, schools, police, fire, is passed on to the new homeowners and the taxpayers. In addition, these are away from business centers, commerce, tourism, hospitality and related business, and public and mass transit. And it is not conducive for attainable or affordable housing. Rather, it is a burden to all of us. As the pastor said in his invocation this morning, thank you, God, for the beauty you have created here. I don't think he was referencing concrete pavement and a sea of subdivisions as far as the eye can see. This is your opportunity to make a difference in both 2- and 4-legged people in things.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kelly Sumrett. I reside at 3111 Amalfi Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32820. Mayor, you could not have said it better when you said, we need you to let you do the job that you were elected to do. And the people of Orange County, our rights were preempted by the state. A senator was lobbied by Tavistock and Suburban Land Reserve to add one sentence to a nonpartisan bill that handcuffed the ability of the Charter Review Commission, who you all appointed to represent us, their ability to put the rural boundary on the ballot. And so it's coming to you in a package, and the best one on that package is Exhibit B. Vision 2050, it means nothing without a rural boundary. As the city continues to annex, there's nothing that Orange County can do. The rural boundary, Exhibit B, helps protect the county from the annexations coming from the city. It makes a Vision 2050 matter, and it honors and it respects the rights of Orange County citizens. Please stand with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments, and several of you have suggested that Orange County may have been targeted by the language and the new legislation that was enacted this past legislative session, which is all the more the reason why Orange County, through this process that we're going through, we better make sure we get it right, okay? Failure to do so, as I said, could result in unintended consequences. All right, do we have other speakers?
We have one last batch of speakers this morning, Mayor. This batch is going to start with Tom Narut, followed by Lee Perry, Terry Falbo, and finally Susan Morris.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good
Commissioners.
morning.
Tom Narrett, 14620 Joe Sayre Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32826. I think I missed a phone call at some point because my name is Tommy. I went to Boone, and I frequented Townsend's.
Okay. But did you play for the Kansas City Chiefs?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not. So, but we did have Ron Karkovice was the gentleman for what was he, 10 years?
Did you play football at Boone?
No, he was MLB. He was MLB for 10 years, so he was our claim to fame. But quickly, I can't agree with you more in terms of what you're mentioning, Mayor, in regard to making sure you CYA, if you will, for lack of a better term. But just a quick reminder, the CRC did have 4 attorneys on their team that worked on that together. And so they spent a good amount of time, and it wasn't just random self-appointed folks. There were 4 attorneys. One of those attorneys was Mr. Wade Voss, who had, of course, also drafted the proven and successful language for Alachua County, which has been challenged in court and has withstood itself in the test of time. So I thank you for your time. hope you consider that, and please leave things in Exhibit B relatively unchanged, if not changed at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lee Perry. I reside in Orlando, Florida, 32810. And I'm so excited for this opportunity for you all to please move forward the rural boundary on the 2024 ballot, because this is an opportunity to restore trust that the voters have felt very disenfranchised when they see their efforts to save split oak forests be eroded. And we also see the same lobbyists that are being funded by these developers like Scott Boyd and Tavistock going up and, eroding our democratic process through preempting us in Tallahassee, but then also hiring lobbyists that have worked closely with us from the Southern Group or Orlando Economic Partnership to run the campaigns of people who are trying to champion what the people want to intentionally position their candidates to erode our elections. So if you move this forward, it will restore the voters' trust. We feel like the money is just infiltrating this process when the voices of the voters should supersede that corrupt money. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Terry Falbo, 1038 Windswept Court, 34761. Hundreds of thousands of Orange County residents have a total of $8.7 million in medical debt. Medical debt's the leading cause of bankruptcy in the United States, and people I know are afraid to go for needed care for fear of racking up more debt, and some have been refused care due to still owing money. The current federal administration is taking steps to get credit companies to not count medical debt towards credit scores, and is urging localities to use discretionary funds to actually relieve the debt. So I thank the Commission for working with Jobs with Justice to help residents on this issue, and I hope that the current proposal will be voted for the full amount, which is $4.5 million, which is about half of what the total debt is, and I hope to continue to work with the Commission to help hundreds of thousands in that way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Falbo. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and County Commissioners. My name is Susan Morris. I live at 3638 Lake Dottie Drive, Orlando, Florida. I'm here to support the rural boundary. I moved to the rural area 25 years ago, and since then I've seen a lot of growth without infrastructure to support it. I would urge you to adopt the language that the CRC provided to the board, specifically Exhibit B. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Morris, for your presence. Do we have any other speakers?
Mayor, that was our last registered speaker for this morning.
All right, thank you all for your comments this morning. We're going to move forward on our agenda. At this time, we're going to move to the consent agenda, and I'm going to ask the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one item to remove from the consent agenda. That's consent agenda item I-1 under Public Works. That item will be pulled to be considered with the matter that is subject of public hearing E8 this afternoon. Again, proposing your have it E8. Oh, I'm sorry, J1. Want to pull item J1, Public Works, to be heard this afternoon with public hearing E8. And with that, Mayor, staff presents the bulk of the consent agenda for your consideration.
All right, with that, do we have a motion for approval?
So moved, Uribe. Second, Moore.
Moved by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Moore. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that action, we did have confirmation of a managerial appointment. Mr. Zach Feather as Events Operations Manager with the Convention Center. Are you here, Zach? Okay. There he is. All right. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. And so we'll move forward on our agenda to our discussion agenda at this time. I'm going to ask Ms. Carrie Mathis, our Procurement Division Manager, to come forward and present the Procurement Committee recommendations. And with that, Ms. Mathis, yes, Ms. Mathis, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. This item begins on page 330 of your agenda. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for a fire station location study. I'm requesting board selection of one firm and an alternate. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, would you like to offer potential motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move for the selection of Emergency Services Consultant International with 370 points, with Fish and Associate with 305.28 points as the alternate.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And the motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, with that, then we'll move forward on our discussion agenda. And we're going to ask Mr. Warren Lacken, the Family Services Administrator from our Community Family Services Department, to come forward. He'll be making the presentation this morning regarding medical debt. All right, with that, you are recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Board of County Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. Today we'll cover a review of the Medical Debt Relief Initiative. We'll provide an overview, the justification for the use of ARPA funding, a recent study on medical debt relief, some findings and the response, some benchmarks from other jurisdictions that have adopted the Medical Debt Relief Initiative. We'll take a look at the subrecipient agreement and the implementation plan, which would include the timelines and deliverables, also a summary, and then an action item for the board at the end. Starting with an overview, on February 20th, 2024, the board gave direction for the use of $4.5 million in ARPA funding to provide medical debt relief to eligible Orange County residents. It is estimated that $424 million of medical debt will be abolished for approximately 154,593 Orange County residents. A third-party administrator, Medical Debt Resolution Incorporated, was determined to have the most capacity to perform this initiative. Medical Debt Resolution Incorporated, also known as MDR, is a pioneer in this arena and has abolished medical debt throughout the United States. MDR was exempt from the competitive bid process because it is a registered nonprofit. A sub-recipient agreement with MDR is being finalized currently for execution. Medical debt relief is not an expressly authorized use of ARPA funding, and under ARPA's negative economic impact category, the Treasury does allow a framework for funds being used for unspecified purposes. And the criteria, step one, first identify a COVID negative economic impact, a class of individuals affected by the economic impact, and step two, design a program that addresses or responds to identified negative economic impact. So this is the justification. Specifically, in step one, the negative economic impact was identified as people who had worsened financial hardship, including lost employment, medical bills, wage garnishment, and property liens, and an increased need for financial assistance. The class of individuals impacted were low income, people between 0 to 400% of the federal poverty guidelines, and people who have been burdened by medical debt. Medical debt is defined as 5% or more of one's annual income going towards medical debt. Step two, program responding to economic impact. We are doing so through partnering with Medical Debt Resolution to purchase and abolish medical debt as a form of financial assistance to relieve financial hardships. The county provides MDR with the ARPA funds. MDR manages and oversees the project, design, execution, outreach, impact measurement, and reporting. Because medical debt relief is not expressly authorized use of ARPA funds, county does incur some risk for Treasury disallowing cost. The Treasury could require the county to repay funds or suspend county from future federal awards. This is remote and very unlikely. However, MDR is only willing to repay personnel, travel, and indirect costs to the tune of $1 million. The county would be responsible for repaying the debt acquisition cost of $3.5 million. Transitioning now to a study that was recently conducted after the approval, a study by 3 professors from 3 named universities identified that limited impact of medical debt relief. The Medical Debt Resolution Organization responded with some plausible arguments of why these findings were not substantiated. Finding number 1 was that there was no impact of medical debt relief on credit utilization, access, and financial distress on average. The response to that from the Medical Debt Relief Organization was that there was insufficient data to be conclusive as the debt buyers stopped reporting to credit bureaus. So essentially, the debt buyer that was studied did not provide sufficient data for that study to be conclusive. Finding number 2, debt relief caused a moderate but statistically significant reduction in payment of existing medical bills. The response was, this was a common phenomenon for individuals in financial distress not paying medical bills. The third finding is that there was no effect of medical debt relief on mental health on average, with some detrimental effects for some groups. And some groups had feelings of depression, and the response from the medical debt relief was that recipients may be emotionally impacted by questions related to their medical debt. So these were very plausible responses. Next, we'll transition to benchmarks. When we first presented this to the board, we looked at other jurisdictions doing this work. First and foremost among them was Cook County and Chicago, and we reached back out to them, and they said that they've had very good relationships with the medical debt provider, which was now changed its name to Undue Medical Debt. New Orleans reported that they have experienced a reduction in the enthusiasm for the program. Excuse me?
Just strange description, a reduction in enthusiasm. Sorry.
Well, the reduction in enthusiasm for the medical debt provider was because of this study. However, it doesn't stop them from going ahead with the initiative. And the state of Connecticut, the entire state, has adopted medical debt relief. And they have not been able to give us specifics because they just executed the contract. And looking at some other benchmarks, and this is ubiquitous throughout the United States, there is over $7 billion of medical costs for up to 3 million Americans that have been reduced as a result of the use of ARPA funding, including among them in states like Arizona, using ARPA funds to relieve $2 billion in medical debt from 1 million Arizonians. Cook County, $1 billion in debt for 400,000 residents. New Jersey, $1 billion in debt for 400,000 residents. Connecticut, $650 million for 250,000 residents. Wayne County, $700 million medical debt for 200,000 residents. Oakland County, Michigan, $200 million in medical debt for 80,000 residents. Cleveland, Ohio, $180 million for 160,000 residents. Toledo and Lucas County, who were reached out initially to, is raising $240 million in medical debt for up to 50,000 residents. Cincinnati, 60,000 residents being impacted. New Orleans, $130 million in medical debt for 50,000 residents. St. Paul, Minnesota, $110 million medical debt for 40,000 residents. Pittsburgh, $150 million for 40,000. County of Kalamazoo, Michigan, $89 million for 30,000 residents. St. Louis, Missouri, roughly 30,000 residents receiving medical relief. And finally, Akron, Ohio, they are going to be eliminating debt relief for 20,000 residents. So there are quite a few individuals who are being impacted by this medical debt relief program throughout the United States. Next, we're going into some of the key terms in the medical debt relief sub-agreement with the provider, the Medical Debt Resolution Incorporated. So the parties involved would be Medical Debt Resolution Incorporated, a New York nonprofit organization. Our terms of agreement, the agreement is upon execution through September the 30th, 2026, although we have until December to spend the funds. The contract will terminate on September 30th to give us 3 months to close at the grant. Funding and payment, they will receive $450 million from federal award from the Treasury, and payments will be made on both a cost reimbursement and advance basis. The criteria for the program, the individuals would need to be low income, between 0 to 400% of the federal poverty guidelines, and burdened by medical debt as evidenced by having 5% of their total household income going towards medical debt. So individuals can't apply for this program. This data is going to be pulled from data sets that are provided by the participating hospitals. In addition to those terms and conditions, there will be a special term and condition, which is the subrecipient will notify the beneficiaries of medical debt relief that there are availability for hospital charity care and how they may access that, the availability of no-cost, low-cost medical care in the community through PCAN clinics and the medical center, and also how one might access no-cost financial assistance. And the intent here is to mitigate debt for the future. The implementation plan exactly would include from Medical Debt Relief, Medical Debt Resolution Incorporated, they will contract with a government agency. In this case, it'll be Orange County government. They engage the hospitals. In this case, Orlando Health and Advent Health would be the two largest hospitals. They'll request the data files from the hospitals. They will go through those data files with their data scientists, find out the ones that meet the eligibility criteria, 0 to 400% of federal poverty level or 5% of annual income. They'll acquire that medical debt from the hospitals. They'll then notify the recipients that the debt had been canceled, and this will be a gift so that the recipients will not have to pay a tax, will not incur taxes, and then they will invoice the government, Orange County, for the reimbursement for that debt. The two large hospital chains involved and have agreed to participate in the medical debt initiative are Orlando Health and Advent Health, and they'll provide the information needed for them to execute the program. Oversight by this initiative will be done by the Orange County's Community and Family Services Department in collaboration with the Orange County Comptroller's Office, making sure that subrecipients is monitored, they report their contract compliance requirements, they pay invoices, and those invoices are authorized expenses, and then we'll also submit the final accountability reports to the United States Treasury. Timelines and deliverables for this process. Overall, we'll complete the contract negotiations, and this is our fiscal year, by the end of this month. Then medical debt resolution will start implementing the project. We'll monitor the project through the time period of the term of the contract through 9/30/26, and then we will engage in closeout initiatives. The deliverables in year 1 and year 2 are very similar. We acquire and cancel medical debt in year 1 and 2. The recipients are notified of debt cancellation in year 1 and year 2. We follow up with notifications of the recipients of access to charity care, no-cost financial assistance. Then we expense an invoice. We authorize those invoicings. We submit our quarterly reports and then annual reports, and then the year 2, we'll submit a final report to the Treasury. So it's a pretty straightforward process. In summary, we have gone over that the authorization of $4.5 million ARPA funding was directed to be expended toward medical debt relief by the board. We estimate to retire $424 million in medical debt for approximately 154,593 residents. We looked at the rationale for utilizing ARPA funding. We looked at some risk mitigation factors in the event that the Treasury, in the remote possibility it does not allow the funding for medical debt relief, that the county would be required to pay that through general funds, and the provider will pay the part that they contributed. Medical debt relief study findings and response, the sub-recipient agreement, terms and conditions. We looked at the project implementation timeline through 9/30/26. And we looked at the deliverables. What we're asking the board at this point in time to do is to approve the recipient contract number Y242225 between Orange County, Florida and Medical Debt Resolution for the amount not to exceed $4.5 million, and authorization for the Procurement Division's manager or designee to execute that federal sub-agreement once it is finalized. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Warren. As Warren indicated, If we approve this action today, we will be in good company with several major metropolitan communities around America who have done this on behalf of their residents. And we will be using $4.5 million of our ARPA funds. As such, he also indicated to you that we believe that this comports with federal law, and however, it is something that has not been expressly authorized under the federal guidelines. So to make certain that we don't have any issues down the road, I will be sending correspondence to our federal authorities, and I will be making certain that we also communicate with our local congressional delegation to make certain that they also weigh in with the federal authorities to get affirmation in writing so that we don't inadvertently encounter some unexpected consequence in the future. So I just wanted to share that with the board. We do believe, however, with the various conversations, verbal conversations that we've had, and the fact that there are so many other metros that are already doing this, we believe that we're on solid ground here. But I just want to make certain that we do our due diligence in the process. And so with that, do we have any questions by members of the board? If not, Commissioner Wilson?
Yes, thank you so much for the information and presentation. I want to thank the advocates that brought this to our attention in understanding that I do believe health care for every American is a right, but I also want to make sure that we're doing this the right way and alleviating the stress, undue burden, and I think really damaging consequences to the actual patients of this medical debt. It concerns me that the recipient agreement goes directly to the provider, understanding that, according at least to the White House's recent report, those debts have already been sold. People who are getting notices now get them from a third county provider. It's off the books of Advent Health and Orlando Health. Now, I'm saying that based on what I heard, what I'm reading here, and based on, quite frankly, the study that you presented in part. So how exactly does having a procurement item that pays the provider directly help the residents who are receiving collections notices from a collections company? There's not even a provider name on some of these notices, and I've seen them. It comes from XYZ collection, debt collection, and then it'll have a past due date, and oftentimes there's no interaction from there on in with the actual medical provider.
To respond to that question, initially at the onset of medical debt resolution, the organization purchased older medical debt. But as they became more sophisticated, they started purchasing younger medical debt. And the medical study demonstrated that younger medical debt has better outcomes. And instead of purchasing it from the secondary market debt collectors, they're now going directly to the hospitals to purchase that debt.
But we're talking about the existing debt, right? That is under ARPA, has to be COVID related.
Correct.
Has already been sold. It's gone. It's off the books. Are you saying they're going to go out there and be able to scoop that in somehow?
They're going to obtain debt that has been prior to be sold and debt that has been sold. But 67% of the debt
But if our agreement through this third party is for that third party to take the ARPA funds, make the most of it through a negotiated process and pay a provider, how does that then translate to that third party that's been noticing the resident, noticing our constituents, noticing these patients, that their credit is trash? How does that trickle down to them? Because I think when you look at that study, the fact that we are now seeing that when they asked the municipalities are like, yeah, it's going pretty well. But then they ask the patients, and the patients are like, I don't know if it's really helping my credit. And I just would like more information. I mean, obviously, I support this wholeheartedly, but it concerns me that what we're saying here, and there's no agreement for me to review, but what it looks like from your presentation and from the briefing sheet is that we're dealing only with the providers. We're not dealing with the residents that are getting the bills and the calls, and that worries me.
So the methodology, Commissioner, is that the debt is being handled by the actual hospitals. The medical
it's
debt,
not.
third-party administrator, actually, it hasn't been sold. The actual debt is held currently. Some of it has been sold, but not all of it is being sold. So our relationship with the medical third-party administrator is for them to purchase the debt directly from the hospitals, not from the debt collectors. That debt that will be going into collections is sometimes purchased, but the younger the debt, the better the outcomes.
So let's just say that, and I still don't understand, because quite frankly, I have talked to people who can show me that they are no longer dealing with the hospital, and this is COVID-related stuff, right? Which is presumably what these ARPA funds are required to be used for. So I don't know how that works, knowing that the providers have already sold it. But understanding what you're saying, how do we have any checks and balances that's actually happening if we have nothing in our methodology that allows a resident to say, hey, I understood these were taken care of. I'm still receiving this. My credit score is continuing to get trashed. Are we double paying? Is there any kind of a checks and balances on this investment?
Yes, so for us to authorize payment for the debt elimination, we would have to get the justification that those individuals have met the criteria, that they have outstanding medical bills, and those medical bills were eliminated and abolished. And the actual recipients do get a notice saying specifically which medical bills were actually eliminated from which hospitals and how much.
Commissioner Wilson, you were saying that you had talked to some residents who had medical debt. Are you saying you talked to some residents that have gone through this program?
No, not at all.
Okay.
The conversation was actually not even about this, but it was about credit and about actually it was about a tax sale on a house. But anyway, long story short, when they showed me what was presumably part of what their credit issue was, it was from a third party.
Okay.
Collections, which by the way, that happens within months of a surgery or months of a hospitalization. They don't wait years. So I don't understand if you're saying from this point forward that that's what the operation is, or if they're buying it back out of those collection agencies. But those have been bought and sold already.
What I'm hearing him say is that this program is different because we're dealing directly with the hospital who the patient owes.
No, they don't owe the hospital anymore. That's what I'm saying. So when you write a check out, it's no longer to the hospital.
So they will purchase debt from 0 to 7 years old, and the younger the debt, the better the debt. So some of that debt is still held by the hospital before being sold, but some of it is sold.
That's what I'm saying. So these people, Mayor, when they write their check out, it no longer goes to the hospital. It goes to XYZ company, and they're supposed to put in their subject line for their check relating to account number, blah, blah, blah. So it is literally already a product sold, but it is continuing to affect their credit.
Okay. So in some cases, are you saying that it could have been sold?
Yes.
And in some cases, it may not have been sold, that it's still being actually held by the hospital?
Correct, and it's outstanding medical debt nonetheless. So there will be an impact on one's credit history and one's financial ability to purchase, obtain credit in the future.
Okay. Commissioner Scott?
With the medical debt, so 18 months or older, right? Am I following you?
It's up to 7 years in medical debt.
But the minimum will be 18 months?
They're going to try to purchase as early debt, a young debt as possible.
Okay. If we go through this third-party company and they, go through the process, it's such a tricky process with the medical debt because, one, you can negotiate it down to potentially 50%, which could also result in cost savings and allowing us to serve more folks as opposed to just paying it outright. The other piece is even in the hospitals, I know at least specifically for Orlando Health, from my personal experience, where if the patient is talking with the hospital about whatever challenges, usually they'll forgive the debt before it even goes to collections. Because I've seen where as low as $50 will go to collections, and this is not just from the hospital, but also from specialist visits and things like that. So I guess what I'm saying is, are we making sure that while they're managing the process and they are paying, that they also are doing, I guess, a little bit more due diligence and trying to mitigate the debt in lieu of just cutting a check? Do you get where I'm coming from?
So many of the people who actually get their debt sent to collections may have been initially eligible for charity care from the hospitals, but they slipped through the cracks. So that's part of one of the values of identifying these individuals is that we'll send them a notice letting them know that this is an opportunity for you in the event this happens again in the future, that you can mitigate this debt if you fall within a certain income threshold to go to the hospital and negotiate that debt down.
But then even if it does move past that piece and it's at a third-party debt collector, or in some cases a secondary party, because it can get sold from one collection to the next collection to the next collection, and one creditor may be reporting and it hasn't updated its ABC creditor for X amount of dollars, but then it's going to a DEF creditor, but they haven't made the switch, and so I'm calling one collection agency for a debt that's not there anymore because the other company hasn't updated. And so I guess, do we have a mechanism to make sure that the third party, our collection agency, the company is doing due diligence regardless of the age of the debt? I know they're going to pay, but regardless of the age, are they taking steps to be able to try to resolve it without having to pay or paying less, is what I'm asking.
So when a debt is purchased, that debt is vetted. Companies such as Experian to go through to see that whether or not they've met the criteria, and then that debt is paid for and then reimbursed by the county.
I get that part, but what I'm saying is, let's say $1,000 in debt, right? And it's verified through the process that you just described and articulated in the presentation. But had someone made a call, let's say that company makes a call, say, hey, can we negotiate this? And now it's $500. You see how we have a cost savings and we result in having $500 be able to serve more people. That's what I'm talking about. I get the process or whatever, but there's a greater need than what we're able to do. And so knowing that, having a little bit more of an intentionality with the provider to make sure that they dedicate some resources to be able to try to negotiate some of this before cutting a check. Does that make sense?
Yes, the actual process is they will buy debt for pennies on a dollar from the hospitals. And that's the value of the leveraging of that debt. That's how we're able to eliminate $424 million of debt for $154,000. They're actually purchasing that at pennies on the dollar. So
no, I get that piece, but I'm just saying, again, additional due diligence in negotiating, because I've done it myself for my own medical debt when I've been injured, and I'll say, hey, we can do 20%, like I'm haggling of sorts. And so just being more aggressive and trying to reduce the cost. I mean, we already have a volume discount as you described, but I'm saying making sure there's an intentionality to be able to negotiate the debt down further than what it is so that it results in a cost savings for us. Does that make sense?
Well, the model is actually not negotiating the debt, it's eliminating all the debt of the data files with individuals who meet the criteria. So there wouldn't be a need for negotiation.
There's always a need for negotiation. You get what I'm saying? Maybe I'm not articulating it properly. I know sometimes what people put out is not what you receive, but what I'm saying is making sure that the provider that we work with is trying in greater detail to bring down the cost, resulting in a cost savings, allowing us for that $4.5 million or so that we allocate to maybe have a $5 million or a $6 million impact. We already have those discounts as you described in purchasing it for pennies on the dollar, but that's in an initial conversation. I'm saying maybe a secondary conversation to try to negotiate that piece down. Do you get where I'm coming from?
So I believe that the initial discount value that they negotiated with the hospitals is an item between the third-party administrator and the hospitals. Now, what we have shared with the hospitals that if they would consider giving an even greater discounted rate to cover those individuals who haven't been covered. And they said they would be open to considering that, but it hasn't been finalized.
Okay, so that piece, just more intentionally with that piece. Okay? Thank you, I appreciate it. No further comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Mr. Lacan. Thank you for the presentation and the information. I wanted to verify, is 7 years back or 5 years back?
They will try to get up to 7 years, but the younger the debt, the better the outcome.
So,
but their upper limit is 7 years.
Okay. So, so it has to be COVID related or no? Whatever the
ruling from the Treasury says that there'll be COVID impact, and COVID has impacted people with low resources, so 0 to 400% of the federal poverty level.
So that's one of them, okay. And COVID hit us 4 years ago.
Correct.
So it's just for the residents to understand. So, like Commissioner Wilson said, usually these third-party collections agencies and so, they buy those, I don't know, debts like in 6 months, less than a year. Before it took time, but now it's like, right? Like almost immediately. So just one question. So these, because I know there is a lot of our residents that are, in debt collection, with the collections, the third party. But this program will only pay the hospitals, not the collections, which is the debt, medical debt anyways?
The negotiation is between the third-party administrator and the hospital. The hospital sells the medical debt.
So I think that would be, there will be a lot of residents that will not be helped with this. Anyway, so.
Well, keep in mind
Thank you.
that these are the two largest providers of medical care in Orange County.
Okay, thank you.
The question that Commissioner Gomez-Cordero asked regarding COVID impact, in order to be eligible, there are still individuals today who have COVID impacts, okay? So it is for anyone going back to when COVID first came on the scene in 2020 up to today, who may have, I'm going to say today, but you understand what my point there. It could be recent COVID impacts because there's still individuals being hospitalized, being impacted, lose time from work, et cetera, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Wilson.
I just wanted to, so I think potentially, and I mean, I want to be really clear about supporting this initiative, but I want to make sure that our residents see that, ultimately that those credit reports do get some alleviation and that we do understand. Is it possible before, signing off on this that we get more information from the company about what exactly our residents will get? If there's a possibility for us to engage with the company or even with the medical provider by saying, now explain to us how you clear these off your books and how you're going to get them back, I think I'd feel more comfortable. And I don't know if I'm speaking for the rest of you all, but I am very concerned about how, I get it, we're doing the right thing here. We're paying for this debt. How does that actually affect our residents' credit scores and credit reports? I want to be able to hear from them and see that before we sign off on this.
All right, so Commissioner Wilson, the proposition that you're making here isn't off base. If the board is uncomfortable because we don't understand the actual mechanics of how the MDR will administer the program, then we can certainly suspend making the final decision until we have them come forward to kind of talk to us about that. In fact, when I was being briefed by the staff, I asked if we would have a representative here today. I thought that we would have a representative from MDR here today to be able to respond to that type of granular questions, and they offered, I'm told, to have someone virtually. Of course, what I was told was that they could not get a person here in person at the point that we made the request because of some other commitments. But if the board wants to suspend the effort, the decision until some point in the future, and we can follow up and have them come and try to respond to that. And so I will entertain a motion to do that. All right, Commissioner Uribe?
Okay. I want to, we had our briefing, and during my briefing I had a lot of concerns because, just to follow up, the credit effect is not normally at the hospital. The credit effect is when it's bought by a third party. And essentially, if we give the money, or I don't want to say give because we're not just handing out money, but if we allow the two hospital agencies to recoup funding, we're not helping the people who came in front of us that said, we can't pay it, we can't afford it, because essentially anybody, when you actually even go to the hospital, they do try to work out a payment plan. A lot of them have nonprofits where they'll forgive a huge chunk of it. It's the individuals that can't, and that it goes beyond that. And sadly, too, once it's sold to a third party, it is a ding on their credit. So and one of the things that you left even more pause on me to follow what the mayor is suggesting is, when you spoke to them, they said, we're open to that discussion. So we don't really even have anything set in stone. We're talking about over $4 million that we're setting aside to give to these two hospitals and saying, you're going to help us recoup. And I did see a good story on it this morning on Channel 9 because it was, COVID related, and there are these things. But when we talk about the reality of the massive effect of the individuals that came here, we were talking at a peak, pre-vaccines, all of these treatments, where when you had COVID, you were out for weeks at a time, and then you were barred 12 days from returning into the public. That's when the essence of the most impact was, when we heard from people. So to give the two, well, rationally it makes sense because they're the two biggest they are the two providers in our town. But I don't think that those bills and that debt is there, because that's what they do. I mean, even if we had someone here, they have it, they try to recoup it, and then they sell it. Just like that's how medical debt works. So the idea of actually helping the individuals would not be finalized here unless there was a solid agreement where these hospitals would agree to buy back or bring back that debt and go from there. Because just saying that we have an open discussion, that means that they're open to hearing what we want, but it's nothing solidified. And before we hand over this amount of money, we definitely need some more concrete. But I want to commend you, because you got very involved in this. You did so much research on the national level, and we're really trying to find the way to most impact. But at the end of the day, I think that if we do rush, we may be losing out on the ones that are here. And another concern I had, and I brought this up with you, and if we can do a follow-up, is who determines what that is? Because, one of the things that I talked to you about was, has there been an attempt by that person to pay? Let's just say they're paying $10 a month. Or are we talking about people who have totally ignored that bill? Where do we find that more detail of how we're going to identify, which hopefully will make an impact to those individuals greatly affected? But I feel like that is just too broad, well-intended, but too broad to feel comfortable to know that we can leave here saying, okay, we've satisfied and assisted. Because I also think this is a great time for, to negotiate to where we can hopefully accomplish more, because if they're willing to buy back and negotiate down, then we're not paying a premium price on that. So thank you.
All right, so let's do this. I don't think we actually need a motion. We can just, Byron will look to another meeting to try to have MDR present before we take the final action. And so I think that's what I'm hearing, the general consensus from the board. And unless that is not what I'm hearing, we can move forward to the next item on the agenda. We'll look for a date on a future board meeting. Because we need to understand how much time that will take, and we don't have all the information to do that today. So it's not we don't support the medical debt relief program. What we want to make certain is that the individuals who are COVID impacted have a positive outcome with their credit score, and that the debt is indeed relieved. And so because of that, let's just have them come forward. So, all right, Commissioner Scott.
Mayor, I would just ask, if possible, obviously we're going to try to work to have them come to, present to BCC, but if you can incorporate them in any secondary briefings, meaning like how you guys talked with us before, if they participate in that, just to give us more time, because we may all have very specific questions that, for purposes of time, we may not get them all addressed in a full BCC meeting. And so if they're open to participating in individual briefings with the commissioners to kind of talk about the scope of how they address the debt, because again, it doesn't all lie in the hospital. You're talking about different Quest, LabCorp, different specialists and things like that may be just as significant as hospital debt. So maybe having briefings with each commissioners, if they're able to do so. It could be virtual, and then come in person for the actual presentation would be good.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. All right, so we'll have our team work with them to kind of resolve that unreadiness that I'm hearing today. So we're going to move forward then. Thank you, Mr. Larkin. We're going to move forward then to the next item on our agenda, and this is Mr. David Gregory is coming forward, the manager of our solid waste division, to present the tentative mandatory refuse collection program MSBU rate changes. And with that, Mr. Gregory, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller. I'm here today to request that the board set the 2025 rate to our haulers for garbage and recycling collection, and also tentatively set the 2025 rate for the rate to the residents for MSBU. So quickly talk a little bit about the collection program, a little bit about the MSBU, what the 2025 rates, the proposed rates are looking like, and a comparison of our rates to some other entities, and then the requested action. So a little bit about our collection program. As you know, we provide residential household garbage, recycling, and yard waste, and large item collection to 230,000 residents in the unincorporated areas of the county. We have 5 different collection zones. The colored areas show the zones. The blue lines show the commission districts. So we have one exclusive service provider in each of the zones. The company Waste Management provides collection in Zone 2. Our Zone 2 and our zone, in Zone 3, Collection Zone 3 and Collection Zone 1. In Collection Zone 2 is the company Waste Pro, and then FCC is in Collection Zones 4 and 5. And a little bit about the background. The rate that we pay the hauler was initially set by bid, and it gets adjusted annually based on an inflation factor allowed in the contract. The BCC approves the hauler compensation, and then we then use that information to tentatively set the MSBU rate. We're asking the board to set that tentative rate today so that rate can be included in the tax notice sent out, property tax notice sent out in August. And the final adoption of the MSBU rate to the customers is set at the first public hearing in September. The 2025 MSBU rate, our rates are composed of 6 components. The first component being the collection component, as I mentioned, is adjusted based on our contract. The disposal component is based on the amount of waste that average household generates times the tipping fee. Administration reflects overhead and personnel costs for the program. Recycling includes the processing agreement and also the recycling quality improvement program, which I'll take a minute to talk about in just a second. And then carts, we have a component for replacement and renewal of carts, and then we also have a reserve component to help smooth out rate increases over time. A little bit about our recycling quality improvement program. I'm sure you have heard me talk about this over time. We have gone through and put the tags on every household, every residential household in unincorporated Orange County. It's one of the largest programs of its type in the United States. And I would point out Jessica Kitt back here has been managing the program for us and just doing a great job. We have some interesting statistics of what we found out. You know, every week, on average, 60% of our residential units put their recycling carts out. People like to recycle. 84% over the course of a month will put out their cart at least once. So it's really high participation rate. We know when we go out and we put these tags on the cart to just say, this is what should go in there, this is what shouldn't go in there, and if you keep putting the wrong stuff in there, we're not going to pick up your cart. We see an improvement that goes, the first week we're out there, we might see half the carts have perfectly good recycling. By the time we finish, it's 75% of the carts. So we know that this messaging works and it helps our residents recycle correctly. What we also see is some people continue to use their recycle cart as their overflow garbage cart. You know, you can see the 3 photos I have here. One is yard waste, one is a garbage bag, and the other is paint cans. So about 10% of our households are not responsive to the messaging. You know, 6% of folks will continue to put that cart out there. Other 4%, they just pull the cart out and wait out the program. So what we know we need to do is try something a little bit different. So what we're going to do is to look at focusing on those areas where we know we have the set-out problems. The idea is to try to improve our recycling, consistent with our sustainable operations and resiliency action plan. Improve the recycling we get from our residents. See more stuff get recycled. So some of it is messaging. Instead of just telling people this is the right way, this is the wrong way, maybe there's more empathetic messaging about how this impacts the future and how we can help households understand the impact of recycling and what it does for them. We're going to work with, or we have been, working with the University of Central Florida. We've done some really neat research and will continue to do research. And what we're looking at is understanding the demographics of the areas where we're seeing the underperformers. Or I should say, we have two types of people that don't recycle right. There's the learners. There's the people we hope as we message, they can learn how to recycle correctly. Then we also have underperformers. Some folks just don't get it and don't care to recycle right. So again, look at the demographics, try to do some surveys, try to do some targeted messaging. We may be reaching out to your offices to help us connect us with some of the community folks so that we can get out there and get that messaging. And at the end of the day, we may have to consider program changes like taking the recycle carts away from some people that just don't want to recycle correctly. All this will lead into our recycling program as we continue it into the future with some improvements coming forward in the near future. So to go back to the MSBU rate, we see an increase in the collection component associated with the contractual increase to the haulers. We see an increase associated with the increase in the tipping fees. Our administration, our recycling, and our carts components, we've worked very hard to keep those components flat. We are taking a small amount of money out of that rate stabilization component so that we have a smoothed out rate to our customer. So what we're asking the board to consider is a $10 increase to the residents next year, $10 per month. So we go from $290 per month to $300 a year. $290 a year to $300 per year. It's a $10 per year increase. This slide gives an indication of how our rates have increased over the last 10 years or so and how they're pretty closely matching inflation. And when you compare our rates to other large counties in the state, we are pretty well near the bottom of comparing to our other counties. And if you compare us to the larger municipalities in Orange County, you can see our rates are not that much higher than the other surrounding cities. And so with that, the requested action is that approval to establish the hauler's compensation rates as listed, set the MSBU rate of $300 for the program year of 2025, and authorization to include the tentative mandatory refuse collection program rate of $300 on the 2024 notice of proposed taxes.
All right, you do have questions. Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry, so could we go back really quickly to the map that shows the acceptance rate? Because I think this is really interesting. I wanted to see, is the darker blue area the higher acceptance, and then like as it goes up to pale blue, less acceptance of recyclables?
I believe it's the darker has the lower, or the darker it is, the more challenges it is. But
okay,
I have
so
to
no,
say,
this is really instructive, because I think if we're seeing that our newer residents, right? So we know that some of those areas, especially in my district, are very new to the county. Some of them are very new to the state. That this, potentially we have some educational opportunities, right?
Just the opposite.
Oh, it's
just
opposite.
Darker is the better.
Yeah, darker is more. The lighter is less.
Never mind, they're doing good out there.
So, pardon me.
I was gonna suggest, is there a way, like I love, the bin tags, I think, honestly, I see them sometimes when I'm jogging around my neighborhood, I'm like, yeah, get them. But I also, I think that there's, for our new residents or people who are moving in and out of jurisdictions, there's always opportunities for education. And so I did wonder, is there a way to put that same kind of educational materials in, whenever there's a closing? Obviously, somebody starts a utility service. I know they usually get their starter bill that shows them how their utilities are laid out. Is there an opportunity to get that little postcard put into any of those mailings to either our new residents or residents that are new to the jurisdiction. I mean, I would think that sometimes I feel like if I say it 30 times, one of them gets through. So any of those opportunities for the new or moving residents, I would really be supportive of. And then I will say this again and again and again, so I'm so sorry that you're hearing it again and again. But we've got to figure out a way to incentivize the people who do it right. I do think that we end up, the people who get out there and really try, I wash my peanut butter out of my jar, I literally put all my containers through the dishwasher before throwing them in the recycle bin because I really want to make sure those plastics aren't going in the landfill. That there's got to be a better way to make sure the people who are going through the effort of doing that are not incurring the cost for everybody else. And I don't know, obviously you've done such a great job, I think, getting us a robust recycling program. I try really hard when I talk to residents who are like, doesn't matter, nobody actually recycles, that's for pretend. I'm like, no, we do recycle. But if we put our money where our mouth is at some point, where we know that we're saving money at the landfill, we know that we're saving money when we don't have to throw out a whole load of recyclables because people are doing it the right way. How do we make that go back to the people who are doing it right so we can hold them up as an example? And I would just support it wholly if we ever get to that. And thank you so much for the update.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Well, I'm upset that you had it backwards. Because there's an awful lot of white in my district, but that's probably my experience, and you and I have had these conversations many, many times. And so I do encourage, more work and getting tougher in a sliding scale with them. And we have one neighborhood we've talked about for 4 years that's no better. I mean, in this case, it's that they leave all their cans out on the road and I can't get them to pull back. And then I was talking to law enforcement about which streets are getting the most calls in my district. And fancy that, it was the same street. They can't handle a garbage can and they're having run-ins with the law. So I encourage you to get tougher on this because it's better for the environment. And, our people have a responsibility to be good citizens, which is taking care of their garbage properly. So I'd like to see you come back and have some sort of sliding scale with some more penalties because this is not right. Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask you, David, is there going to be any ad zone? We have 5 right here. Are you going to put another one? How does that look?
We're with the new collection contract, which is currently out for bid. We are going from 5 zones to 6 to try to keep it a manageable level of about 45,000 homes per household. And so, really, there's one more kind of in the middle where the population density is. So I did not bring a picture of that slide, but we can certainly provide it over to you to compare the existing with what we're having being procured right now. We're adding one.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's 45,000 homes per zone.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
Yes, thank you. Just to let you all know, I have been paying attention online, so I've been watching the meeting. Just real quick on the medical debt, I just wanted to say that you all should really read the study because what the media says is different than what the actual study says. So I suggest you read that yourself so you can get more in depth of what some of those questions that were asked mean. So to this here, I want to know if it's been looked at about using the weight. I know I've mentioned this before, like when I went to that trip to Taiwan in 2017, the way they did their trash was by weight, and it reduced by almost 99% or something of the trash going into landfill and stuff like that when they started charging people by weight. So more people were recycling because of that. Is that something that we've studied yet or looked into?
There have been some studies over time looking at trying to weigh each garbage can, but again, the challenge is having a reliable scale system that could do that over time. So technology's not there yet for our scale of operation.
Okay, because I know Taiwan's not the only one who does it by weight. How do they do it?
I don't know, to be honest with you, but we can certainly look into that.
Okay, yeah, it'd definitely be good to see how they do it, who else does it, because I know they're not the only ones, and what technology they're using.
and seeing if it's something that would help us. I mean, 99% reduction is, I mean, it's amazing. So what I was seeing, like, people would just have, like, basically a little grocery bag of trash, and that, you know, that's how low their trash ended up going to, because they were recycling everything. Another question I had was, we have some constituents who are complaining about dumping, and they're saying that people are dumping because the prices is so high. You know, like someone brought up boats. You know, there's tires being dumped in our rivers, and you know, I don't understand why people are still mattresses. They're still dumping the mattresses when we do pickups of mattresses. I don't understand that.
Well, we don't pick up boats curbside, but we will pick up mattresses and we will pick up a limited number of tires. So.
Yeah, but people are still dumping it. So I don't know if there's more outreach we need to do. I know we have that great website, plug for Orange County's website, where if you have something that you are tossing and you don't know where it goes, you could put in the item in the website and it tells you where to dispose of it and how to dispose of it.
Our what goes where app, yes.
Yeah, which I was actually thinking we should probably have for our building permitting too. It'd be good if you put in like something like, I'm doing this, what kind of permits do I need? And so just an idea. Yeah, so any solutions that we could find for bringing down that dumping as well, especially I just mattresses, like really don't get it, because you could just put that in your curb and they'll pick it up. So I think more outreach probably has to be done to educate people. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
David, first of all, I want to thank you because you work so hard and diligently in our community, and you have gone way and beyond your scope of what your position is to really help our constituents. And I've got to take a moment because unbelievable, you know, and on this, on seniors, on everything. So thank you for actually having a passion for trash, you know. So, but I do want to follow up because we have this discussion all the time, like, how do we get people to do it? And Commissioner Moore, we're looking at our map, and we're like, you would have thought that area would have done better at recycling and not. And I know you did that challenge where you were having people go in neighborhoods. I got a thumbs up, so I was really excited. And it seems like, you know, as soon as you start going forward, and then there's like a step back where you're contaminating it, and then it kind of defeats the purpose because you can't do anything. And then when you think about it, when I asked you about composting and all that, when you start saying, hey, Commissioner, it's just filled with wood, so we're really not doing it because there's that lack of knowledge. And I want to thank you for continuing to make that effort. I actually have an idea, because this is something, I have a 6-year-old, that we start earlier, where he goes, which one, you know? Does it go in the trash or does it go in the plastic? Because we have like a container. And he'll think it's recyclable, and I'm like, no, it's not, you know, like the pizza box and things like that. Maybe we start working with OCPS, because, you know, kids really influence their parents. And if you know, we've got to try something else, because if we keep doing the same and no one looks at the postcard and thank you for doing them bilingual, thank you for everything, try to make it as appealing as possible. But maybe we need to go rogue. Maybe we need to work with OCPS and say, can we incorporate recycling more into, you know, and Commissioner Moore is saying they do, but maybe we need to hit those high school students with your future. What do you want it to look like? I mean, what's always impactful, my daughter, every time I grab a bottle of water, she's like, oh God, you're ruining, you know, because she thinks of those images and the bags, the you know, the Walmart bags and all that kind of stuff. Like, maybe we try, you know, going through high school students, making these SGA groups, making these honor society kids realize how important it is, because it's their future. I mean, we're here fighting for their future, but they're going to feel the impact. And when you look at what's going on climate-wise and pollution-wise and our aquifer and all of those things. So job well done. And I know that we have this conversation every year, but I don't want to give up. Like, I'm one of those who has 2 recycling bins because we fill them up, but it does take that committed effort of really understanding what that impact is, and that every little bit helps. But thank you to all your teams. I really want to take a moment to say that.
I know our team works hard for outreach, and they're hearing this message too, so we'll continue to try something new, and there's always a new and better way to do it, so we always looking for that.
All right, and just for the record, David, we're talking about an increase of $10 per year.
Yeah, per year, yes, sir.
And with that, is there a motion?
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you to your team. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda this morning, and this is, we're going to have Ms. Lisa Lyra-Graham come forward regarding the Mental Health and Homelessness Division. We'll be hearing an update on homelessness within our community. And I saw Ms. Martha R. There she is as well. She'll be joining her in the presentation. And with that, you're recognized.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Yes,
It is.
barely. Good morning, Mayor Demings. Good morning, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond. Good morning, Byron. We appreciate the opportunity to provide information on today's session of homelessness. Gathering this information was really a collaborative effort between the Mental Health and Homelessness Division, Citizens Outreach, Citizens Commission on Children, Housing Community Development, Homeless Services Network, and the Orange County Attorney Office. And certainly my team that has worked really, really hard to support me in gathering this information. So thank you. We're going to go ahead and go through the outline. We're going to discuss a topic, a number of topics today. I'm going to introduce the purpose of this presentation, then cover some background, the Homeless Services Network, which will be presented by Martha R., CEO of the Homeless Services Network. We're going to talk about Orange County funded services, the housing initiatives here, the House Bill 1365 presented by Bill Schott from our attorney's office, future opportunities, and I will conclude with the summary that touches on the current need actions while also still identifying the existing gaps. So let's start with the purpose. The purpose of this work session is to discuss the current state of homelessness, the new legislature that is right upon us, and opportunities to expand homeless services in Orange County. So, Mayor, Commissioners, we know you have had several briefings in the past about the need of affordable housing, but in order to provide you a good, solid overview of the topic of homelessness, we did feel it was necessary to cover that relevant background information. So there is a lot of data here, and it's all important, but I want you to please take some time as we highlight certain points that will come actually throughout this presentation. If you focus now on the $19 per hour section under the regional heading, a household of 3 making $19 an hour per week still falls within the very low income category. But why is this important? It is important because not only is someone making minimum wage at $12 an hour impacted, but so are those who are making above minimum wages. So unfortunately, as you will see throughout this presentation, Orange County's inventory within the 0 to 50 average median income range category is not able to meet the current need, and therefore potentially resulting in a person working a full-time job making $19 an hour still being homeless. Affordability is not just impacting the renters in our county. In fact, to buy a home in the Orlando market, a household needs to earn 92% more in 2024 when compared to 2020. As you can see here, even there are increases over a 6-year span from 2014 to 2020. This was an expected increase due to the cost of living. However, if you compare 2020 to 2023, the increase over the 3-year span, it's really much more drastic. So for example, a 1-bedroom apartment from 2014 to 2020 had an average increase in rent of 16.7%. Okay? In comparison, 2020 to 2023 had an average increase in rent of 33.3% each year, which is double the increase year over year when comparing it to the 2014 to 2020 range. So double. That's a lot. Now, please refer back to the person I told you about earlier, making $19 an hour, working 40 hours a week, right? And how they can only afford a maximum of $988 a month rent. As you can see in this slide here, showing the average rental prices, this person would not be able to afford any option in the current Orange County market. In Orange County alone, there are around 2,217 people currently enrolled in our coordinated entry system, also HMIS, the computer database where we capture homeless and unhoused individuals, and we will get actually into this topic a little later. But this number of people are looking currently for assistance with affordable housing. So we're not going to spend a lot of time on the national context of homelessness because the majority of this presentation focuses on Orange County. However, I did want to give you a snapshot of this data from 2023. The 2024 data is out in bits and pieces, but it hasn't been completely and comprehensively compiled yet. So they're still working on that. In this slide, you see the same information just for Orange County, and this information is actually updated from the point-in-time count of 2024. So this slide shows a categorized breakdown of the current Orange County homeless population. The point-in-time count did increase from last year to 2,091 people, but we will provide further details on that in a few minutes on a future slide. So as you see here, in Orange County, 14 out of 10,000 people are homeless. 89% of homeless population involves household without children, while 11% of households had at least one child. 21% reported having a serious mental illness. 25% were experiencing chronic homelessness, which means they were homeless for more than a year. And 4% unaccompanied youth, and 7% veterans. So before we move on from this slide, I would like to point out that there is a common misperception in the community, and all over really, that the majority of unhoused are also mentally ill or also are suffering from a serious mental illness. That is not the case. While we know that a percentage does suffer from a serious mental illness, as you can see here, and even in last year's report, of the national data, it is not 100%, okay? As a matter of fact, it's relatively low. Still bad enough, but still, 21%. So I just wanted to point that out for you. Oops, the clicker. The next part of the presentation of the work session will be presented by my colleague, Martha R. She's the CEO of the Homeless Services Network of Central Florida, and I will be back.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this opportunity to be part of this presentation, and I'm always grateful when I know you have so much on your plates, and I'm also always grateful when you can focus some time on this significant, important issue. The Homeless Services Network, as you know, is designated by the Department of Housing and Urban Development to be what's called, in their jargon, called a lead agency. That means we're the liaison between the three counties in our region, Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties, and HUD, when it comes to their homeless programs, particularly their competitive homeless programs. Homeless Services Network funds programs that provide rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, emergency long-term services, case management for all members and subpopulations of the community. So we always like to cover the definitions of homelessness because when we talk about federal government, of course, they've got to define everything. And so they've split homelessness into 4 categories. One being those folks who are literally homeless on the streets in shelter and transitional housing. The second category are those who are kind of at imminent risk. These are the folks who come to you and say that they've got their eviction notice and they're concerned that they're going to become homeless very quickly. Category 3 is people who are eligible under other federal programs, but not necessarily with HUD. And Category 4 are those who are fleeing domestic violence, human trafficking, stalking, those types of things. So one of the important things for you to know is that with HUD, the majority of their dollars are limited to categories 1 and 4. So when we get HUD dollars, that's pretty much limited to, we can only serve persons in categories 1 and 4. Our VA dollars, we can serve some people who are in category 2. But when you hear counts from the school system, they always include category 2 as well. And so that's why the homeless numbers that Lisa just presented are slightly different from what you might hear from the school system. And that's just the way that things are defined by the different federal agencies. One of the things that HSN does is to coordinate and facilitate the coordinated entry process. This is the process by which we recognize that even when we're increasingly successful at drawing down federal funds into our community, with our housing market the way it is, the numbers of people becoming homeless are increasing every year, and we don't yet have the resources that we need to meet the need for everyone who's experiencing homelessness. And so we have developed the coordinated entry process, which allows us to target people and to assess folks and to be strategic with those dollars. And it's what it boils down to essentially is that dollars are targeted towards people who are most likely to die on the streets without our intervention, to people who are least able to assist themselves without some intervention, and that's the way we target. So you can see here the process works, people coming in through a variety of places. That we had the community years ago all agree to one common assessment tool that's used to kind of evaluate where people are, what their level of need is. From there, it's determined which intervention is most appropriate for them, and they are assigned as resources are available. The key to the setting that up is identifying what the prioritization factors are. And so what you see basically on the left are, we look at, oversimplified here, but we look at what are vulnerabilities, what for health, what are the vulnerabilities that would make somebody more likely to die on the streets, and to make it more challenging them to resolve their homelessness without an intervention. On the right side, we also look at how long have people been on the streets, because we know the longer people are homeless, the harder it is for them to resolve their homelessness. And so those are the two primary, big categories, the ways that we look at that prioritization. In addition to prioritization, we also have to look at eligibility. And so we have different funding sources, and they have different eligibility criteria. So you can see from this slide, some of our dollars are limited, can only be used for people experiencing chronic homelessness. Some can only be used for veterans. Some can only be used for families. We have some that are restricted to use by victims of domestic violence and human trafficking. And then we have, as you are hopefully aware by now, with our Brighter Days initiative, we have funds that are targeting our youth and young adults. We wanted to talk a little bit, just so you know, a little bit more about the Homeless Services Network, about some of the things that HSN does in addition to administering contracts. One of the things is that we're the lead in state and federal legislative and administrative advocacy and education. And so some of you are aware that we were very active this past legislative cycle trying to oppose House Bill 13, or educate about House Bill 1365. Almost got in trouble there. We were educating and making sure that the needs of people experiencing homelessness, as well as the jurisdictions, and how the legislation would impact jurisdictions was known to our elected officials in Tallahassee. We also facilitate and write the annual HUD funding competition. That is an absolute bear. It is one of the worst applications ever. Every year, takes a good 2 months to do. When it's done, it's over 1,000 pages. It is no fun at all. Every year, I've realized lately that 1/6 of my life for the past decades has been given to this application, which caused me some angst there for a little bit. But it's an important part of the process for bringing federal dollars into the community. We want to bring federal dollars down. Every federal dollar that we can bring down means that the local community gets that support and can leverage additional dollars, but that's one less dollar that the local community has to provide. We, because of our collaboration with Orange County and with our numerous partners across the region, 2 years ago, out of the entire country, we had the highest scoring application. And that speaks very highly of the work that we're doing as a system and as a community. That those are the things that the federal government recognized and gave us the highest score. That there's just under 400 of these applications, so it's steep competition. You've also are aware, as I said before, that we also drew down the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Grant that was now funding the Brighter Days initiative. The year we received that, there were only a little over 30 organizations across the country that received that. So that was, again, a happy time for us. We facilitate regional planning. Right now, we're working on an unsheltered homelessness planning process, and some of you have been engaged in those conversations. We also facilitate task forces and committees, ranging from right now the 24/7 Access Shelter Access Committee. We've had work around encampments in general. We have a lived experience committee where people who have lived experience with homelessness are able to contribute and to help inform policy and practices. We do a lot of work around disaster preparedness. Some of the outcomes of this type of work is, for example, through our work with the encampments. When the city of Orlando received rush funding, they invested all of that into some of the work recommendations that had been discussed in the encampment work group, and that funding resulted in over 100 families, 110 families, being able to leave the streets because of that investment that came out of one of these work groups. Similarly, with the disaster preparedness, we are very proud that prior to the vaccines, the homeless population in Orange County had a lower rate of COVID infection than did the larger general population. And that said a lot about the partnerships between the providers and the education that was going on and the support that we gave each other to make sure that we were protecting people who were incredibly vulnerable at that time. We also recruit and maintain landlords for the regional system. We've recruited more than 360 landlords who have said that they would be willing to participate in working to house people who are being served through the system. At any given time, we have just about 100 landlords that have a unit available to the system, and we share that information with our partner organizations. We coordinate the point in time count that you've seen, and we're the lead for the homeless management information system and the coordinated entry process. So programmatic impact, what you see there are the numbers served by category in the last federal fiscal year. We have in Orange County over 1,100 people served in permanent supportive housing, and those folks have a greater than 90% retention rate. So that's the permanent supportive housing for people who are experiencing chronic homelessness. These are the hardest to serve. These are people who've been homeless for, some of them for more than a decade, who also have a disability, and we're getting them into housing and keeping them there through the collaboration with the partners in our system. Rapid rehousing, which is predominantly families, just under 900 people, and you also see there for transitional shelter outreach and coming through the coordinated entry process. I want to tell you a story of one person that we've served. This beautiful young woman, Yasmin, was a teenager when she was forced to drop out of high school because of her mother's illness with cancer. She became homeless at 19, even though she was working full-time as a manager at a fast food restaurant. She didn't earn enough, to get an apartment or to get the deposits and to move in. So for a while, she slept in her car and on friends' couches. Then she participated in some programs with HSN's partners, and HSN helped get her connected to housing. HSN has helped Yasmin to get into housing and to find better paying work with benefits through the AmeriCorps Vista program, and she's currently exploring opportunities to go to college. We've also connected her with the peer support through our youth advisory board, where she's become really a very powerful advocate for other youth who are experiencing homelessness. So this is just one of the folks that we have worked with. You have to meet her. She's really dynamic. She's great. Here's a list of the agencies that we contract with that work in Orange County. It's a fairly hefty list there. And then we break down a little bit for you the funding, what kind of funding comes into the community. The DCF dollars do come through HSN. That $900,000 annually is a little bit up in the air right now. We don't have contracts for the year starting July 1, as DCF and the governor's office are having some conversations about how they want those dollars spent. So we don't know quite as much as we did last year about that, but that's what we've had this past year. And you'll see there that there's specific things that we can do with those dollars. City of Orlando has also invested heavily in homelessness, and you can see the types of projects that they have funded. And then, of course, Orange County as well, and Lisa will talk some more with you about that. On the federal level, we are drawing down through the competitive process $19 million annually. So about 7 years ago, we were at $7 million, and now we're at 19. So we're increasing at a rate of more than $1 million a year, which is really good for our region. One of the things I want you to notice there, though, is that, again, different programs have different program rules and eligibility for who's eligible and also what we can do with it. So that largest pot of money that comes into the community, and that $19 million is regional, and Orange County gets about 70% of that. We can't spend those dollars on shelter. It's just not one of the things we can do. Then there are formula grants from HUD. The Emergency Solutions Grant brings about $1.7 million in annually. They have slightly different things that can be done. The VA, SSVF dollars coming through HSN have these other activities that we're allowed to do. Here you see estimates from where we have the point in time count for the past 10 years. So some of the things I would like to highlight to you is that it was in 2014-15 that we really began to implement the Housing First initiative. And as we had anticipated, the numbers of people that we found on our streets decreased as we began implementing that initiative. But then you start seeing, as the housing market started going up, we were having really good offense, really good getting people into housing, and really losing on the defense as more people became homeless. And we saw that fairly stable because the housing market was tough, but not as crazy as it is now, there for a couple of years. Then COVID hit. You see the 2021 count is very low. That's because we did not do an unsheltered count because it was too dangerous. And so that's disproportionately low. But since then, we have seen significant increases. Now, in 2022, HUD discouraged us from using volunteers. So the 2022 count was done exclusively with staff, so we didn't have as many people out counting. So we got a fair number of people, but there would have been an undercount because we just didn't have the same level of involvement there. 2023, similar thing. HUD was They were, use some, but don't get too many. We're still kind of discouraging volunteers. So in 2023, region-wide, we had 97 volunteers to help with the count, and in 2024, we had over 450. And so what you see here with the increase in 2024, I believe this is one of our most accurate counts. But I believe if we'd have had that number of volunteers in the previous years, those numbers would have gone up sooner. So you wouldn't see quite the jump that you're seeing between 23 and 24. But we still know, even with that it's an undercount, unfortunately. All right, so between 23 and 24, Orange County had a 28% increase of everybody, up to 2,091 people identified for that one night. Because we have not increased any shelter capacity, as the rents have been so out of whack, we have no new shelters, and we actually lost a shelter with Covenant House. When more people become homeless by default, they are out on our streets because there's not a shelter bed for them to go to. So even though there was only under 30% increase of all homelessness, where you saw it was in the unsheltered population, which had an increase of 153%. And again, we had significantly more volunteers to help us identify people, so we believe this is a more accurate count than what we've had in the past. And this map, this is just a heat map that shows you where we found folks, and not surprisingly, we see highest concentrations kind of on the major thoroughfares, down out 50, 1792, 436, 192. That's where we see where we find a lot of people. Not everybody by all means, but it does help us understand where we really need to be focusing more outreach focus and focusing our ability to get people into shelter in those locations. And so next up, I believe Lisa is back. Thank you.
Told you I'll be back. So this section here is actually really exciting because this shows Orange County funded homeless services. And we know because we keep very close outcome measures, so we see that it's working. So on this slide, I want to emphasize with this slide just how much Orange County is investing in homeless services. We also wanted to make sure we separate the ARPA dollars from the general fund dollars, because as you know, the ARPA dollars will be going away, right? And the ARPA dollars currently support a whole bunch of really, really good and efficient programs. And also please note that these numbers that you're about to see of clients, they are year-to-date numbers. So the presentation was mainly done in May, beginning of June. So our fiscal year is not over. So we're going to help so many more people until September 30th. And also, the BCC has not yet approved the 2024-2025 budget, but this is so far what is planned, what is allocated. So over the next few slides, I will go over the different service categories to show you the impact that we have in the community. The prevention and diversion services that you see here are funded by various Orange County divisions. I mentioned them in the beginning of the presentation. There's really a lot of good work done here through Orange County Homeless Services and the way we fund it. In fact, nearly 50% of the Orange County Homelessness Service budget goes to preventative effort, which is huge because you want to keep somebody from being homeless, much rather than them going into homelessness and then trying to help them. Rental assistance. Orange County has multiple rental assistance programs to prevent somebody from becoming homeless. So you can see here just how many were assisted through the emergency rental assistance programs. The special projects, just for your clarifications, were funded through crisis assistance and family resource program dollars because those were actually suspended while the ERAP program was was being utilized and was being done. So just in this section alone, we have helped almost 2,500 residents within Orange County. And I believe, and Ms. Reyes is here, but I believe the last application was just filed. So the number is a little bit higher now because we're one more month in. Shelters and drop-in centers play a huge role in reducing homelessness, and you see here in this category what we have helped fund, and that was just over 1,500 residents so far, year to date. So this is slide 1 of 2 on supportive services and intervention, and you will find the fiscal budget on the next slide. So I'll give you a second to look through. So you see how many partners we actually collaborate with, and you see the large number of clients that they have served in these 2 categories. So here's the second slide with the funding. To continue with supportive services and intervention, you see here from the large number of people the significant impact in the community. Outreach services, this is a pretty significant increase in funding from year to year in this category, which is the result of increased need to send out those outreach teams to assist the unsheltered homelessness population by offering and providing services. So these services are more valuable than ever because we get so many phone calls, from all over the place, trying to send asking for our outreach teams to go to the different areas to provide services and to help clients. Rapid rehousing is another very important function of homeless services offered by Orange County and funded by Orange County through our valuable providers. And funding in this category is used toward rent, utilities, deposits, and rehousing recently homeless households. And then we have capital improvements. As the increased needs in Orange County homelessness services, we have worked with a lot of our community partners on capital improvement projects and renovations. And if you see the category and funding here, it has more than doubled, which shows the significance, right, that we actually need to assist with those projects. Homeless network services. So the homeless management information system is needed to collect client data of persons that are enrolled in the homeless system, and it's also a great tool to actually gauge how efficient the system works and how many people have received care. It also helps to avoid duplication of services. And now we're going to move on to Orange County housing initiatives. I know we have heard this from time and time again. Affordable housing is a pressing topic in the U.S. and certainly Orange County. This slide shows that since 2019, Orange County and the city of Orlando, this is a combined slide because we thought it was important to show how much our 2 entities are investing in housing. So both Orange County and the city of Orlando have completed 1,393 units and are currently scheduled to complete 2,294 more. Although more units are needed, and we know all of that, this shows Orange County and the city of Orlando's commitment to address this important issue. Here you see a few examples of the already completed units. And if you focus on the right-hand corner, so they also have senior units and also permanent supportive housing units. Now, even though affordable housing is the primary solution to homelessness, Another key component is having enough shelter space in different parts of the community. Here we have an overview of our current shelter bed inventory, and as Martha said earlier, when compared to our new PIT count of 2024, it is clear that we need more shelter beds. And as you heard from her earlier, also the PIT count is normally an underestimate, so there's even more beds needed. But also keep in mind, even if you increase shelter beds, you also need housing to follow that up, because we cannot keep people in shelter beds forever. So there has to be, parallel efforts to build housing. The next part of the work session will be presented by my colleague Dylan Schott from our attorney's office. And again, I will be back.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Dylan Schott, Assistant County Attorney. For the record, staff asked me to present on House Bill 1365, given that it could impact Orange County and Orange County's homeless population. So this bill was approved by the governor on March 20th, 2024, and it creates a new section of the Florida statutes effective October 1. And that new statute will essentially prohibit counties and municipalities from authorizing or otherwise allowing any person to regularly engage in public camping or sleeping on any public property. So that's the general prohibition. Now, there's one exception, which is if that public property is designated by the county and certified by the state as a place appropriate for public camping or public sleeping. So in order for the county to make that designation, it has to do a few things. So number one, that designated property can be in unincorporated Orange County, or it can be within a municipality, provided the county gets the municipality's approval first. The designation cannot exceed 1 year, and the property has to be certified by DCF pursuant to a county request. And that county request has to include documentation of a few things. One, the county has to document that there are insufficient open beds in the county's homeless shelters, that the designated property is not contiguous to residential property, that the property would not adversely affect residential or commercial property values or safety and security, and that the property would not negatively affect the safety of children. And then finally, the county would have to document a plan to ensure that the designated property meets minimum standards and procedures. So what are those minimum standards? Well, the designated property, the county would have to ensure that the designated property is safe and secure and secure the persons and the property. And then the county would have to maintain sanitation on the property, including restrooms and running water. The county would have to coordinate for behavioral health services, including substance abuse and mental health. And the county would have to prohibit illegal substance use and alcohol use on the property. So how is this enforced? Well, beginning January 1 of next year, residents, business owners, or the Attorney General can bring a civil action against the county. If a resident or business owner prevails, then a court can award them reasonable expenses, including court costs, attorney's fees, and other costs. Civil actions against the county have to be accompanied by an affidavit that attests to the following: that the county failed to take all reasonable actions within the limits of its governmental authority to cure the alleged violation within 5 business days after receiving written notice. So, in other words, before a lawsuit can be brought, the county has to be provided written notice of the alleged violation, and then the county then has 5 business days to cure that alleged violation. If the county fails to cure it, then the lawsuit can be filed. So another piece of this is the county's powers. We've talked about governmental authority there to cure the alleged violation, and the county's powers to make those cures can be impacted by an pending United States Supreme Court decision. That's the City of Grants Pass, Oregon versus Johnson. This was heard by the court on April 22nd, 2024. And in that case, the city had adopted ordinances that prohibited homeless people from using a blanket, pillow, or cardboard box while sleeping within the city's limits. Violations were punishable by civil fines and criminal trespasses. A certified class of involuntarily homeless people sued the city, arguing that the city's ordinances were unconstitutional violations of the Eighth Amendment's cruel and unusual punishment clause. The reasoning behind that comes from prior precedent that makes it illegal or unconstitutional to criminalize somebody's status. The federal trial court, in this case, the District Court of Oregon, issued an injunction which prohibited the enforcement of the city's ordinances against the involuntarily homeless. So the city appealed to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over much of the western United States. And the Ninth Circuit affirmed the trial court's ruling and held that the city's ordinances violated the Eighth Amendment because the ordinances criminalized activity that cannot be avoided, in other words, sleeping. So now the city has appealed again to the United States Supreme Court, and the issue on appeal is whether the enforcement of laws regulating camping on public property constitutes cruel and unusual punishment prohibited by the Eighth Amendment. The court recesses at the end of this month, and usually they release their opinions prior to recessing. So we expect an opinion from the Supreme Court within the next couple weeks or so. And so given that a decision by the Supreme Court could impact the county and the county's response to this House Bill 1365, staff intends to bring this issue back to the board at a later date. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Lisa, but I will stick around should the board have any questions.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to the opportunities. So you have heard a lot about the statistics, background information, the new law, and the need when it comes to homelessness. The following slides will provide information about the adopted model in our region and future opportunities in and for Orange County. So evidence-based practices and research have shown that Housing First really does provide a solid foundation to assist the unhoused to lead a self-sustaining life. Now, we fully realize that Housing First and permanent supportive housing are becoming more and more challenging to implement due to the large increase in housing and rental costs. However, despite the associated financial cost, research does support those two models as the most effective approaches to long-term success, and we will show you more on the next upcoming slides. So in completing a lot of research pertaining to homelessness solutions, and although there is a lot of discussion online and in everywhere in literature, you know, of what does and what does not work, permanent supportive housing is still strongly supported by research and evidence-based practices. For example, the benefits include the ER visits were decreased by 81%. Hospital admissions were lowered by 61%. Hospital stays in general shortened by 80%. Substance abuse treatment and detox services saved approximately $9,000 per person over 2 years, and $1,800 per person per year is saved in reduced incarceration. As a matter of fact, permanent supportive housing residents stay housed. Studies have shown that 9 out of 10 people remain housed a year after receiving assistance. So what can we do in Orange County? We know that Housing First and permanent supportive housing are research-backed models that do work. Here in Orange County, we do have the opportunity to expand these services to help an even greater number of people. In order to accomplish this, Orange County and our community partners, because we definitely cannot do it alone, should collaborate and look into additional funding sources for expansion of permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, the diversion drop-in centers, preferably 24/7 operations, because right now they're not 24/7, they're only during the week, during the daytime, and eviction prevention programs. In addition to expanding the services that we have already, and we know they're currently working, there are additional housing options that we need in our region. Low barrier shelter is exactly what it says. You know, it essentially means that the requirements for entry are limited or minimal. So here you see an example of Pinellas County Safe Harbor. Some of us actually have visited the shelter. It's a former work release center that was kind of refunctioned into a low barrier shelter. So in addition to low barrier shelter here in Orange County, we definitely also need shelter capacity in more than just the downtown area. Because right now, for the most part, everything focuses in the downtown area. So together, we can look into creative ideas such as remodeling vacant county-owned buildings and repurposing strip malls and other creative solutions. Transitional and permanent housing. So this is another example. It's called small house. Sometimes people also call it tiny homes. And there are different models of small homes to accommodate individuals, families, and people with disability. So the cost can truly range from $15,000 to $100,000, and most likely more if you're really talking about the luxury models. But again, these services, like 99.9% of homeless services, work best when supportive services are offered on-site or nearby. So case management, drug treatment, trauma-informed care, when those services are offered, then, you know, there's a much higher success quota. An example is First Village in Travis County, Texas, and they currently have 51 acres of community outside of Texas. They currently have 124 tiny homes, but they are scheduled to increase. And they're primarily funded by private funding sources and donations. So innovative housing subsidy programs, and we're not going to go through all of them. If you want information, I can definitely provide that for you, but we'll be sitting here this afternoon if we do. So the main purpose of housing subsidies is to help people to maintain affordable, adequate housing via rental assistance. Shallow, flexible subsidies are for those who are on the cusp of housing stability, but they're still rent burdened. So therefore, there is a greater opportunity to prevent homelessness here. So we would like to highlight the DC Flex program because we thought that it actually fit in pretty well in our area because of our hospitality industry here and tourism. The DC Flex program can be considered a little more outside the box when compared to traditional subsidy programs. It is designed to specifically assist families whose income fluctuates on a monthly basis. This program allocates $7,200 per family per year and allows family the flexibility to pull from that account when they want and how much they need, as long as they just don't exceed the max each year. So this could be beneficial to our county, again, because of the type of industry that many of our residents work in. They also have to take several financial responsibility classes. Another aspect is emergency shelter, pallet housing. So an opportunity is with pallet housing. That is actually the name of a company that we have spoken to, which is done most efficiently, once again, with a variety of supportive services, either on site or nearby. The cost range from $16,000, that is for the smallest unit. The smallest unit is around 70 square feet big, to the largest unit, which is around 120 square feet and can hold a family. So it's 15,900 for the smallest unit and almost 45,000 or $44,000 for the largest unit. Please keep in mind that in this cost, not included are setup costs, moving costs, and supportive services. So all of that is extra. And, because I know we're getting closer to lunch, we're going to get to the summary now. So, homelessness is a challenge in many parts of the U.S., and Florida, and certainly Orange County. We're definitely not alone in this crisis. The rapid increases of our housing market and rental market has greatly contributed to this problem. As a part of the regional system, Orange County continues to work collaboratively with its partners by utilizing the coordinated entry system that we have all agreed to as a region. Orange County continues to make significant investments in homelessness programs and services, as well as affordable housing initiatives. As a matter of fact, close to a little more than $42 million. However, despite all the efforts, there are still existing gaps in our community. Only 15.3% of the 1,393 affordable housing units are for people that make 0 to 50% of the average median income. So not only do we need more affordable housing when comparing to the 24 pit count, the number to the active shelter beds, we're also 926 beds short. Our county, Orange County, is actively evaluating a number of innovative strategies and best practices that have the potential to reducing homelessness in our community. Homelessness impacts every resident in Orange County. Together, we need to move from managing the symptoms of a problem to working to prevent it, and ensuring that people get access to affordable housing and supportive services as quickly as possible. I truly believe that if we all work together, Orange County can be a role model for effective strategies to decrease homelessness. So this concludes our presentation, and Dylan and Martha and I, we're open for questions now.
All right, well, I know there are questions. I'm going to start. I have 5. Okay, so the first question is, and this is for either of you, where are the homeless people who, with the increases, where are they coming from?
The increase? So when we looked at the point-in-time count data, what we found is that 75% of the people identified, and unsheltered people, are from the area, are from the Tri-County.
And how long, tell me how long they've been in our area?
Well, they became homeless in our area. So this is where they were housed, and then they became homeless. They identified our 3 counties as where they were living at the time they became homeless. The other 25% are from other areas, but that includes Puerto Rico, and we always see a pop after every storm in Puerto Rico. But 75% are from the area.
And of that 75%, how many of them are Orange County? They were in Orange County before they became homeless.
I'll have to look that one up, Mayor. I don't want to give you a bad number. About 70% of those, but I'll double check and let you know for sure.
All right. What is the cost per shelter bed?
I'm sorry. What's the number, Brian? How many of those are Orange County? 1242 out of 1657. 1242 households were Orange County.
No, what I asked was, what is the cost per shelter bed?
There's a lot of fluctuation on that, whether you're talking about congregate shelter or you're talking about non-congregate, putting people into hotels. And if it's including the cost of establishing a shelter or if it's just operations,
I'm primarily talking about operating it.
I would have to look that one up.
Because later obviously in the presentation, you talk about the gap in shelter beds, so I'm trying to understand costs.
Yep.
Because people want us to address it with solutions, and that cost is something that maybe the public sector can provide some funding, private sector, philanthropic sector, the faith community. So I need to understand the cost, okay, of the shelter beds. The next question I have is, I think Attorney Schott did a good job of talking about the mandate, under the new state law, but how much funding did the state provide to address the mandate?
Mayor, there's no funding that I saw in House Bill 1365. There may be other budgetary actions that the state are taking, but none that I'm aware of.
Okay.
They did increase the challenge grant by 10 million for the whole state.
Okay. For the 67 counties, $10
Yes.
million.
Yes, and
Okay. So that's not going to be a real viable source for us to meet the
and we
cost.
don't yet have the agreement from DCF to say exactly how those dollars would have to be spent, or how much would come to this area.
Okay, the next question I have for you is regarding the drop-in centers, because that was part of the solution model that we talked about. What is the cost currently to operate our drop-in centers? So I have a theme, right? It's all about costs. Okay, for us. I think as a community, we have to understand the cost. Because in order to address it, there's no free money. All of this to adequately address it means we're going to have to find money to address it. Quite frankly, to all of you, I want to lean into the solutions, and in order to do that, I think as a county, we have to understand the cost, the demand for the limited dollars that we have. And if we have to look for other opportunities to fund it, then we need to understand that, because then that's how we become advocates, with the federal government, with the state of Florida, with the private sector. That's the way I work it. Once I understand the cost, then I go look for people to pay for it. Okay.
So what we will do is, from this work session, we will take up notes, obviously, and then we will provide follow-up information about all the costs and every other question that has come up here in this work session, and then, provide a follow-up, presentation or whatever is asked for.
And the DC Flex program that you talked about for rental assistance, for families whose income fluctuates month to month. I'm just curious how much funding they're allocating to it, how many families they serve, and without creating dependency, okay, how much money are they putting into that?
So I don't know the total. I know that per family, it's $7,200 per year, but I can get you all of it. A very lengthy study, so I can't retain all of it, but I will definitely give you the information. We'll summarize it and give it to you.
All right. So
absolutely. Okay, 5-year period, $36,000 per family.
Over 5 years. And so I think, obviously, we have to be really careful about not creating dependency, but creating opportunities for people to move from a bad situation to a better situation. And sometimes I think you do have to have the wraparound services where you're providing upskill training for families to make certain that they maybe get into a better job situation. And so there are other services that we have to kind of bring along. And the gap in shelter beds that, you pointed out, what is the, quantify that for me? What is needed? Quantify that if you can.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
you said-
basically, I mean, with an underestimate of the pit count this year, we're about 900 beds short.
Okay,
Now,
so-
keep in mind, though, not everybody that is unsheltered is also willing to
Right.
go to the shelter, but
Some-
it's about
some.
900 short, yes.
Okay, so that 900, I want you all to quantify that for me. What is the cost to come up with 900 beds for shelter?
We will.
Because pursuant to the statutory requirements, we got some hurdles to jump through. If those beds or expansions won't negatively impact surrounding areas, land values, et cetera. We got there's some restrictions in there about how we do this, but I want to understand that. Okay.
Yes, and Mayor, we do have a committee that is looking at different types of shelter options and where they could be, how they could be, everything from the pallet shelters to what can we renovate, there's vacant shopping centers, that can we renovate any of that? Are there vacant school buildings? Are there, other options? And so we do have a committee that's pulling together what potential options might be, what those costs might be. We just hadn't gotten that far yet, but we will get you some of that information.
Yes. All right. I had the opportunity to visit Travis County. Austin, Texas is in Travis County. And that 50-plus acres that they have dedicated to address homelessness with tiny homes and other, I saw manufactured homes, mobile homes, and the like there within the compound. But they are raising private sector dollars, but they did use a substantial amount of their federal funds to stand up that facility. And it is a secure facility, gated with 24-hour security and a number of amenities around it. Travis County executives said that it had allowed them to address 90% of their homeless population challenges. But I can tell you around the convention center in downtown Austin, if they had addressed 90% of it, there was the homeless were very, very visible, far worse than what I see here in our downtown corridor, or certainly far worse than around our convention center. And so their model, though, they have wraparound services on site there, and everybody that stays in the compound, I would say, they all have to pay something. Otherwise, they don't get to move in from whatever their limited income is in order to live there. Some of the units had, they all had running water. Most had a kitchen and a bathroom in it, but some of them did not have bathrooms or showers in them. There was like a congregate area where you could go shower, but there were individual little shower units that were lockable, where you could go in to use the bathroom or take a shower because you didn't have one actually in your living quarters. So it wasn't a perfect model, but very costly, and there was a nonprofit that was put in place to manage it and do the fundraising piece and what have you. But interesting model to take a look at, and maybe at some point we can take a team of people from here to explore what some of the best practices are around the country to adopt them for our community, So anyway, those are all my questions. I'm going to go to Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Martha, for taking some time with myself, my staff, and kind of talking through some of this. It's a very complex topic, and I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about the topic. So I want to just kind of reframe some things. A lot of times when we look at these, what we're missing, I think it's like we assume that it's that housing, that it's one size fits all. But really the data continues to show that it is the very lowest, it is the emergency sheltering, it is people who need some wraparound helping. It's our most vulnerable populations. So, and I mean, you're hearing the frustration in my voice because I think, Lisa, you said we need some services and some opportunities outside the downtown Orlando area. We seem to funnel these things. Literally my very first meeting that we had here to go over homeless services and the need, that was my sentence. And here I am 3.5 years later, and it's getting reported back to me. So as a policymaker who looks to the experts for how do we do that, I have linked the county's departments with the providers we have out there. I have identified properties that I said, could this be, what do we do? Because quite frankly, this was really frustrating to hear because we know it, right? We know it. I think the numbers that ticked up this year, correlation is not causation, right? So I believe that looking towards our rents, it's a fair way to, it's a part of the analysis. But for those of us in the rural community, the other part of the analysis is land clearing. We have vast swaths of areas that are being developed for the first time, and there are people living there. And those people, I also think it's kind of funny, the 20% of people that reported said that they had mental health issues, but those are all self-reports. I have yet to meet somebody who self-reports accurately on that, including probably myself sometimes. But I think it's really important to understand that statistic, right? When we get this point in time information, that it is a snapshot based on self-reporting, based on a matrix that's given to us by the system, right? And with all respect to the system, it's not necessarily a one that's a perfect fit for every area. So our rural areas, I think, are very different than the downtown. I think looking at populations that were teetering on the edge of homelessness, that quite frankly, the type of entry that we do here doesn't help them, right? Because they're not at the highest risk. According to this matrix, you have to have been homeless. You have to have been homeless and have a disability. And then you get a priority. So if you're teetering on the edge, we are really missing you. And in my area specifically, we are really missing you because we have open apartments across my district that are unoccupied. I haven't done anything to drive down those rents. So I just scratch my head at the whole supply and demand argument that's made because nobody's budging on the $2,000 a month rents out there. And so we still have people that are they're sleeping in the back of their cars until we've outlawed that also. And then what do we do with them? I can guarantee you, and if you're somebody in the public who doesn't care about this as a human, you should care about the cost because it's a lot more expensive to put them in the prison. What's the average cost of a year in prison? $35,000, $40,000? What could we do with that money? And that's where we're headed, unless we actually have some solutions, not just regurgitating the same numbers we know. So I'm just really concerned about the way that we've approached this and looking at these projects that we have. The majority of the projects we have are 80% AMI. They're not even the middle, right? Like it's continuing to be a different definition for luxury housing. So I'm very concerned about it. I do think we need additional collaboration with our schools. There are opportunities. Commissioner Moore and I both have opportunities with schools that have been transitioned to a different school property where we know there's some property there. It's already institutionally zoned. What can we do with this? And that to me feels like a real opportunity that we haven't been able to take up. So that yes to transitional supportive housing, yes to more shelter beds outside of our downtown funnel. It's just critical. So you all heard this morning, Pastor Scott was here, and he only had a minute, so it was hard to understand what he was saying. This is a nonprofit, a partner of the county's since I got here, that has some transitional housing that they've invested in, that they're now having a difficult time operating their program through because they require the people that are living there to participate in the program. And their program requires them to, be sober, have a check-in with, and get back on track for sufficiency, right? Whatever that is, whatever the formula is for their self-sufficiency. And now what they're being told by the jurisdiction there, the locality, the municipality, is that those people, under the new state law, don't have to follow that program, that they have the right to just stay there because they can't camp. So essentially, our a handful of providers that we have privately that are doing transitional housing on their own are done. They're done. So we have a role, a place to step in to collaborate across the board with our jurisdictional partners. I think law enforcement has to be part of the conversation, and I was hoping to have part of that today when we were addressing the update to the bill, and I understand we're waiting for the Supreme Court's decision, but law enforcement's already involved. The arrests downtown Orlando police have already started arresting more people for pretextual things under their panhandling ordinance. So look at the numbers at our prison. They're going up. And that's not a coincidence, and it all ties together. So we've got to get a unified plan with those jurisdictions, Orlando, all of our municipalities, all of their law enforcement entities, our private providers. And then, and quite frankly, I was hoping we were going to be doing a little more of that today because it's got to get done before October. Otherwise, we will be paying for that in our largest gated community down there, our prison, which I just think it's not humane, it's not kind, it's not generous, it's not what we are as a county here. So, sorry to sound frustrated, but I know this is your life work. You all do this every day. I am, supportive of all of our efforts at all those levels, but we've got to stop doing all of the effort at that highest level, and that's what it feels like week in and week out up here. Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and all this information, which is good. But I have several questions, which some of them already have been answered. But I just wanted to say, that, and you said it, Lisa, that homelessness is not a mental health issue. It's a housing problem. And we need to, figure out, like you said, homelessness does not mean that they are mental health illness or vice versa. So we have to treat both things different, right? So saying that, I wanted to ask you, is there any cost for the homeless to stay in the shelters? Is there any fees or anything?
So that depends. So there are different shelters. You probably know a little more, right? So there are different shelters. Some of them have like up to 3 nights free, and then they pay a certain portion. I'm not exactly sure what the current rates are. Then there are some transitional housing programs, that allow clients to work, and they put a certain amount, then give it to the shelter, but also put it in a savings account. So really every program is different. We can definitely try to compile a list, but yeah, so it's only a few that have a few nights free.
Okay. So, okay. The other thing I wanted to say is we see and we're going to see it more increase that we have seniors that are set up in budget and they are getting homeless and more homeless because they don't have the money to pay. And I know we have built, and you put it there as well, some projects in a pop council, senior projects. But before you finish building them, they are already full. So it's like, and it's not enough, but there have been an increase of the seniors. So that's another thing that we have to look into because some of them have, medical, health issues and so it's a lot. Okay. So saying that also, The other thing is the increase of in the incarcerations. That's another thing. I would like to talk with both of you later, if we can, to see, I don't know if this is possible, but I think that mental health and homelessness, both of them are very important. I don't know if we should separate those departments so we could concentrate mental health, because like the data says, over 20% of them doesn't have no mental health issue. It's other things that give them, to get homeless, and also it's a choice. They don't have no choice. Like, okay, if I have to go homeless because I don't have the money to pay, a rent or to pay an apartment or anything. And we don't have enough apartments either to cover the needs. We have to build for all the income levels, not only for the rich people or for the people that have the money or high class people. We need to build also for the low income people. The middle class is the one that's getting hit very hard, because every funds and every money that comes from wherever it is, everything is for the very low income people, families. But the middle ones are the ones stuck there. No medical health insurance, no nothing, no help, no nothing, no funds, no nothing. So that's hitting hard our community, and those are the people that works, that runs the whole county, let's put it this way. Even our same people, staff from Orange County, from the tourism area, they are hitting hard. And, they live in the cars and so, but anyway, beside that, I wanted to ask you, you said about the funds that you receive from, different resources. Is that those amounts that you provide here, 22 million, are those various based on what you request, or based on what the funds, that you are applying for?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what we request in our budget, do general revenue, but also ARPA funding, is what we have received on ARPA funding. So we have distributed that, between the different agencies and different programs, so. Okay, so saying that, let me check here. Okay, another question is the whole homelessness system network or whatever, is that connected? Like if somebody received services from this agency, could this agency know that this family received? Okay. Yes.
Okay,
That's
so
why
it's all
it's so
connected?
important. Yeah, that's why it's so important that participating agency use that computer database and input the client information, because that's how you avoid duplication and, inefficiency and gaps in services. So, yeah.
Okay, and then for the council, who gonna pay these fees when, if a homeless person is arrested because did something that not supposed, based on the bills, and is arrested? Who's going to pay all those bills and so, fees and so? The county?
So,
because they don't work. They don't have money to pay all these fees. What are we doing? Really?
right, but we would pay for the jail costs. I believe the state would pay for public defender, court costs, things like that. And then law enforcement would come, OCSO would come out of our budget, so we would pick up a lot of the bill, yes.
Okay, wow. Okay, so then let me see if I have any other. Okay. Okay, I'm good for now. Thank you, guys. Well, I had other questions, but really, I think you did answer them. Let me see. It says, can you provide an estimate of how many homeless we have? But we talked about that already. If the construction of more housing is a long-term alternative, do we have any short-term alternative for now with the increase of homeless? And why at this time? Well, that's what we talk about, that I would like to sit down with you later and see what we can do with the two, mental and homelessness. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Lisa, so I had an opportunity to go through a very specific project or situation recently where the county got very involved because we were talking about unsafe shelter, right, that wasn't ours. And the amount of work and energy and people and resources that were brought in were incredible. And I know we can't do that on a regular basis. There's just no way to do that. But I'd be kind of remiss. I'm hearing on my colleagues, and you've done a very thorough process, and we've had multiple meetings, and clearly when we were going through this project, one thing that I didn't hear was addiction, too. And we know, and Tim McKinney, he and I serve on the Project Opioid Board, and it's more than just saving their life. It's everything that comes around it. So we can give them Narcan, but what happens after that? Which there are a lot of issues. But then we're going to go even further. And like Commissioner Gomez-Cordero said, mental health, which I think also is probably brought on upon also with the circumstances that you're living, because that is not, natural. And then we look at, I always say that gap, and you and I have talked about it, where my car broke down, so now I'm deciding on rent or fixing my car, going to work. I have 3 kids, and that level just keeps increasing and increasing. So we're not in a black and white. We're very gray when it comes to this. And I always feel that when you have someone that has an emergency or a circumstance, we should prioritize that, because once they fail, once there's an eviction, once there's something, it changes the whole circumstance. And so this is, even the time that you've been talking about this, I mean, we still can't even overcome everything. And then now what's being imposed to us by the state. But what I do think is critical is these agencies that help us, we need to make sure that we are doing appropriately the funding, that we are doing appropriately the involvement, because they also are waiting, they're providing services that they are expected to receive reimbursement from. And if that's not happening, now they're failing to be able to serve more people. And that was an issue that I have heard from Martha R., is that the county is not paying their share at an appropriate time. So it's causing these nonprofits who are already strained. I mean, I just went to the Salvation Army Gala, and we've been to the Samaritan Village, and they're begging us to help them so that they can keep their doors open and service other people. And if the county needs to make sure, and that was a complaint that I heard, is that the county's not reimbursing correctly to the HSN so that the HSN could pay these lists of services, that's a big problem. Because then at what point do these services say, no, because we're not going to get paid, or when are we going to get paid? So I think that's really important. But the other thing is, I love how you mentioned, everybody connects and talks and so forth. But what we don't do is we don't connect and talk to help. We connect and talk to say, this person came through my system, here we go. But what we don't do, and this is Byron, Byron and I talked about this yesterday in my briefing, we fund so many agencies here. And we should have a list, because I know commissioners here, we get involved. We get involved in the weeds, where we're helping get food delivered to somebody, where we're helping get a mother with 3 kids in a hotel room, that we're actually that involved. And to know that we have all these resources here that we, give funding to, needs to be equally brought to us, because you can't do it all. You and your team, as much as you try, you can't handle every aspect of these 1.5 million people. So let's just take a percentage of what we think that is. It's impossible. Just even the project that you were dealing on was just so overwhelming, and it took a massive team. But what was great about that is there was a mother and a son that were part of that kind of got caught up. They reached their deadline. They weren't able, they were still working on getting their job. We were offering resources to give a deposit so they could get an apartment, but we were having some issues financially. And I was able to get involved in my office, and we were able to get them that little bit of extension, which then got them there. So imagine if they would have gone back to the street. It would have been a lot harder to recover from being on the street. And it's like, it took us calling agencies and saying, can you give them an extra week? Can you give them till Friday? That's where we need to connect. I understand that you guys are also doing your back end where once you come in, you're following someone. But what we're not doing is being able to say quickly, because, and I've said this to Martha a lot of times, when people call us, they don't have 60 days or 90 days to tell us they're going to be homeless. They're calling us in emergency distress. We'll get a reporter that'll call us and say, hey, I've got a family that reached out to channel, blah, blah, blah. Can you help us? It's so unbeknownst. You know, it could be Friday afternoon and we get a call. But what we need to do is find ways where we can help advocate and say, here, we're going to call this person. I just learned of second chances, where they help people who have a job, but they have bad credit, so they can't get an apartment. There's just so many levels of this, and honestly, I don't think, even we talked about this for 2 more hours, we could actually have. So I would love to get, maybe if we can speak, and one of the things that I mentioned to Martha is we kind of keep doing the same thing, but we're not going anywhere. It's like we're sitting in the circle of here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. And now we've had the state impose something on us. And yet, and it's no longer just homeless people. It's teachers, it's firefighters, it's policemen, it's these, you know, it's people who have jobs who just can't afford to live. And we had worked with one agency that all they did was look for apartment costs. That's all they did. So that when we brought someone and they said, oh, I can only afford $1,500, they're like, oh, great. In the Azalea Park area, they're doing a $1,500 apartment. It's not, you know, the newest, but those are the kind of things where we can try to prevent that fall to the ground. Because when you bottom out, it's a lot harder to crawl out from that than if we can catch them as they're falling. And I commend you and your passion and what you're doing. Lisa, you just jumped in with 2 feet. You had a couple things thrown at you, but I would love to also have another follow-up engagement, because there's so many levels to us, and all of us have different ones. I mean, I believe, like Karen, Commissioner Wilson, it's not lack of job, it's lack of being able to afford where to live. You know, us is in between, like transportation. Children change the dynamics of everything. Talking to parents in summertime is even harder, because somebody has to be sacrificed because the kids aren't in school. And then when you talk about OCPS, I went to the OCPS Homeless Summit. Their criteria is totally different, because they had a number of, like, they just meant not having permanent housing. So I don't kind of really believe the OCPS number, but I do believe, and we're not even getting half of the people that we actually know of that are actually even knowing that you have to register and come into a system and do all that kind of stuff. So I commend you, but I just feel like we can't keep doing the same thing and expect something different. And now adding more layers to that, but we do need to kind of come together. And I adore a lot of agencies. There's a lot more agencies that are much more engaged, but there's a lot of people too that are doing things that aren't an agency, that are just piecing it together. And that's where I feel that if you're going to include mental health, you have to include addiction. You have to bring that to the conversation, because that is a whole other avenue that, you know, that we're dealing with, and we're piecing that together with our health department. I mean, I tell people all the time, do you know that we offer outpatient rehab voluntary? And they're like, what? Orange County offers that? Yeah, we do, because of the funding we received from the lawsuits. But how do we transition that? How do we get to the right people? How do we get that to even be a composite of the housing?
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner. And so one of the aspects of supportive services is also mental health and substance abuse treatment. So supportive services, when you talk about, you know, helping the unhoused, they encompass all of it. Like, different to the situation, obviously, because everybody's situation is different, but I completely agree with you, especially with the fentanyl crisis. Medication-assisted treatment is a huge part of it, of helping them. So thank you for mentioning that.
All right, perfect timing. Commissioner Moore.
Lisa, so I'm just following up on Commissioner Rebay's comment. So it sounded like she was asking for a list of services that we could provide. Is there such a list? It's being worked on? Okay. Well,
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's almost finished for our
Okay.
division, so we will pass out one to everybody. And
What
it will
about-
be
because I know-
available on our website, on our brand-new website, once it's done.
Yeah, because I know she asked about that last year. I was just curious. You know, I've had my own personal stories with dealing with people who were homeless, and so I'm not going to take up time. But it is a very I'm laughing because it was just so difficult, complex issue but you're dealing with it. So I think we all get in this room and feel inadequate, and there aren't enough services. But I'm going to ask Dylan a question, then I'm going to come back to a request, see if the rest of the board would support it. Dylan, I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the legislation. One thing you said, you were talking about if there was a civil action and we failed to take a reasonable remedy or cure. Do you have any idea what those things are? Or, I mean, what would the complaint come in? I'm trying to understand what that would even look like.
Hypothetically, someone would be sleeping on public property. The county would receive written notice. We'd have 5 days to cure that alleged violation. In other words, to stop authorizing or allowing that person to sleep on public property. So what that looks like, there may be several options, but I think the one that's been discussed here is sort of a criminalization of that. So trespassing that person from that public property.
Well, we're doing that now. I mean, I work with our deputy in Sector 1, and what is he telling me? We had 40 homes that were being squatted, and the challenges with that. So it sounds like it's mostly going back to law enforcement. So what are we going to call up the sheriff's office and then just keep removing them? Taking them, because in the past it's a game of whack-a-mole.
And that means that comes back to us, Commissioner, because, if you criminalize it, that means they're incarcerated. There's a system-wide ramification of that. While they're in our care and custody, we have to provide for all of their needs. So that, and then they have a record, okay? So that's not the ideal way to respond to this.
No, I understand, Mayor. I just was trying to understand it a little bit.
So that's why I was asking about the costs. All those costs that we were talking about before really is what keeps, if we do that right, it will lessen the burden on law enforcement and hopefully keep them out of shelter and into self-sufficiency. That's the goal. We want them to be self-reliant. I say in a self-indulgent world, and to do otherwise, if we create dependency, then there's a certain group of people who will let somebody else take care of all of their needs. But we want self-reliance. So we're getting there. But.
So is there anything else then, Dylan, other than that? So we have to rest our way out of the claim. Are there any types of complaints that would come in other than they see them sitting on a park bench or on private property or whatever?
The complaints would be limited to people sleeping on public property. And no, you don't necessarily have to criminalize it. The other option provided for in the statute is the designation of a certain property for public camping and public sleeping. So having the person move from that public property where they were sleeping to the designated and certified place. The other option I think Mayor Demings just mentioned was having enough shelter beds available such that you can move the person from the public property into a shelter bed. That way you're not criminalizing it. But the complaint would be that the person's sleeping on the public property and that that's not allowed. And so there'd have to be some other alternative or option for that person.
And speaking of law enforcement, they don't feel like they have many alternatives at all. They've been recommending to me the Pinellas model. Well, Mayor, my question is, in the past when you came in, we've had task forces, or is this maybe just staff driven? But it seems like with this state law, we're going to have to do what you said with finding costs and coming up with a plan. And we should obviously engage our cities because most of them aren't even going to have the capacity to deal with this either. So I was wondering if there was the appetite on this board to decide what type of process that we could really tackle this in a deeper way.
Well, we're working with staff, and obviously, when I present a balanced budget to you all to approve, I have to take into consideration, or we have to take into consideration, all of the costs involved, and then we have to live within our means. And you all hear me say, but I say it for the benefit of the public. We are not like the federal government, where our budget must balance. We cannot run deficits. We cannot spend one dime more than what we take in. And, we live in a community that generally, like most communities, is adverse to increased taxation. But we are a division of the government, and the money that we expend is the people's money. We get it from you all. And if we want to see increased services, if we want to see a reduction in homelessness and the ugliness that goes along with that as a community, we will have to pay for it. There's a cost to doing that, and that's why it all goes back to what is the cost now. I think there's cost avoidance. If we spend the money appropriately on the front end, then we reduce the magnitude of the cost on the back end. And so that's what we're trying to get to, and that's what our team is working with the Homeless Services Network to figure that part out. But we're working on it, and we'll come up with a strategy for this upcoming fiscal year. Our budget obviously will increase to some extent, but just what are the priorities? We're going to have to prioritize that. And you'll hear that during the budget work sessions about the myriad of budget challenges that we have as a community. But this is going to be a major part of that conversation. Social services. Commissioner Moore?
So we're going to come back with a workshop, with a plan. I'm still unsure as what you're suggesting.
Yeah, you'll hear it during the budget work sessions coming up from the various departments and divisions that touch this particular area about how we will live within our means and hopefully invest some the limited dollars that we have to avoid some calamities on the back end.
So you don't think we need a task force so we could engage the private sector, the nonprofits, the faith-based communities? Because I agree with you, we can't do it by ourselves.
Well, that's what the Homeless Services Network has really been doing. They commissioned a study. There have been countless meetings and experts that are working in this space. There are national committees and task forces working on it. Where I see, quite frankly, the biggest gap is at the state level. Our state is not really, this had not been a priority for the state of Florida. Hence, $10 million that the state is allocating for 67 counties, okay? That won't help us in any way. So what essentially the state is saying to us is, local governments, figure it out for yourselves. You're on your own. That's what they're saying.
No, and I hear you, and I appreciate that, but if we had a plan and the cost, then we could go back and lobby it with the state and make that point more effectively.
So we're working on it. That's this part of this presentation that Lisa and Martha are working on. That's why I asked them the questions about the cost. They're well aware of it. They needed a point in time numbers to understand it, and we'll come up with a comprehensive approach to it. And we're going to fall short monetarily in addressing it, but we're starting somewhere with it. And quite frankly, Orange County has leaned into this historically over the years with our investments in housing. We have our housing trust fund. We have our CAC that we've been operating for years now, where we're diverting persons who are mentally ill at 25% or 21% that they talked about earlier, where we're diverting them from our jails, and we're providing treatment for them. Well,
I agree. We've been doing a lot, and I think it does help for the public to see all those things in a simple chart, if that's possible. But I think we're at a new place with this legislation that we can't ignore, and that's why I'm pushing what else could we do? And I don't think we have to say we can do it all, but this is what the need is, and then we have to address where we're going to find the funding and who those funding partners happen to be.
That's it, Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Bonilla, then Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, then Commissioner Wilson. All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
Well, I definitely want to say a lot of great things have been said already. And, you know, I will say that this board definitely has shown the care to really solve these issues. I know multiple members here have mentioned over the years, you know, that we really want to see this resolved. You know, and I'm thinking back to, you know, oh, you can't solve homelessness, you know, but then I've been watching a lot of videos, you know, YouTube, where you see people going out to the cities where you see all these homeless populations, and then they go to these other countries where there's no homelessness. And I'm not asking you to tell me how they do it now, because you probably don't know, but I do wonder, how do these countries do it? Or is it just a hidden, they hide their homeless? I don't know, like what they're doing. But one thing that we haven't had before was, you know, I'll bring back that number of, for every $100 rents raised, it increases 9% of the homeless population. We didn't have that before, did we? Or did we? And we just didn't. Is that new information?
The General Accounting Office came up with that figure about 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay. So, you know, with that information, I mean, I think that's really important. And, you know, it just breaks everything, because it's like now we know why our homelessness is increasing. We have something to connect to it. And if you look at homelessness, I mean, homelessness, it's all about homes, right? We could look, what is the cause of someone becoming homeless? You know, I don't want to say that anyone purposely wants to become homeless unless you have some serious mental illness, right? But your priority would be to pay your rent. When something else happens, you know, we were talking about medical debt, you know, something happens, they have to pay your medical debt. I mean, are you going to pay your medical bill or are you going to pay for your rent? I think you're probably going to pay for your rent. That's why we have all this medical debt that's unpaid in collections, right? But I think that's the priority, people, to stay in their homes. They're going to pay their rent, right? I mean, I will say that I've been homeless as a child, you know, well, my family. I don't know how, I can't tell you how many times because I can't remember I was a child. But one of my most vivid memories are us being in a shelter, all 4 of us. At that time, it was just me and my brother and then my parents. And we had to be in there before a certain time. So you had to, you know, once it was a time, then you couldn't get in. So we had to be in there. So we're here in this room. And to pass the time, I learned how to play Go Fish, you know. Like, that's my most vivid memory of, like, my family. And then in college, I was homeless. I didn't even know I was homeless. I laugh about it because, like, how do you know you're not homeless? Well, you know, my grandfather had passed away, who I was living with. My grandmother decided to sell the home and move into a 1-bedroom apartment, not tell me. And then, you know, summer's coming, I'm getting out of college, and she's like, well, I have no place for you to stay. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, where am I supposed to go? You know, so at that moment I learned, you know, it was my grandfather who always advocated for me to live with them, not my grandmother. So, you know, but I moved after that with my now husband to Orange County for an opportunity, right? Because it was more affordable to go to college here. The rents were more affordable. We moved here for an opportunity. And I think a lot of people have moved here to Orange County for affordability. And all of a sudden, in the last couple of years, it's just not affordable anymore. And, you know, I brought the rent stabilization, right, that we were trying to help solve that problem. And we were preempted by the state. You know, so the state, first of all, they weren't spending the money for affordable housing where they should have been. So we have a lack of affordable housing. Then they preempt us in the rent stabilization so that we can't do anything about that. So now we know for every $100 of rent increasing, we get a 9% increase in homelessness. So thank you, state, you caused our homelessness too by preempting us on that. And now they passed this where they're now forcing us to do something about it, but they're not giving us the funding. So look, if you want to look at it, you could blame the state for a lot of this. And I know how you've all been working so hard, and I just want to say thank you before I forget to say thank you. Thank you so much for all the hard work you've done over the many years you've been working on this with the lack of resources needed. Because let's go back to that word again, home, right? You haven't gotten more shelters. You've had to do what you could do with the amount of shelters you've had. It's not like we've been increasing in shelters like, as you need it. It just hasn't happened, right? So, I looked at some of the notes I put together was you put rapid housing, permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, emergency housing, 4 different types of housing. And you had numbers here. Definitely all types are needed, right? In the different stages of homelessness and prevention as well, right? So the rapid, which one is, the permanent supportive housing is the preventive one.
So permanent supportive housing is housing accompanied by supportive services, meaning drug treatment, trauma-informed care. Because, you can't just say, especially if you have somebody that has been homeless for a while, you can't just stuff that person in a home and say, you know what, good luck with functioning. Nope. So they need services in order to really work on some of the, some of the trauma, some of the substance abuse issues,
Okay, so this is not, these that I mentioned are not part of the preventive. So when I thought of the permanent supportive housing, I was probably mixing it in with if someone is having a hard time paying their rent, we give them some assistance to stay there.
That would be rental assistance, rapid rehousing, subsidies, for example, either deeper subsidies, shallow subsidies, depending on what the situation is and how much their unforeseen emergency is that could end them up into homelessness. But yes, I agree with you, a hybrid model, because humans are not, it's not always black and white. Everybody's in a different situation. So I think a hybrid model of all of the stuff that we have seen today is probably the way to go.
But it all comes back to, again, I want to emphasize the home, right?
Yes,
so we need a home, a bed. Yes. So we have those types, and just the emergency housing seems to get a little bit more attention on the numbers because we see people served from October 2022 to September 2023. In emergency housing, 3,307 people were served. But we have, and this is short-term shelter, so we have a number of beds, 1,165. But then the point in time for 2024 is 2,091. So is the point in time then, I know you said it was probably undercounted. So if we served 3,307 people in 2023, but the point in time is 2,000, so
that 3,000 were served over the course of a year.
Yeah.
They weren't all in the shelter for the entire year.
Okay.
Some would have been just for a short period of time. Some were there for the whole year, but they were in for different lengths of time. So there's some turnover in that, which is actually one of the things that we want to see, is people able to move from that and into housing.
Okay. So do we know, and if you don't know right now, that's fine, but what I would like to know is under the different types of housing, how many units or beds do we actually need? And I think this goes back to the mayor's question of the cost, so that, if we know how many beds we need, then we know how much each costs, then we could probably get that total cost of need. And then, right now, when we were looking at the numbers for the rent stabilization, there was almost 50% of the supply was not primary residence or was vacant. So it's not a supply and demand problem. It's, we went over this in the rent stabilization, it's these corporate landlords who are raising these, these rents. And so definitely, if we know for every increase of $100, we get 9% increase of homelessness, what does that mean to us? What does it cost the county? Because basically, what that means is for every $100 of profit the corporate landlords are getting, it's costing the county, to pay for 9% of the homeless population and get them stable. So definitely would like to know, what that cost is. And definitely, the problem seems to be, rapidly increasing rents and stagnant wages because the wages are not keeping up. This is the cause, and how do we solve this? Housing, right? Just getting homes, but I'm probably simplifying it more than it really is because, we have all this inventory, but we have them continually increasing the rents. There's nothing we can do about it because we're preempted. So we're trying to build affordable housing with our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but from the numbers here, even with the 1,393 affordable units completed in 2019, we only have 214 units for the very low income. So, then this is mixed income affordable housing, so we're not building fast enough of affordable housing. So how do we do that as well? We do have the option of inclusionary housing, where someone's already building something and we could, force them to do a certain percentage, but we have to pay for that according to Florida's laws, but at least it happens faster. Or if it's cheaper and faster for us to just build a whole apartment unit ourselves and, have it mixed income and, the people paying full rent is subsidizing the people who aren't, kind of thing. But definitely we could see some different options of all these different types of housing and see, how much will it cost us, what's the fastest way to do it, and have a plan. And Mayor, I know you were saying that we'd be looking at this with the budget, but I definitely agree with Commissioner Moore that maybe we should I would like to see a plan of all these numbers and everything beforehand, before the budget, just so we could wrap our heads around the plan and how much it's going to cost and be able to discuss it and learn more about it. I definitely want to learn more about, these different types, what our need is, how much it's going to cost, and how we can get there in the fastest and cheapest way.
All right, obviously, we got a lot on our board agenda coming up this summer between the budget workshops and all of that. So we won't have all of the answers before we have to make decisions about our budget. We won't solve this before then. It is something that this has been an ongoing process. I don't want you I will say thank you to the Homeless Services Network and all those who work in this space every single day. Tim McKinney is in here. They've been working on this for a long time. This is not easy to solve, and I realize that. So I do hear what you're saying. Every time we do a task force or whatever, it comes up with a bunch of money. At the end of the day, somebody says, yeah, we can solve this, but we need X amount of money. We have limited amount of money. And so don't want to create false expectations, but I do think that we have the brain power within our community to look at best practices, and we just may not be able to get all of that done. In the interim, when we submit our balanced budget, we are going to we'll have a plan to incrementally bridge the gap to the extent that we can until we kind of figure it out. We can't solve housing without solving transportation challenges. I have said to you all over and over, until we get a dedicated funding source to relieve that pressure that we have on our general fund that we are spending to try to address transportation, that transportation sales tax would have freed up money in the general fund to better address these social challenges that we have. So it is a comprehensive conversation that we have to have about what we really are standing for here. But everybody says to all of us up here, I can tell you a quick story. I walked down into the hallway. A young lady stopped me. I was, trying to do what I needed to do. She stopped me and I stopped. She said, I need a little bit more to help me pay my rent. And if I can get some money from you all to help me pay my rent, then I can save my money and I can do some other things with it. And I said, yeah, but right now you're paying your rent, right? Keep on paying your rent is the best advice I can give you. We do not have any free money to give away. We want outcomes when we do provide rental assistance, and we did that for a significant period of time. And Lisa's presentation, she showed you where when we had a lot of CARES Act types of funds available, we were providing rental assistance. And we did it for an extended period of time. Those funds have gone away at this point. And as a result of that, we don't have funds that we can just, you can come in and say, county, can I get some money to pay my rent? Everybody wants that if they can, you know, somebody else to help pay for what they need. And so we're getting there. Anyway, we better move on. I'm going to try to get us out of here by 1 o'clock. Commissioner Wilson.
This will be really quick. We got, I think, fantastic discussion. Very proud of the work of this board, very proud of the collaboration and where we're moving. Very quickly, though, I know you all probably saw, I did send a memo about heat. I'm very concerned, and this tied into, and we talked about it briefly, at the hurricane briefing that we got in our presentation then, and I'm going to talk about it here also because I think it's an issue all the time for our unsheltered people when we hit those 100+ temperatures. It becomes a population-wide issue once power goes out post-storm and we've got mosquitoes and what have you. I would like to say that I think with the way that summer is going and the way last summer looked, we do need to address that heat emergency and activation of cooling shelters or possibilities of that before we get to budget session. I know there's going to be some more deep dives into some of these other issues, but if there can be some kind of board direction for how to implement something for our unsheltered when we hit that 103, where their shoes are melting, they have nowhere to go.
They are working on it, and I'll go to the county administrator, but they're working on it. We worked on it last summer. There was a plan they put together with the consortium of community resources. So, Byron, if you want to address that.
I was going to say, and Commissioner may not have an opportunity, Danny was going to follow up to that. We have a plan. We actually exercise it. We've been exercising, so he's going to do the follow-up. Happy to meet with you, convey to every commission, but we actually have a plan we use, and it has been in place. It's actually been enhanced, and as Danny has mentioned, we're actually enhancing it this year. Already had convened some discussions each year, each circumstance. As we saw we tend to focus on hurricanes, and that's why I know led to that. But we do the same thing for adverse weather, cold and hot. We do the same as well.
I'm familiar with the cold. I think that the trigger point being something at 103 versus 105, 107, I think it's really important to nail that down and for not just us to have that information. I know you all would like it, but also for our providers.
Absolutely, Danny will get that because we actually use a lower temperature. So Danny will, as noted, Danny will know. Like I say, he's going to follow up and as he indicated, as well as let everyone know what we currently have in plan, and certainly it points to some additional communication around.
And Byron, I know that we got so many lengthy issues that we have to discuss on our board agenda, but if we can maybe figure out a short presentation about what the plan is for the board, we can find some time coming up. That's easy to say, but it's hard to do with everything that we got. We got some really hefty issues this summer that we're talking about. But with that, we're going to go into recess. We'll return at 2 p.m. At that time, we'll move into the afternoon portion of the meeting, land use related issues. Lisa, Martha, thank you for being a good community partner. We understand the challenges. All right. let me welcome you all back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of June the 18th, 2024. We're now in the afternoon portion of our meeting. After a brief recess, we're going to begin the afternoon with Mr. Ted Kozak, our Chief Planner from the Zoning Division, who is going to present the June the 6th, 2024 Board of Zoning Adjustment Recommendations. And with that, Mr. Kozak, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On June 6th, as we mentioned, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 8 cases. 7 of those cases were recommended for approval. One case, VA 2403000, Shugi Labrado, was recommended for denial. It's my understanding that Commissioner Wilson would like to pull case VA 2405027 Montoya for a board called hearing, and Commissioner Uribe would like to pull Paula Bate for Rescom Contractors. Case number VA 2324, correction 06043 for a board called hearing. The Zoning Division will be requesting these cases to be scheduled for a public hearing. The BZA appeal deadline is Friday, June 21st, and to this date, no cases have been appealed. So with the exception of cases variance VA 2405027 and VA 2406043 that have been pulled for a public hearing, we request the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
Okay, and with the exception of the items that have been pulled for future board meetings and discussion, is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Uribe.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, then we'll move forward on our agenda. The next item that was scheduled for the agenda was a public hearing regarding a petition to vacate item A1, PTV 23-09-033. It is my understanding that that item has been canceled, and as a result, we will not be taking up that item this afternoon. Instead, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, and that's item B2. And we'll open the public hearing on this item regarding a shoreline alteration of dredge and fill. I'm going to open the public hearing at this time, and we're going to have Ms. Karen Garrett-Cross, the Environmental Program Supervisor, come forward, and she will be presenting this item. And with that, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Afternoon.
I am here to present Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit Application SADF 2304012. The applicants are Thomas and Tammy Carr. Here is a location map. The project is located at 12607 West Lake Butler Road on Lake Butler. This is an aerial of the parcel outlined in blue. These are existing conditions photographs. You can see that there is erosion evident along this shoreline. This is a site plan. They are proposing a 142-foot long seawall with a 20-foot return on the north side and a 15-foot return on the south side. EPD received a letter from a professional engineer saying that this was the only practical method to stabilize the shoreline and prevent erosion. There are no adjacent seawalls, however, there are other seawalls present. Oops, sorry. If you notice the yellow area in the center of the proposed seawall, that's an area of fill in a wetland. They're proposing 600 square feet of fill in a wetland to construct the wall in a straight manner. They have provided mitigation. The area was assessed using the Uniform Mitigation Assessment Method, otherwise known as UMAM, and they have agreed to pay $720 to be paid to the Conservation Trust Fund, and EPD has received those funds. Here is a site cross-section. The applicant will be facing the seawall with riprap and plantings as required by previous board direction. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 100 feet of the project site, and EPD received no objections to the request. EPD's finding pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4, EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. Our action requested is acceptance of the finding and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit SADF 23-04-012 for Thomas and Tammy Carr, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This project is located in District 1.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present or a representative? If so, would you like to come forward and make any comments? He's indicating no. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. We're going to move forward then to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon, and this is item B3. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and once again, Ms. Karen Garrett-Cross will present this item.
Today I'm presenting Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit Application SADF 23-09023, and the applicant is Harpaul Henry. This is a location map. This property is located on Lake Down at 502 Jennifer Lane in Windermere. Here's an aerial of the parcel. The parcel is outlined in blue. This is an existing conditions photographs, and as you can see, they had some pretty significant erosion along this shoreline.
What's what happens when you plot your native plantings?
This is a copy of the site plan. They are proposing a 230-foot long seawall with 8-foot returns on the north and south ends. There is an old wall that has been installed around 2006. The wall will be placed directly in front of that. The wall was placed by previous owners, so no enforcement action will be taken. There is a section in yellow on the south end of that proposed wall. It's kind of small if you can see it, but it's only 80 square feet, and it had sparse to no vegetation in that area. EPD assessed that area using the Uniform Mitigation Assessment Method, and it was so small that it was deemed de minimis and no mitigation was required for that impact. This is a copy of the cross-section. Again, they're proposing riprap in front of the wall and plantings in accordance with former board direction. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. We also sent notification of the public hearing to property owners within 500 feet of the project site, and we did not receive any objections. Our finding, pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4, EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents and made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. EPD's action requested acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff, and approval of Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit SADF 2309023 for Harpal Audrey, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This seawall is also located in District 1.
All right, with that, is the applicant on this item present, and if so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? She's saying no. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And with that, then, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and this is going to be item B4, another shoreline dredge and field application. And with that, we'll open the public hearing on this item. And again, Ms. Garrett Krause, you are recognized.
So this is Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit Application SADF 2310025. The applicants are Jonathan Lopez and Gabriela Agosto. This is a location map. The parcel is located at 9409 Kerr Court in Orlando, Florida, on Lake Douglas. This is an aerial of the parcel. The parcel is outlined in blue. This is an existing conditions photograph. You'll note that there is a very old wooden seawall that is along the shoreline. It was installed between 87 and 94 by previous owners, so there was no permit found, but we didn't pursue enforcement. There is an adjacent seawall to the east of this parcel, and there are other seawalls also located on Lake Douglas. The applicant's proposing an 80-foot long seawall with 4-foot returns. The project will result in a small impact to shoreline wetlands resulting from the placement of riprap and plantings that will be installed in front of the wall. We assessed this area of wetland impact using uniform mitigation assessment method, and it was so small, again, no mitigation was required for this impact. Here's a copy of the cross-section. Considerations: the project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 15, Article 6, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 100 feet of the project, and no objections were received. EPD's finding: pursuant to Orange County Code Chapter 15, Article 6, EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents and made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 15-218. EPD's action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of Shoreline Alteration Dredge and Fill Permit SADF 2310025 for Jonathan Lopez and Gabriela Augusto, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This project is located in District 5.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present? And if so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? Don't see anyone. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Bonilla, would you like to offer a potential motion?
So moved.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And I believe this is the final dredge and fill application this afternoon. We'll go to B5. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And Ms. Garrett Krause, you are recognized.
Thank you. Okay, yes, last one. This is an after-the-fact shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application. It's SADF 21-11026. The applicants are Peterson Investments, LLLP, Langford Peterson Incorporated, and Noble Resorts Corporation. This is made up of 3 parcels that make up Vista del Lago Mobile Home Park. It's located at 14465 Vista del Lago Boulevard in Kissimmee, Florida, and it's located on Raccoon Lake. This is an aerial of the parcels, and the green outline that you can see along the shoreline, that is the project area. I'd like to give you a little background on this. EPD received an inquiry from a contractor about installing a seawall on this property. And when we looked into the parcel to be able to respond to his inquiry, we noticed on the aerial photos that the subject shoreline had already been filled and hardened with concrete erosion control blocks around 2018, and we did not find any permits for this. So once we identified the violation, we started an enforcement case. It was 20-580446, and this occurred in October 2020. Once we identified the violation, we issued a notice of violation to the property owner, and it included corrective actions that included an administrative penalty of $5,999, and also a corrective action to restore the shoreline to the original condition or to attempt to permit the impacts after the fact. In April 30th, 2021, the administrative penalty was remitted to the Conservation Trust Fund. And then in November 17th, 2021, EPD received an SADF permit application, and that's the SADF 21-11026. When we reviewed the application and did our site visit, it was determined that construction had also occurred on 2 neighboring shorelines. They were owned by Langford Peterson, Inc. and Noble Resorts Corporation. When EPD notified these 2 additional property owners, they elected to be co-applicants with Peterson Investment, LLLP. Between 2021 and 2023, EPD issued several requests for additional information, but we received no responses, and the application process was stalled. So in December 11th, 2023, EPD brought the case before the special magistrate. The special magistrate issued an order for the applicants to come into compliance with the code. On April 16th, 2024, EPD received additional documentation and revised plans, and the application was deemed complete. These are before and after photos. You can see in the before photos that there was evidence of erosion. And on the right side are the erosion-controlled concrete blocks that they use to harden their shoreline. This is the south side of the property. The other ones were the north side. The hardening is actually in 2 sections, the north wall and the south wall. And combined, it's 755 feet long shoreline hardening. Here's a cross-section of the hardening that occurred. In these aerials, there is a section of red. This area of red is an indication of the shoreline that was filled in order to construct the shoreline hardening. It resulted in 0.16 acres of impacts to Raccoon Lake. There was also, you can see a yellow highlight along the edge, that's temporary impacts to submerged vegetation that occurred during the filling and hardening. To address these permanent impacts, they are purchasing 0.09 credits from the Twin Oaks Mitigation Bank. In order to be in compliance with the special magistrate order, they have to purchase that within 21 days of your approval. Plantings are proposed in accordance with board direction. However, they provided a pretty intensive submerged vegetation survey, and there's a lot of dense submerged vegetation along the areas of hardening. So the plantings that they are proposed are in areas where there is sparse vegetation, and in those areas, they are proposing to do additional plantings. In order to be consistent with the special magistrate order, they will have to complete those plantings within 60 days of permit issuance. The project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 15, Article 6, Section 15-218, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. EPD sent notification of the public hearing to property owners within 500 feet of the project site, and EPD has received no objections. EPD findings pursuant to Orange County Code Chapter 15, Article 6, EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents and made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 15-218. Our action requested is acceptance of the finding and recommendation of the Environmental Protection Division staff and approval of after-the-fact shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 21-11-026 for Peterson Investment LLLP, Langford Peterson Incorporated, and Noble Resorts Corporation, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This seawall is located in District 1.
All right, thank you. Is there an applicant present for this item? Okay, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? No? All right, they'll stand by then. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
So I'm not crazy about the after-the-fact permitting. I just was curious if I could hear from the applicant, if possible, about why they didn't seek a permit when they, why we're doing this after the fact, and from their perspective. Yes, please. I fear that, and I've got kids, so that whole asking for forgiveness rather than permission thing, are we creating that environment? And I just want to find out if I want to make sure I understand sort of the history from your perspective.
So what we gathered, we both weren't here during that time in 2018, but the contractor that they used to install the hardening, I believe spoke to someone from county, and at that time there was a state of emergency and that permits were being foregoed. That was our response from the contractor. The contractor is now no longer an active contractor, so there was no way to get in touch with them again. But from what our understanding was, that was the issue.
Okay, and then, and thank you for that answer. And then for our own, for staff, what are the consequences of denial of this action?
Oh, sorry. My name is Fausto Hernandez.
Thank you. So this is a question for staff. What are the consequences of denial of this action?
They will have to, per the SM order, they will have to remove the concrete blocks and the fill, restore the shoreline to its original contour, and do plantings.
And who would incur that cost?
the property owners.
Okay. And that's
That's standard, yes,
your
ma'am.
employer, okay.
So if what they have installed, is it adequate to protect the shoreline?
Yes, it is a form of hardening. It's like riprap. So it looks like they did have engineered plans and the engineer signed and sealed them. So that's what our belief is once we get signed and sealed engineer plans.
Right, because 2018 doesn't feel like that long ago. This seems like we're trying to piece together something that happened. But like, I just don't, I'm trying to understand, like I said, if they're, you know, I don't want to create a procedural loophole for people to be able just to do what they want to shore up that erosion, and it'd be the easier way to do it. So was that evaluated when you all made a recommendation?
Okay.
No, there was a question, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Scott?
Wait, I had a question.
Oh.
That was the question. Was that a part of the evaluation?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It was. There is a lot of dense submerged aquatic vegetation, and they can restore it, and it will result in some impacts, but leaving it as is was determined to be a slightly less environmental harm to the environmental resources than permitting it.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
I have two questions. One for the applicant, if you could come back, sir. If we deny your permit today, and you can ballpark, how much would it cost you to restore it to its original form? And
The reason behind the hardening is the erosion was getting out of control. We do
no, I
have-
understand that. I'm asking you, how much would it cost if we deny your permit today? Ballpark, how much would it cost for you to restore it?
Just to restore it to the original, from what the EDP was considering as the restoration of the shoreline, I mean, it's hard to determine,
You can
mainly because
ballpark
there's
it.
homes impacted by that hardening.
You can ballpark it. I'm not looking for the exact number.
Yeah, and I mean, if we were going on today's numbers, we're probably looking over, 60, 75,000, maybe more. I mean,
Okay.
it's a lot of concrete blankets that were placed.
And then for John Weiss, in 2018, was there some type of state of emergency where we weren't doing permits?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner. Staff's not aware of any provision that would have exempted them from a permit requirement either.
What state of emergency would we suspend permits? I mean, under what circumstance?
We generally don't for this type of impactor request.
Okay, all right. Just trying to understand the timeline and logistics. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
I'll make a motion for approval.
Second, you read it. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda this afternoon. We're going to C6 at this time, item C6. And we'll open the public hearing on this item. And C6 is for a Board of Zoning Adjustment Appeal. I'm going to ask Mr. Taylor Jones, our Chief Planner from the Zoning Division, to come forward, and he will frame this item.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
This is variance case number VA 2404008. The applicant and appellant is Joseph Kovaces for 711. So the property that is subject of this variance is zoned C1. It's located at 7329 West Sand Lake Road. That's at the northeast corner of the intersection of Sand Lake Road and Turkey Lake Road. It's on a 0.7 acre parcel that's developed with a 7-Eleven, and we are located in District 6. And the request for the variance is a variance in the C1 zoning district to allow a billboard setback of 248 feet in lieu of 500 feet from the edge of a right-of-way end ramp of a limited access highway. So this is a billboard setback variance. There's a requirement of 500. They're proposing 248 from an off-ramp of a limited access highway. Location map, see the subject parcels right there at the northeast corner of Turkey Lake Road and Sand Lake Road, immediately west of I-4. You can see the zoning map, that red you see, we are zone C1, all the red around it is also C1, and that purple are planned developments with commercial entitlements, so all commercial around it. You can see the aerial, site's developed with a 7-Eleven right there at the corner, and I-4 is right there to the west. Enhanced aerial, so the proposed billboard is going to go at the northwest corner of the site, which you'll see here on the site plan in just a second. So billboard code is pretty strict, and it has a variety of things you have to do. One of those requirements is that there is a 500-foot setback from off-ramps and on-ramps of your limited access highways. So limited access highways are, I-4, 408, roads like that. And in our code is a graphic, and that's the graphic on the left. So that comes directly from code, and it kind of spells out how to measure the setback from the off-ramp or the on-ramp. So you can see in the graphic, you have your limited access highway, then you have the start of the off-ramp, and then inside of that is the on-ramp. So where the kind of exit starts, if you will, when you're on the road and the new lane pops up, that's called the gore point. So on the left graphic, that's that dashed line. So that's where the off-ramp starts. And then to measure the setback, you go back 500 feet, then you go out 500 feet, and you keep that 500 feet going until you run into the intersecting road. So it makes kind of a 500-foot bubble that forms a setback required from off-ramps or on-ramps. And if you look on the right, that is the subject property. It's circled there in blue. So this is the Sand Lake exit on westbound I-4. And if you've ever got off of the exit, you know it starts way back there where that kind of dashed blue line is. That's the gore point. And all of that area in red is the 500-foot setback. So everything in red is 500 feet from the off-ramp or on-ramp, and that's where you would have to measure that setback from. As you can see, our property is kind of smack dab in the middle of that, so nothing on the property would meet the 500-foot setback. And this is kind of an enhanced version, so the 500 feet is measured from the edge of the right-of-way line, and you go out, and then you go back. So everything in orange there is in the 500-foot setback. I've circled the billboard location on property that's surrounded in blue there. So the proposed billboard is 248 feet from the edge of the off-ramp right-of-way. Requirement is 500, which is the variance request. And there's just a site plan. So the triangle is the proposed billboard location on site. You can see the two faces face Turkey Lake Road. You'd see one face going north, one face coming south. These are some site photos. The billboard would be somewhere to the left of that. That's the hotel. That's kind of to the north of it. So the billboard would be to the left of this. This is looking at the I-4 off-ramp. This is also looking from the I-4 off-ramp. The billboard would be somewhere over there. This is looking directly east across Turkey Lake Road. So this is, looking across Turkey Lake Road. You can see the 7-Eleven there. And I've tried to circle the approximate billboard view shed you would see. Similarly, the site photo, this is from the actual 7-Eleven site itself, looking north along Turkey Lake Road, and there's the kind of approximate view shed of the billboard. So staff findings analysis, billboard code is intentionally restrictive. There is a 500-foot setback from limited access highway off-ramps and on-ramps. Sign code itself has always required an enhanced setback for billboards from these limited access highway off-ramps. The original sign ordinance in 1991 included a graphic, and the graphic was further enhanced to what you saw earlier in this presentation in 2015. And sign code has specific language that states control of billboards in areas adjacent to limited access highways is declared to be necessary to protect the public investment in limited access highways and parks, to attract visitors and residents to the county by preserving the natural beauty of the county near limited access highways. And ultimately, the setback of 248 feet in lieu of 500 feet requires a variance. Staff recommended denial of the variance as it didn't meet any of the 6 criteria. There were no special circumstances or conditions unique to this property that aren't unique to many other properties in the county. You go along I-4 or 408 or any other limited access highway, every off-ramp or on-ramp has something very similar. So every property abutting that is in the same boat. We didn't find that we found that this was a self-created variance. There's no, billboard is not a guaranteed right on a property. It's only allowed if you can meet all of the requirements. In this case, they can't meet the setback requirement. Similarly, we found that it was not a deprivation of right, as the property can still be used for commercial use. I mean, it is used for a 7-Eleven, and a billboard is not a guaranteed right. If we approved this variance, it would have granted a special privilege to the property, as other properties are, as you saw on the map, even at this exit within 500 feet and all throughout the county. And ultimately, it didn't meet the purpose and intent of the code, as the code has language about not allowing billboards close to the limited access highways that I read before. We received 0 correspondence in favor or opposition. We did receive one correspondence, but it was from the abutting hotel property to the north, but it was neither in favor nor opposition. It was just inquiring about other opposition or votes in favor. So the 6 criteria for variance, you might be well aware of these, are that there are special conditions and circumstances, that the variance isn't self-created, that there is no special privilege conferred, that there is no deprivation of rights, that it is the minimum possible variance, and that it is consistent with the purpose and intent of the code. So in order for a variance to be approved, it needs to be consistent with all 6 criteria. At the BZA meeting, the BZA discussed the intent of the billboard sign code requirements, including the distance requirements between billboards and the off-ramps of limited access highways. They expressed concerns about deviating from the separation requirements of the billboard sign code, and then ultimately recommended denial of the variance request. So the BZA recommended denial. The applicant has appealed it, which is why we're here today. But should you all decide to approve this, staff would propose some standard conditions of approval. These first 2 are our standard conditions that you are in accordance with the site plan submitted. That approval does not grant you anything beyond what the site plan shows. That you generally meet code, and then this 4th is that you just pull a permit within 2 years. But that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Good afternoon. I am Joseph Kovashesh, attorney with the Lowndes Law Firm. I think Mr. Jones did a good job of setting forth the site conditions and the basis of our request. We do respectfully disagree with staff's analysis and staff's recommendation. We're asking the commission to reconsider, and I will go over the basis of our request. Again, this is a commercial 7-Eleven property, completely surrounded by other commercial property, C1 and commercial PD zoning. It is on the west side of I-4, just north of the Whole Foods there at the intersection of Sand Lake Road and Turkey Lake Road. Another aerial. The site itself, this is on Sand Lake Road, approaching the intersection with Turkey Lake Road, is up there, sort of the middle of the photograph. You can see the 7-Eleven sign. It's fairly open space. This is a different angle. On the right-hand side, you see a large multi-story hotel that is in between the proposed site and the I-4 off-ramp. This is another image. Again, the 7-Eleven property is in the upper right-hand corner. The hotel is in the distance. Also in the distance, you can see some mature trees that, again, shield the view of the I-4 exit ramp. Now, this is on the I-4 exit ramp. As you're approaching that exit, you can see, again, the hotel, the large multi-story hotel, the mature landscape buffer, those trees. There's also a fairly substantial berm at that site. Again, these are more pictures from vehicles coming down the ramp. The proposed sign location would not be visible from this vantage point because of those trees, because of the hotel. It'd be on the other side of those trees. Again, other side of the trees. This is pulled off on the side of the road on that exit ramp. Again, from the side of the road on the exit ramp, there's a small ditch on the side of the road. This is looking up towards the berm and towards that landscape buffer. So I say all that to set up the situation. So here, the site, approximate site, circled in red on that photograph. On the other side of the tree, in front of the fuel station awning, the sign, the proposed sign would go there. It is not facing the I-4 exit ramp. Later on, I can show you an image of that. It's facing primarily Turkey Lake Road and Sand Lake Road. So those are the intended focal points of the sign. This is from across the street, again, looking toward the east, so I-4 would be on the other side of the hotel and trees. So Orange County Code, when we're not talking about the gore point, which is that term for where the off-ramp starts, So anywhere else, the setback requirement is 50 feet. It's at the gore point for on and off ramps that it extends out to 500 feet. The stated purpose in the code for the difference, as I understand and read the code, it's a safety, primarily a safety concern and an aesthetics concern. So the code doesn't want drivers distracted with large billboards right as they exit the highway. And also, maybe you want to see trees, you don't want to see the billboard right as you exit the highway. The stated purpose in the signage ordinance or section of the code, 31.5-126N, there's a lot of reference to parks and residential districts, agricultural districts. Obviously, those don't apply here. We're just talking about limited access highways. And these are the stated purposes for these regulations in the code: to protect the public investment in limited access highways, to attract visitors and residents to the county by preserving the natural beauty of the county near limited access highways, to promote the recreational value of public travel along such limited access highways, to assure that information in the specific interest of the traveling public is presented safely and aesthetically. And I think that last point is really what's at issue here: safety and aesthetics. Aesthetically, the billboard would fit in on this intersection. In fact, there's already a digital billboard directly across the street within that 500 feet area. So it's across the street, further to the west, but it's already within a 500 feet setback area. It's a digital billboard akin to the one being proposed here. So as far as aesthetically matching the area, yes. As far as off-ramp, impact on the off-ramp, again, the images show it's not visible because of the hotel, because of the landscape screening. So it will not impact, and in fact is not directed to anyone exiting I-4. Again, 50 feet was enough or is enough to satisfy setback requirement for any part adjacent to a limited access highway that's not that gore point. And our variance request was simply to go from 500 feet to 248 feet. We're almost 1,000 feet from I-4 itself, from the actual travel lanes of I-4 to our proposed site. In that image on the far left-hand side, you can see the other billboard location. We are 308 feet from the actual travel lane of the exit ramp, 248 feet from the right-of-way line. So about half of what would be required from the right-of-way line is what we're asking for. Staff report acknowledges that the proposed location meets every other criteria in the code, but for the 500 feet requirement. So it's a very limited variance request. We do believe there are special conditions and circumstances here. This I-4 exit structure, its on-ramp exit structure, is much larger than normal. It extends further out, closer to two major travel lanes or travel roads, Turkey Lake Road and Sand Lake Road. That's not usual. The proposed location is shielded from the exit ramp. It's within an already intensely developed commercial area. There's already a clear channel billboard across the street. There was some talk at the BZA about the tourist commercial signage overlay, which exists on the east side of I-4. That does not exist on this location on the west side of I-4. We don't target the exit ramp, so the purposes in the code for the setback are not implicated. We're simply targeting what is a high-traffic area in an already developed area of the county. That star is the approximate location of the existing billboard, again, within that setback area. You can see it's indicated in this photograph by the yellow arrow. It would be approximately across the street from our proposed site. Our position is this is not a self-created condition. A billboard is permitted in C1 zoning. The only holdup here is that 500 feet requirement for that exit ramp. The property was developed to its current form in 1989. You just heard that the original sign ordinance was 1990. That's from the staff report. I believe Mr. Jones said 1991. The code language here was formally adopted in 2015. So in 1989, when the property was first developed, property owner could have put up the type of sign, well, it would have been a static billboard. Here we're proposing a digital billboard. But these conditions have come to the property, or this restriction has come to the property. We also refute the contention that this will create any special privilege specific to this property. First, not all of the property owners in this area within that 500 feet setback are appropriate for these kinds of signs. This property is on a corner. It's developed as a gas station. There's sufficient space for the sign we're asking for. City of Orlando jurisdiction actually starts a few hundred feet to the north, so the area in the county is somewhat limited. On the other side of the street, the current code prohibits billboards on the same side of the street within 1,000 feet of an existing billboard. So because there's a billboard on the other side of the street, no other billboards are permitted within 1,000 feet of either side of that billboard. No other billboards would be permitted within 1,000 feet of the applicant's site if this variance request is approved. And not all of these adjacent properties or properties within this district have been owned since before the adoption of these ordinances and these setback restrictions. Again, the proposed billboard, our position is would have been allowed in 1989, so strict application of the code deprives this owner of some right that existed under the prior version of the code. Staff, in the staff report, found that this was the minimum possible variance required. When we talk about the purpose and intent of the code and the requirement, we believe that this location is consistent with the stated purpose of those billboard regulations and restrictions that I talked about earlier. Again, sign face is not visible from the exit ramp, so there's no safety issue, there's no aesthetic issue from the off-ramp of the highway. It is consistent with the area and the billboard existing across the street, the nature of the commercial development, hotels, gas stations, retail shopping centers. There's a Whole Foods across the street to the south. We agree with the conditions of approval in the staff report, and as I'll mention in a moment, if lighting was one of the concerns at the BZA, if that is a concern, we can show you what we intend to do with this board, and we can include our proposal as a condition of approval. So, you know, the board has the right to review this sort of de novo or new, but what we think the BZA got wrong in making its recommendation, first, a misapplication of a tree statute that would theoretically allow a developer of a sign or owner of a sign to cut down trees. There was talk that the developer could go in there and cut down trees without approval of the county. That's simply not the case. Florida Statute 479.106-1 requires a permit, requires approval from FDOT in order to remove any trees. So there is oversight, there is a review process, and as I understand it, it's set up to only allow removal of trees that are required. So again, I talked about how a billboard on this site would preclude any owners within 1,000 feet of either side of the road, essentially, from applying for a similar variance. So there is no risk that every owner down the road is going to put up its own sign. We meet all of the billboard design standards. We are not in the overlay that exists on the east side of I-4 that precludes billboards. This area, the only holdup is that 500 feet setback requirement. And as I said, the tourist commercial signage overlay does not exist for this site. There was some talk of that at the BZA. Again, the billboard across the street, digital billboard, existing within the setback area. There were some assumptions raised about why that is there, but there was no evidence presented at BZA on that point. Now, lighting. There was some discussion of lighting and how it would impact drivers on West Sand Lake Road and Turkey Lake Road. This is a study, or this is a graphic that the applicant has prepared showing the daytime illumination. It's just illumination of the sign. This is a digital sign. During the day, when the sun's out, it illuminates so you can see it. At night, it automatically dims, so it's much less bright. But these are where the light from the billboard is focused. You can see here it's blacked out facing I-4 because it's not directed towards I-4. There's no illumination towards I-4. The sign face, the illumination, the digital display is focused on West Sand Lake Road and Turkey Lake Road only. This is a graphic depiction of how it dims over time. So during peak sunshine hours, the sign's brighter, sort of like your iPhone. You turn up the brightness during the day so you can see it. At night, when it gets dark and it looks too bright, it dims. This is automatically done. Again, we are fully prepared to make this a condition of approval so as not to distract any drivers on Turkey Lake Road or West Sand Lake Road. We believe we submitted competent substantial evidence to support the variance request. These are just some examples of existing billboards that the applicant has put up in other jurisdictions. So in closing, I ask the board to please approve the variance request based on what I've provided to you. I'll reserve 25 seconds for questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have one speaker card, Mayor. It's Chuck Whittle. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Chuck Whittle, 7040 Via Carmel Way. I didn't plan on speaking on anything today, but this is the off-ramp where I live. And we have a billboard directly across the street from this one. So you're going to have 2 giant billboards right there going into the Sand Lake, Turkey Lake area. We already have several billboards down there, and I think the aesthetics was one part of the code. And I just don't think for that area, we've already got the big giant Disney billboard on the garage across the street of on the other side of I-4, and we've got billboards all around that intersection. And this is where everybody in the whole Dr. Phillips area goes home. That's how we go home every day. And I just don't think it's appropriate for that area to put another giant, that's a huge billboard they showed. And in their presentation, you could see the billboard directly across the street. So your bookends of the street are going to be 2 giant billboards. And just for the Dr. Phillips area, we've got a marijuana store, I think, going on the corner of Turkey Lake and Sand Lake, which I hope goes away, because that's really not the feel going into Dr. Phillips, and I don't think this enhances our neighborhood. So I do think it hurts our aesthetics, and it does hurt our values. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have any other speakers?
No other speakers, Mayor.
All right. I'll give the applicant an opportunity for any rebuttal comments. And then.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be very brief. I can understand why the billboard owner across the street does not want competition, which drives down advertising prices. The examples I showed, I don't know if they are the same size as the billboard proposed here. Our size is on the site plan, our actual schematic, and they are not directly across the street. They are offset. I don't know the distance, but they are offset a bit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. And with that, we're going to close the public hearing, and before I go to Commissioner Scott, I will say I do live in that area. I drive that direction every day, several times a day. I'm going to agree with staff on this one. I got to say, after almost 38 years in law enforcement, I am always concerned about safety. That interchange, that intersection is under construction now. To use your words, the attorney said that this area is intensely developed commercial area. He is precisely right. He does agree that it is within the 500 feet setback within the code. That area is so congested now. There's no way that a billboard going there will not adversely impact, I think, the traffic on Sand Lake Road, whether that traffic is going westbound or eastbound. That's why you would put it there, so that the motoring traffic could see it. And the accidents and everything else that has occurred there, obviously, that's why the interchange is being redone now by the state of Florida. And last time I asked the Secretary for District 5 how much longer will it be, he said 2 more years. And so if you go out there now, that kind of cross traffic flow that they have going through there now, it's a nightmare. And the traffic there is, I can't wait on the new intersection to come into play there, but I believe the staff got it right. I believe that BZA got it right. And in my humble opinion, I think that, the attorney is representing his client. I think you all got it wrong because it's irrefutable that it is within the 500-foot setback. I also think that the issue about it being close to the city of Orlando is irrelevant. It's in Orange County today, and so that's what this conversation, you're before the Board of County Commissions. So, Commissioner Scott, go to you. Commissioner Bonilla.
So I had a question because I was confused about something. So this is with staff. So if you're not supposed to have another billboard next to another one within the 1,000 feet, the one across the street, how far is that one?
So the code requires it on the same side of the street.
Oh, okay,
So it would be
got it.
everything on the south side of Turkey Lake. So
Okay.
that other one's on the other side, so the distance doesn't apply there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff, if you could just kind of articulate or respond to some of the conversations that were had in discussion with BZA. You don't have to go through every point, but he highlighted some things that were in discussion by our BZA appointees. And so if you can just kind of articulate what was the conversation like?
I know the BZA brought up the kind of the brightness level, but this is a setback part of the code. It doesn't really pertain to how bright the sign is one way or the other. If the sign wasn't electronic, the setback's the same. So if the sign was static, non-illuminated, dark at night, the setback is the setback. And then there was talk about the trees and the ability to trim trees and the like. So how a billboard generally works is you start here with the county. We have code. If you can meet all of our code and you're on a Florida highway, even if you meet all of our codes, you have to get a permit through them and meet their standards. And with the statutes that are stated basically kind of apply at that point, not necessarily at our point. I know they talked about those two. In regard to the tourist commercial, one of the BZA members had asked if this was in tourist commercial. We noted that it was not in the tourist commercial overlay, but it is in close proximity. Everything on the other side of I-4, basically from Carrier Drive all the way down to the county line, along I-4 is in the tourist commercial signage overlay. That overlay prohibits billboards. So I think it was brought up like in the context that not every property is entitled to a billboard, even if they can meet a bunch of setbacks. There are a variety of properties in the county that just aren't allowed billboards because of their location, because maybe they're in like the tourist commercial overlay district.
Thank you.
And then I know in regard, I don't recall if it was talked about at BCA, but the sign code doesn't specifically talk about if the sign's visible from I-4 or a limited access highway, just talks about proximity, whether it's geared towards another road or not.
Okay. And then I have some comments, and I'll give the applicant an opportunity to respond after my comments, and then we'll move forward from there. So just strictly based on the county code 31.5136, we talk about safety and we talk about aesthetics. And for me, I drive that area. Safety is folks already on their cell phones. They see something on a billboard, one or two, and trying to take a picture because it's changing. And then just aesthetics, it's already articulated. There are two billboards like right across the street from one another. Granted, they're not on the same site, but they're right across the street. And so by the applicant's own information, it kind of it supports the argument not to approve it. So I do want to hear from him his thoughts about the aesthetics and the safety piece before we move forward. And again, I'm not even basing it on the five. I'm saying based on what you provided, it still gives an issue for me for safety and aesthetics, but I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll address safety first. There is no published data that shows the presence of a billboard increases accidents. All of the published studies show no difference, no statistical difference in automobile accidents, whether there's a billboard present or not. If anyone can find a study that says there is, I'd like to see it, but from what I know, there is no statistical difference in automobile accidents. As far as aesthetics, you know, I suppose it's a tough question to answer. I mean, it will be a sign, or it would be a sign on the property that is intended for advertisement, so people will spend advertising money to put up a graphic. The proposal is for a digital billboard, so it's not static. The screen rotates every 8 seconds, which is an industry standard, and is intended for sort of general commercial advertisement. You know, and again, our position, I know I've said this before, but our position is it's consistent with the area. It's consistent with the business signage. It's consistent with that intersection.
Okay. I appreciate the work I'm sure you've put into looking into all this and advocating for your client. I disagree with the aesthetics and certainly with the safety. I don't have to do a show of hands, but I think that we all have been in situations where we're beeping our horn because someone's in their phone or they're distracted looking at something. And I don't think anyone needs a study to know that it happens quite often. So with that, I move for denial.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, thank you for your presence this afternoon. We're going to move forward on our agenda to item D7. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and I'm going to ask Mr. Joe Conkle, our Public Works Director, to frame this item with that. Mr. Conkle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing D7 is an amendment to the Orangewood N2 PD. There we go. The affected portion of the PD is located west of International Drive and south of Central Florida Parkway. The request is to create parcel 10A from existing parcel 10 and to utilize the existing trip conversion matrix to convert the existing hotel entitlements to timeshare entitlements and request additional timeshare and tourist commercial entitlements. The request will be for a total of 245 timeshare units and 15,000 square feet of tourist commercial uses, all to be on parcel 10A. The property is designated Activity Center Residential on future land use map and is zoned PD as Orangewood N2 Planned Development. The aerial, there we go, and the aerial shows the current parcel undeveloped with other parcels adjacent being under construction for short-term rental property or other tourist, commercial, and multifamily uses. Here we have the PD land use plan with the affected parcel 10A circled in red right in the center. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Orangewood N2 plan development, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. The mayor and commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1 and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward? It looks like he's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jesse Anderson from Pullis & Bennett, 2602 East Livingston, Orlando, Florida. I don't have anything specific to add at this time, but would love the opportunity to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Henderson. If you'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Yes, I'd like to move the requested action, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Second,
Scott.
Uribe.
Thank Commissioner Uribe was first. Commissioner Scott. So we're going to give it to her. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move to the next item. This is item E8. This includes an item that was pulled from the consent agenda this morning, E8, to go with J1 this afternoon. And with that, we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Conkle, our Public Works Director, is going to frame this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing E8 is the Hamlin 30 Planned Development Land Use Plan. The subject property is 29.5 acres in size and is generally located north of Schofield Road and west of Avalon Road in the Horizon West Town Center Village. The request is to rezone from A1 to planned development to allow for the development of up to 100 multifamily residential dwelling units, approximately 170,000 square feet of non-residential units and uses, and 26 hotel rooms. This is also related to the consent item J1, which is the Associated Adequate Public Facilities, APF, and road network agreement for the property. This case and the associated consent item J1 are requested to be continued to the July 30 board meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conkle. Is the applicant on this item present? Okay, I don't see anyone moving forward. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a potential motion?
I'd just like to move to continue this item to July 30th at 2 p.m.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, motion passes, and it is unanimous. It'll be continued until July the 30th at 2 p.m. With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda this afternoon, and this is item F9. We'll open this item up for public hearing, and we're going to ask Mr. Jason Sorensen to come forward and frame this item. With that, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This next item is an adoption public hearing for an item, and this came before the board and the local planning agency previously. We did send it to the state, and we did not receive any comments back, so this is now the adoption round. This is a text amendment request to change the existing already approved development program from 20,000 square feet of commercial and 700 units of single family to 253 units of single family, keeping the commercial and adding 304 multifamily units. Associated with this request is also a PD substantial change to the Sutton Lakes PD. It is a multi-part request here to add multifamily as an allowed use and revise the development program, remove a previous condition of approval limiting building height along the lake to 1 story, and revising the access points, and there are 3 waivers associated with the request. The subject property is located in District 1. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the east side of Avalon Road and north of West Orla Bronson Memorial Highway. This is the existing future land use map designation. It's growth center plan development, commercial, medium density residential, low density residential. There's no change proposed to the map designation. And the zoning is PD, no change to that as well. So in policy 8.1.4, this is where we record the development program. This is the existing development program for the property, and this is what it is changing to. So the single-family units are reducing by 447 units, and we're adding multifamily 304 units. And again, this is an aerial of the subject property, a little bit more zoomed in. I'm overlaying, this is the land use plan, and then overlaid on top of the aerial is the land use plan, just so you can get an idea of what's happening here. You have commercial along Avalon Road, along with the stormwater pond. The multifamily that's proposed would be a little bit more internal to the site. And then otherwise, they're single-family attached and detached proposed. Along the lakes, though, it would just be single-family detached. Again, associated with the request is the PD substantial change to revise the development program, remove a previous condition of approval that limited the building height to 1 story along the lake, and request waivers. These are the waivers. Multifamily, requesting 4 stories, 55 feet within 100 feet of single family in lieu of 1 story, And the second waiver is 4 stories, 55 feet in lieu of 3 stories, 40 feet. And then the last waiver is to remove a wall requirement between multifamily and single family, and that's internal to the PD. 710 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 1 response in opposition and no responses in favor. A community meeting was held on February 28th, 2023, with 3 residents in attendance expressing concern for traffic, too many apartments in the area, protecting the lake, and flooding. At the Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency hearing, there were no speakers. The Planning and Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the future land use map amendment or text amendment, the associated ordinance. And the Development Review Committee is recommending approval of the Sutton Lakes PD substantial change. And staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Chuck Woodall, Unicorp National Development, 7940 Via Delagio Way, Orlando, Florida, 32819. We agree with staff's recommendations, and we've been up here working on this 2 years, and I'd like Jennifer just to give a very quick history of the approvals. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it today if it seems like everybody's in the right direction on this, but Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Stickler, Kimley Horn, 189 South Orange Avenue. Just to reiterate what Mr. Whittle was saying, that yes, we've taken the PD to DRC, as y'all are aware, which is why we're here today. We've been to the local planning agency and received recommendations for approval at a 6-0 vote. And we've also been working diligently with staff in regards to the potential pond that would be on this site to provide the stormwater treatment and attenuation needed to widen Avalon Road, as shown on the PD. They've identified this site as an area they would need to do that, so we've had about 6+ meetings with staff to coordinate and go through drainage calculations with them. Here to answer any questions.
All right, well, stand by. Do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
No speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion.
I have questions. I know this was something that came up before transmittal, and I've continued to try to piece together the history. And just to sort of reiterate, I know Jennifer went through the more recent history, but if I could ask staff a couple questions. 2014, the PD was approved with what entitlements?
I'd have to research that, Commissioner. I don't know off the top of my head.
Those are the existing ones. So if there was a submitted change from that, wouldn't that be part of the evaluation?
Yes, sorry.
For whether or not that was appropriate?
Correct. So in 2014, you can see here the ordinance number 2014-30. This was the program that was recorded in our future land use policy 8.1.4.
Okay. And at that time, there were conditions of approval. So here we are. So that's 2014, different board. Commissioner Boyd was here. Entitlements went through, right, including 700 homes at the end of Avalon Road. Not even at the end, somewhere in between. Here we are all these years later trying to navigate that area, and I know you all have become, unfortunately, very familiar with Avalon Road and the troubles that we have and people's safety issues and concerns. So my question is, and I understand that part of the applicant's presentation described their efforts. What has staff done to make a staff recommendation of this type of intensity and density? What has staff done to accelerate what I feel like is a very dangerous stretch of Avalon Road there? Or is there some other access point to 192 that I can't see from this map?
So, Commissioner, I'm just double checking here. I believe the trips are actually a decrease in the number of trips from what's currently allowed on the roadway. So it would be a decrease in the number of trips.
And you're saying what was allowed based on the 2014 approval of that intensity and density?
Correct.
Okay. So then the follow-up question I have to that is there was a condition of approval, and I think, understanding, and we've all been there as commissioners where conditions of approval are sometimes at the specific request of impacted neighbors. Presumably, this one was impacting the neighbors right on that lake. Now, to the south of this parcel, I have talked to a resident. They are on acre plus. It's very rural residential. And looking right across that lake right now, they see cypress trees, they see a lot of vegetation. Looking at the condition of approval that was put in place in 2014 that allowed them the comfort of knowing that there wouldn't be 2+ stories over there. As you can see, there are waivers. They want to take back that condition of approval now, and they want waivers for height for the rest of the buildings. So can you speak to that a little bit? What would, to me, feel like a betrayal of what was probably a promise to the neighbors there in 2014?
So the condition of approval you're referring to is the 1-story along the lake. So that was actually done in 2003. There was a request for 900 homes at the time. So that was a condition of approval that was proffered up as part of the request for the 900 units.
Still the same families. Same family, same road, still rural, very rural residential, that road to the south. So, that was a promise made as a condition of approval. What made staff feel confident that that was no longer going to impact them?
I'll let the applicant speak to.
No, this was a staff recommendation. It was a staff recommendation, which means there had to have been an evaluation that staff made that was no longer going to be, that was consistent with the comprehensive plan, because that's what your evaluation is for.
Correct, yeah. So they're proposing to do the same thing that those homes on the south side of Lake Rexford and Lake Scott could do, because those homes could go up to 35 feet. And there's no special restrictions placed on those properties.
Well, those are that's the established neighborhood. Those are also one property per about an acre down there. Those are it's a very low density. So you're talking about close together and high, right? So I think the compromise sounds like to me, back when this was originally negotiated and conditions of approval were put into place, was that, well, at least they won't be staring down into where we are across the lake. And now that is not important anymore? And what are any conditions of approval worth if we're allowed to come back in a couple of years and be like, we don't remember what the point of that was?
So, Commissioner Nick Daumuller, Orange County Planning Division. I can answer a little bit of the history questions here. As Jason mentioned, that condition was from the very original approvals for this PD, which date back to the early aughts. At that time, what was proposed along the lakeside was a timeshare product that was going to look like single-family homes. Through discussions with the homeowners out there, they were very concerned of what those were going to look like, and that's where the single-family or the single-story came from. Later on, that request was converted from timeshare along the lake to single-family. However, that condition was just carried over, even though it's a different use.
Well, I mean, it's not. We're still talking residential, right? On the lake.
Many of those homes, all of those homes are able to go 2 stories. Any single home on that side of the lake
they are already there.
Is also allowed 2 stories.
Well, they're already there. That's different than coming with a higher density product and having, there was entitlements for the number of products, right? The number of units, but not the height, and that was part of the condition of approval.
Well, I think the density along the lake is staying as it always was. The multifamily is the area that's increasing in density.
100% agree with you. What I'm saying is, why would we veer away from a condition of approval that brought some level of comfort to the people across that lake, that the aesthetic of their lake wouldn't change?
I'm just relaying what the thought was at the DRC. That condition was never intended for single-family homes. It was intended for a timeshare product. The committee had no issues with striking that. However, questions before the board.
Okay.
Commissioner, can I answer a couple of your questions, please?
Sure.
I did try to reach out to your office 3 times to meet to discuss this and was not met with a meeting, so I just want to put that in the record. It was timeshare. That was why the condition was put there originally, because it was going to be transient, people going in and out every day. It is now single family. We should be afforded the same height as the other single family on the lake.
Are you going to have the same distance setbacks?
The same distance setbacks from what? We're doing it per code.
So you're saying you want to match what's across from Lake Rexford?
No,
That's one
said
house per acre with probably a 25-foot setback. Are we going to go ahead and put that in a condition of approval?
Yeah, that is a condition of approval already in here. for
That they're
100
gonna have the
it's
same
100 foot.
setbacks
No, no,
as
no,
the
no,
Lake
no, no.
Rexford.
We have a condition of approval for a 100-foot setback. We are all the way across the lake, 125 foot. We're a half mile away from the houses on the other side of the lake. All the houses on the lake are allowed 2 stories. All the houses on every lake in Orange County are allowed 2 stories. This is not an unreasonable request. The density is reducing.
Look,
The density, let me finish, the density is reducing, and also the cypress trees are staying, so they're still gonna look at the same cypress trees. You said they're going away. They're not going
With
away.
all due respect, it's a promise that was made. So
It
no
was a
one's- no
promise
one's
made
depriving-
when it was timeshare.
No one is depriving anyone of any use here, right? So you already have an entitled use. No one is depriving anyone of their entitled use under the law. The question comes down to what the original entitlements were and why there's a privately asked for text amendment now. Now, our comprehensive plan, it should be comprehensive and it should be stable and reliable for our residents. So when a privately requested update, a text amendment comes forward, we scrutinize it. That is our job here. And if there was a promise made in 2003 or 2014, it doesn't change my obligation to my residents who have relied on that promise and who continue to rely on it. We put conditions of approval on things every time we meet. And if we no longer have any reliable promises, then we have nothing, right? So a comprehensive plan has to be comprehensive and a condition of approval has to stick with the land. So I think it's a reasonable question I'm having as to why we wouldn't stick with that condition of approval, knowing that there were others that carried through from 2003.
Well, let me answer that once again. First of all, my builder will not move forward with 1 story because it's not competitive to the market. Secondly, that request was tied to timeshare. Originally, the request was tied to timeshare.
That's not
Thirdly, if I can
articulated
finish, I'll
anywhere
let
in
you
here.
finish. And thirdly, I don't see one homeowner from across the lake who showed up to this. Nobody has come to us, nobody's contacted our office, nobody's come out, none of the residents came out. There was not one complaint about us doing a 2-story product, which is gonna be very nice in Orange County.
What we articulate in our comprehensive plan and what we put in conditions of approval and what we have in our code isn't about mob rule. We follow those because those are the letter of the law.
Tied
So
to
I understand you're saying, why am I asking about this? We don't have people standing here. It's because I've spoken to them and I told them, I will express my concerns if you have concerns. I think the issue that you're trying to hammer down here is that that was a different product, therefore it should have different rules. We are still playing by the same rules. These were conditions of approval that were part of a PD that you're asking to update the part of the PD that affects densities and intensities. I am asking very specifically about why that would impact the aesthetic for our neighbors there. And so I think,
I think the neighbors, if they had a problem going from 800 timeshares down to residential across from them, if they had an issue with that, I think they would have shown up today. And also, the comment you made that people are going to look down their windows into their houses when you can look at the screen that's in front of you and see it's completely across the other side of the lake is unrealistic. I just think these are invalid points that I wish we could have talked about a week ago, a month ago, a year ago. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you one time on this project. I was blindsided today and was not going to mention that in my initial presentation. My secretary contacted your office 3 times for a meeting and was denied. I think this is an unreasonable thing that you're putting forward, that we would not be afforded 2-story houses when every single home throughout Horizons West and Avalon is allowed to be 2-story.
this isn't in the Horizon West Village, so that.
Well, wait. We've asked to make it like Horizon West, and we've implemented a lot of the Horizon West standards at the request of staff, trying to make it a better development. We're also providing land to expand Avalon Road to make it an easier place to travel. We're working with the staff on the retention pond, which decreased the density of our development. I mean, we've had, how many meetings with staff? A dozen? I mean, we've worked on this for 2 years, Commissioner.
I understand that is what you are doing as your business plan, okay? And I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you continue to articulate your business plan. It does not alleviate me of my responsibility to make sure that we're following our comprehensive plan and our code. And when it's something that can be scrutinized, which, by the way, when we're updating our comprehensive plan, that is where we have the most opportunity to scrutinize this. We have to. So it's very generous of you to give us a little bit of Avalon Road, but it's a disastrous little 1 lane right now. And so to pile on more multifamily development in this area, and I said this when we went to Transmittal, I was very concerned about it. I continue to be concerned about it. I do not think it's consistent with our urban planning and our really rural planning. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to deny.
I had a question before you make a motion. I want to make sure.
All right, there are several commissioners who indicated a desire to speak, so I'm going to call them in the order they press the button. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Where'd Nick go? Okay, Nick, you can stay there. If Jason can, if he can answer it, then that's cool, but if not. So I'm going to just kind of articulate what I understand. I'll come to you, Mr. Woodall, just for staff. So I make sure that I'm following this because there's a couple of points. So 2003, there was an approval for 900 timeshare units, correct?
Yes, I misspoke. It was for timeshare, and the conditions of approval allude to that because it does talk about lockout keys that were approved at the same time as the restriction to the one story.
And was that Commissioner Boyd back that time, or?
2003.
Three Jacobs.
Okay. Commissioners, I was just trying to, so 2003, oh, hi.
In 2003, the PD was approved for 100 detached timeshare units along the lakefront.
Where'd the 900 number come from?
That's just along the lakefront.
Okay.
The other units were spread out around the rest of the PD area.
Okay, so then we fast forward a bit, and it gets approved for 700 single-family homes, right?
And some retail commercial, yes.
And some retail and commercial space, similar to what's consistent in the area, or no? Like, I guess what I'm saying is there any, in that retail commercial, is it separate or is it mixed use? Like, would there be apartments on top of it or just straight retail commercial?
No,
And then,
so apartment units, what we call in our technical speak multifamily for those out there, were never an allowed use within the PD. There were the timeshare, then there were the single family, and then there is retail commercial uses. So it would be just anything that falls into that retail bucket, restaurants, drive-through restaurants, car wash, self-storage out there for everyone who loves those, but no multifamily.
and are all of the homes out there 2 stories, or some of them it's a mix? I mean, I don't live in an area, so I'm not 100% sure. So are all of the homes 2 stories, or some of them, or just it's a mix based on design?
Off the top of my head, I can't tell you. I can tell you that they're not all 2-story. There's some sort of mix out there. There are at least some homes that were built to the maximum single-family allowance, 35 feet, which allows about 2 stories, and then many others built at single-story.
So community was okay in 03 with timeshares, which would be owners who kind of come and go as they please. Now we're moving to residential with people who will live there full-time. And okay, all right, just want to make sure I'm tracking everything. I'm good, thank you, Mayor.
Well, there was still community concern in 03.
But ultimately, the
board
took shape.
approved, yes.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner Bonilla.
You know, I have to say that I don't think it's fair to tell them that they could only do 1-story single-family homes when just across, I don't know if there's any other restrictions across the county where we restrict people to single-story, single-family homes. So, I mean, I understand, I think it's good and very important that we look at the conditions of approval over time and understanding how and why those were done to make sure that we're staying within the parameters of the promises that were made to residents in the area. But even taking that into consideration, I don't think it's fair. I just don't think it's fair to prevent them from having 2-story single-family homes. Now, if we want to talk about some other changes that were made that weren't there before, that's something else. But as far as that along the lake there, I just don't think that at this point that condition is valid anymore. I just don't. So that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Moore, and then Commissioner Scott has asked to speak again, and then Commissioner Uribe. So Commissioner Moore.
Okay, so I guess my question is to staff, if it's going from Hotel 61 to 48 timeshare, but it's also requesting an additional 197 timeshare units, is that, or that was already there then? I'm confused, I'm a little bit confused how the traffic counts would go down.
So this slide kind of captures what the change is, and this is the policy that records the development program associated with the comp plan text amendment. So right now, they have single-family 700 units. They're changing that to 253 units. They're adding multifamily 304 units. So it's a decrease of 447 single-family and an increase of 304 multifamily. So that's where it was determined that there is a decrease in the number of traffic
Okay.
trips.
All right, so it's a change of type from single family to multifamily, but overall, the number of units has decreased.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
Again, Commissioner Wilson, because he made these comments, I do want to try to understand. The applicant stated he did try to reach out. Was there any particular reason why you couldn't or wouldn't meet with him?
Honestly, I think that assertion is totally bizarre. I meet with people all the time, every day, and even if I can't, I had a family emergency in May. You all know that,
yes,
and thank you for your being kind to me during that time. Even then, I will review anything I have. Nothing I'm saying now, I didn't say when this came through for transmittal. I still have my concerns. They've continued to get worse because we've had community meetings since then about accidents on Schofield, on accidents on Fleming's. These are the only points of access in that area with absolutely zero plan from this county to do anything to accelerate those, to make them, and I know the mayor's looking at me like that could have been part of our sales tax, but it's not, because quite frankly, a lot of those are agreements that we've made with the development community. So we're waiting on them for these types of agreements. So I did not refuse a meeting with Mr. Whittle. I would never do that. I think that if, maybe we'll make sure you have all the correct contact information again. But we were at a community meeting out there and we talked about it. And I said, I'm very concerned about the increased intensity and density in these areas. People are very interested in commercial because there hasn't been as much as the interest in multifamily. I'm really concerned about more kids in the schools. When this was tourists, we didn't have to think about the school situation. And right now, the closest elementary school is using the media center for 2 5th grades.
Okay.
So these are all things that we know they knew about.
And just one quick question, just because you just said something that triggered a memory in mind. So this was the issue before us several months ago, probably almost a year ago. We were here probably till 8 o'clock at night that you motion for denial, if I'm correct, for transmittal. So this is the same issue. Okay, all right, I'm good. I'm up
It is. It's the same issue, and quite frankly, the more that I look at it, the more I think that it's a concern and across the board. So, just to let you all know, they don't have any reclaimed water there, right? So they're going to be using fresh water to irrigate. Our drinking water, by the way, to irrigate. There's no reclaimed water there. So there is infrastructure issues in this area.
And again, for clarity, Commissioner, from that time, because that was almost a year ago, from that time until now, Mr. Woodall either had the wrong phone number or email, could not meet with you or your staff.
Well, I don't know if listen, it was, first of all, it was January, I think, maybe February. But he has a lot of activity in my area. So we've seen each other on other issues at community meetings and what have you. That is not, I'm not.
Mr. Woodall,
it's not going to be.
Let's not go back and forth between us.
Well, my office, we did reach out 3 times. We know
and
your
I was
phone
going to say,
number,
you understand.
836-7350. We did call. We did try to set up a meeting several times. I had her call 3 times. We documented it for this point alone. We didn't get a return phone call. We didn't get a meeting. She called 3 times trying to set up a meeting because I didn't want to be in this position today. And we tried to do it.
But I did not present anything new today. This is not my.
So you're saying there was no point for a
concerns
meeting?
have been very similar, and there hasn't been any change on your side.
We meet school concurrency. We meet traffic. We are helping to widen the road. All the problems you're stating, we're helping fix those things. But yet you're saying we should be denied development. We have
it's a
concurrency.
Ponzi scheme. You're adding.
It's not a Ponzi scheme.
It is. If you're adding, 1,000 new residents to an area that you're saying that it's okay, we're giving up this amount of right of way, that we're continuing to add to that density.
We're decreasing our entitlements. That's not a Ponzi scheme.
Okay.
Commissioner Wilson, we do have 2 other commissioners, that had questions. So I was going through it in the order in which they pressed the button. Commissioner Uribe.
Jason, I'm going to bug you again, because there was a comment that made, and I was asking about the school concurrency? Do they have an approval from OCPS?
Commissioner, good question. Let me flip through it. I don't have that memorized off the top of my head, but so here, capacity is available at the elementary, middle, and high schools.
Okay. And I just want to make a certain point here, too, because I know we've been dealing with a lot of issues in this area where the development has clearly outpaced the infrastructure. But there's got to be a balance here, because to put this all on this applicant because of what's going on all around, I don't think it's fair. That's my issue. And I understand your frustration, and we've heard your residents, but he has reduced his entitlements. He is contributing to the impact, the transportation impact fee that is required. And we're trying to say to him, no, we don't want you because it's already bad, so you're just going to make it worse. And I have trouble accepting that, because this isn't new. This is every time there's a project in your district, your residents come here because the infrastructure is not there. Clearly, prior to us, this was all entitled. But to sit here and say to him, well, we just don't want yours, when he's actually doing the opposite. He's not asking for more. He is doing his fair share. We did know about this case. He is, and I understand when you're saying there's not, the kids in fifth grade are meeting, but OCPS signed off. So we can't sit there and say, hey, there's too many kids in fifth grade, they're meeting in the media center, so we're not going to. If OCPS signed off, we can't legally say, hey, we don't want more. I do believe that if you, and Jason, can you confirm, when you have hotel, timeshare, anything like that, you're going to get people who are coming in and out because they don't live there and they don't go to work. They're visiting. Right. So they're actually going to incur more traffic on the roadways than somebody who's getting up, going to work, going to school or whatever, than someone who's going to the grocery store, going to the parks, doing this, doing that for 7 days, if we're lucky 14 days, but 3 days, 4 days. Is that not accurate?
Well, I'd have to defer to maybe to somebody that's a little bit more transportation
Joe?
oriented.
Commissioner, just as a reminder, the 2014 Comprehensive Plan Amendment took away the timeshare, and it's currently entitled for 700 single-family homes. So both from a school and from a traffic generation perspective, this development is producing less kids and less cars on the road than what they're currently entitled to. So they're reducing both of those requests.
So we're taking a reduction.
They are making a request to modify the program, which has a reduced school and transportation impact.
Okay. All right. My question's been answered. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, I just, I feel for you, because this isn't just an isolated incident. It's been, and I hate to say this, but over the 4 years, we've had multiple developers come up and say they can't meet with you and they can't reach out to your office and stuff. And they're actually not the only ones. There's also, I won't say who it is, but there was county staff actually trying to reach out to your office that wasn't getting any response. So it's just been an ongoing thing, and it's not fair to put all of this pressure on them and saying, these restrictions, and then they've tried to work with you, tried to meet with you, and we can't keep having these issues with developers coming in and being frustrated because they can't meet with the commissioner. I meet with people who I may not like and try to work with them. I try not to not like people, but there are some out there. But we have to work with people and try to meet in the middle, and we need affordable housing. I know this is not affordable housing, but I like that they're actually going to multifamily instead of all single family, and they're reducing the trips and reducing the school. I mean, it's just a little bit frustrating to see this happening, and it happens over and over again. And if you want the board to be on your side, you have to do your part as a commissioner to work with the developers and try to get to where it needs to be. To say that there's no public here, I mean, I never tell my citizens that I'm going to speak on your behalf, you don't have to show up. I said they always have to show up. Always.
Commissioner, with all due respect, I don't think this is about my scheduling practices. I would love to provide you my calendar so you can see how many different meetings I take with a wide variety of people, including residents from your district. And I think it's really important to know that accessibility and transparency has always been something that I hang my hat on. So I think that's very unfair, and it seems to me that this feels a little bit like sprawl your direction, not okay, sprawl my direction, okay. So I'm going to pretend.
This
I'm
is
gonna
already
pretend-
entitled.
I'm going to pretend that we are
It's
like
already
maybe just
entitled.
focusing on this case for a second
I'm
and
gonna try to
whatever
get
else
us
is
out
going
of
on
that.
there.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, it's just.
Would you like to offer a motion?
I would like to make a motion to deny adoption.
Okay, is there a second? It's not a second. Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion for approval.
Second, Bonilla.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes 6-1. All right, thank you all very much. We are going to move forward, and just to our colleagues, let's try to keep it at a high level. It doesn't sound or look good if we appear to be attacking one another. All right. So with that, let's go to the next item on our agenda. I believe this is the final item of the day, Alberto and team. Doesn't mean that you don't have to take your time getting through it. So this is a presentation by Mr. Alberto Vargas to present the charter rural area. Charter Review Commission recommendation today. There's no action being requested. This is information and dialogue for the board. And with that, Mr. Vargas, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the introduction to the item. I'm going to go right to it. What you see displayed on the screen is the outline of the presentation. I'll start with just a little bit of background to just inform the board how we got to today's work session. We will dive into the recommendation from the CRC to establish and depict a rural boundary and a rural area. Because so many questions were asked during the previous June 4th engagement with the board about the topic, we're going to talk a little bit about the implications both to the current comprehensive plan and to Vision 2050. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Jeff Newton, who's going to go over all the related legal aspects of the charter amendment. And then I'll close with the timeline that you have already been exposed to, and we're going to be also asking for final board direction on certain items. So I will close with that. So starting with the background itself, Mayor, and you said it earlier today during the meeting, the BCC meeting, regarding how often the Charter Review Commission meets every 4 years, and just going back to 8 years ago to 2016, when there was a protection of the rural boundary work group that pretty much brought the same topic of discussion. Many different meetings took place, a lot of comments, but it was not brought to the CRC for their recommendation back in 2016. In 2020, 4 years later, this particular topic of rural boundary was not discussed by the CRC either. So here we are in 2024, and there is a committee of the CRC, as you know, the Sustainable Growth and Charter Cleanup Committee, which spent several months discussing the rural boundary amendment, a lot of interaction with staff as well to pretty much craft the recommendation that we see in front of you, and with a lot of interaction as well from the residents and engaged citizens of the county. A significant amount of committee discussion took place during those particular months. And the CRC confirmed that the intent, and this is important to highlight, that the intent behind the amendment was to protect the rural lifestyle and rural lands and green space of Orange County. So I just highlighted that because I would like to make reference to this as we go on to the presentation. Back on early March of this year, the Florida State Legislature passed Senate Bill 1420, and it pretty much states the following. And I'm going to read verbatim what it says. It says, a citizen-led county charter amendment that is not required to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners, preempting any development order, land development regulation, comprehensive plan, or voluntary annexation is prohibited unless expressly authorized in a county charter that was lawful and in effect on January 1st of this year. Late May of this year, Senate Bill 1420 was presented to the governor, and it was signed into law June 12th of this year, last week. The CRC considered multiple versions of the rural boundary, and in light of Senate Bill 1420, Exhibit B, as again mentioned several times during today's public comment, is what was recommended by the CRC to look into. And the proposed language within that Exhibit B identifies three different things, three different proposals. The first one is really to establish that rural area, the definition and depiction of what the rural area is all about, and also to provide comprehensive plan amendments that are increasing in density or intensity, or that are removing lands from that area that will be known as the rural area. Any change to that must be approved by a majority plus one of the vote of the entire membership of the board, which in simple terms, Mayor, means that it needs 5 votes. The entire existing composition of the board is 7 members. The majority of the members is 4, plus 1 would be 5. So that would be in this existing structure, that would be the bottom line of what this is stating. Provide that the county's comprehensive plan and land development regulations will exclusively govern land development and prevail over municipal ordinances in the rural areas was suggestion number 3 of what Exhibit B says. So back in early June, the board discussed the CRC recommendation. You suggested this work session today to take place, and you gave us direction to do the following. To defer the county's land development regulations over the municipality regulations for the rural area to the annexation of the charter amendment, which is a separate work session that you will be receiving in July 9th. So you decided to not entertain that as part of this work session today, so we will go into the next 2 recommendations or directions that you gave us, which was to prepare the amendment that would establish that rural area, that rural boundary definition, and of course the procedural mechanisms to define what a majority plus 1 would be and where it should exist within the Orange County Code. And then to evaluate parallel paths of amending the county comprehensive plan and or the code to have the same effect of what is intended in the Charter Review Commission's recommendation. So we will go over first what the rural boundary and rural area CRC recommendation is all about. This is the definition as recommended by the CRC of an Orange County Charter amendment to Section 506. And it says that the establishment of rural areas and rural boundary would be established by the area initially consisting of lands that are laying in unincorporated Orange County, outside every municipality within the county, as of the effective date of this section that are located outside the following areas. So there's 5 different exception areas that are following this particular recommendation. The very first one is the boundary of the urban service area, so lands that are outside the urban service area. Lands that are, the other exception is lands that were created by municipal joint planning agreements, or those joint planning areas by either joint planning agreements or interlocal agreements. And the growth centers, as they are all identified in the Orange County Comprehensive Plan, the Innovation Way overlay area, and Horizon West Villages, as they are all identified in the Orange County Comprehensive Plan. That would be the definition and depiction of the rural area and rural boundary. So I'm going to attempt to share with you visually what that looks like. This is the boundary of Orange County. These are all of the municipalities within the county. So the first statement of the definition of rural area says that it would be lands in unincorporated Orange County outside the municipalities. This is the USA, the urban service area boundary, so this would exclude any particular land that is within the urban service area, so everything outside the urban service area, with the exception of joint planning agreements and interlocal agreement boundaries, which is what was just highlighted in yellow, with the exception of growth centers, which is what just got highlighted there in the red maroon color. Innovation Way in yellow, as the boundary is shown. And of course, Horizon West Villages, which just is highlighted on the screen as well. So those are all of the exception areas, and we would end up with a depiction of the rural area shown on the screen in green, which basically is the best attempt that we can define at this particular time as not only the definition of the rural area, but also the map of that boundary. What about the implications of the comprehensive plan and the code? So I'm going to start with the existing adopted 2030 comprehensive plan and how urban is defined in the comprehensive plan. And it's very specific about identifying that the densities and intensities and smart growth tools and strategies to direct development within the urban service area to facilitate such development. So we begin to focus on development within the boundaries of the urban service area, where services will be provided to, and also provide other infrastructure improvements to support the urban development that is intended to take place within that boundary. So that is the definition of urban in the comprehensive plan. In contrast, the rural definition in the comprehensive plan today identifies portions of the county as the rural service area. Outside the urban service area, rural land and other assets is what the configuration and composition of that land. And also it makes a specific a point in FLU 114 of future land uses designations that are appropriate for those locations, which residents prefer that rural lifestyle and are within the general understanding that those areas outside the urban service areas have limited services provided to them. So that is the definition of rural in the current comprehensive plan. As you know, since 1991, the county's urban service area has been amended numerous times, but it has not been done in a very strategic manner or comprehensive manner, I would say. It has been done reactively to requests that would meet the criteria for expansion of the urban service area. So there is very little predictability about how that happens. And then municipal services and boundaries, both existing and planned, have generally expanded beyond the existing urban service boundary, especially in western Orange County, as you know, via the JPA agreements and so on. The numerous exceptions to the rural service area include, since 1991, the growth centers, Horizon West and Innovation Way, therefore reducing that overall footprint of what that rural area is all about. So that's the history of how the rural service area or the boundary of that rural service area is composed of today. This is, in a nutshell, just a dashboard to give you just a depiction of the relationship between the urban service area in terms of the county and the rural service area. About 66% of the county is within that general area outside the urban service area for the rural service area, and the urban service area is about 37.7%. In terms of Vision 2050, the comprehensive plan that has been transmitted already, the definition stays pretty consistent in terms of defining and focusing on the boundary of the urban service area, which Orange County is responsible and continues to be responsible, would continue to be responsible for providing infrastructure and services to support urban development. The difference is that the densities and intensities will be directed with future place typologies, no longer single uses, but the creation of places that would concentrate growth and guide growth within a much more compact, multimodal and walkable places in areas within the urban service area. That is the fundamental foundation of the description of urban in Vision 2050. The rural definition in Vision 2050 also gravitates towards the rural service area and the boundary of that rural service area. And the place types also play a very strong role about the future land uses and the designations that are characterized by open spaces, agricultural uses, very low density residential development that does not require urban services, the protection and conservation of environmental resources and wildlife are primarily goal of that rural service area. So if we go back to the intent of the creation of the rural lands and the rural area of the county is to protect the rural lifestyle, its rural lands and green space. And as you can see here, we're, with your help and the help of all the engaged residents that have participated, for the refinement, if you would, of the framework of Vision 2050, this particular definition has been fine-tuned. And this just goes back to the framework of Vision 2050, just to give you a general snapshot of the three character methodology of potential maintaining and creating the different lifestyles that Orange County has been very specific about letting us know how it should all be maintained or preserved or evolved in different areas. The market areas only help us identify different geographic areas, and if I were to use them for the purpose of this conversation today, I'm going to focus on three of the market areas: the rural east, the northwest, and the southwest market area, which if we were to isolate them from the other three market areas, we would quickly identify that the rural sector has approximately 67% of its overall boundary within these three market areas, as well as the preserve sector just going north of 80% of the preserve sector happen to be within these three market areas. So this gives you a quick snapshot of a general geographic location. When we speak about the sectors, the rural sector and the preserve sector, where are they and how do they pretty much lay within the boundary of the county. In terms of the definition of what those sectors are, we're going to, again, just focus on the preserved and the rural sector for the purpose of this conversation today. And the rural sector is applied lands within the rural service area where agricultural activities and large lot rural development with very limited development may occur. Again, we heard the modification needs of the residents of the rural east as well as the northwest market areas, and we redefined applicability of some of the place types, including the rural clusters, which are located only in the northwest market area, where large amounts of natural open spaces or agricultural lands are to be protected and preserved. And the primary objectives of this particular sector is to protect and maintain long-term agricultural activities, environmental quality, rural character of lifestyles within this particular area of the RSA, or the rural service area. So just to pinpoint again that the overall intent of the rural area creation is to protect the rural lifestyle and its rural land and green spaces. And this particular sector, the definition of that sector, which is here highlighted on the screen, is very much intending to do the same. You can, and the preserve sector, which is the second one that we're going to be discussing today, is applied to environmentally sensitive, publicly owned or privately owned lands, and has been created to preserve and conserve environmentally sensitive areas. They're located, again, primarily within the rural service area, and they are protected in perpetuity. Basically, that is the overall intent and mission embedded in the framework of this particular sector, the preserve sector of Vision 2050. That's, if you were to identify a boundary of that sector, it's highlighted here. And when we combine both the rural sector and the preserve sector, this is what is identified in terms of that particular depiction of the map, what happens when we combine those two sectors, and then we go into the definition of the recommendation of the CRC in all 5 of the exception areas, and this is the map that you would end up with. Pretty consistent to the submitted overall map recommended by the CRC in the memo. The county's transmitted comprehensive plan, Vision 2050, rural service area and the urban service area boundary definition is pretty consistent in Vision 2050, with one exception, and this is an area that we wanted to bring to your attention. It has been brought up in different forums in the past, and it has to do with the Boggy Creek USA expansion area. Amendment 22-2B-7 was adopted in early 2023, which it was created through a small area study, and it adopted the comprehensive plan policies for infill conditions and guidance within that area of expansion. You adopted a map 5A, which depicted the USA expansion area within, and it also created the Orlando-Kissimmee Farms rural residential enclave. I would like to remind you that this is enclave number 5 in the Orange County context. So to just give you a quick picture of what that looked like and that amendment, this is the urban service area prior to the amendment that was adopted by the board in 2023, early 2023. So you can see the configuration of the urban service area. This is map 5 that was adopted, and it identifies the expansion area of the boundary of the urban service area. This is what Vision 2050 does. It cleans up that particular boundary edge along Boggy Creek corridor, but it is adjacent to Happy Lane, clearly separating urban uses from the creation of what we know now as the Orlando-Kissimmee Farms rural residential enclave. So you can see the purpose of why that was done and adopted by you. And our highlight today is really to perhaps place in front of you a discussion item to add a 6th exception when we collectively better define the rural area, which is the Boggy Creek USA expansion area as depicted in Orange County Comprehensive Plan Map 5. That is the suggestion that we have for you for the purpose of what you have already acted upon and may have been missed as part of the recommendation from the CRC. Proposed CRC definition of the rule doesn't cleanly align with the proposed rural sectors, the preserved and rural associated place types, and the only reason why we highlight that is because of the JPA boundaries. They begin to affect the sectors themselves in terms of their overall boundary, but this is an additional layer of protection, if you would, or predictability about process of how land would change densities and intensities within those areas. If you decide and you give us this path forward, the rural area proposal advance either via a charter amendment, and that's for you to decide and give us guidance, or via a comprehensive plan amendment. The county would benefit from a comprehensive review of the urban service area boundary cleanup, if you would, consistent to what you just saw and I have already adopted via the Boggy Creek boundary reconfiguration. And that's the only reason why this is here today. There's also one more amendment that we would have to do, and that is to the Land Development Code, Chapter 30, in Section 3037B, which it identifies that any changes or amendments, repeal or alterations of the Comprehensive Plan, General Plan, shall be by ordinance proposed by the Planning and Zoning Commission, subject to the approval of a majority of the members of the Board of County Commissioners. The majority means 4 members in today's composition, and it will continue to be the majority of the membership of the board without an inconsistent to what the CRC is recommending, which is the majority plus 1. So this is a change that can happen at the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners anytime to entertain either the recommendation of the CRC or for the need of other areas of interest within the rural area. We also have the zoning in progress ordinance in place right now. It was adopted back in May, late May of this year, and it just highlights that there is a temporary suspension of any comprehensive plan, text, or map amendments, rezonings, and special exceptions for a period of 6 months, unless it is rescinded by you, the Board of County Commissioners, anytime sooner, for the purpose of preparing amendments for Vision 2050 and Orange Code. So any changes that may happen to the current comprehensive plan, we would be limited to do that, given the ordinance that is in place. You also asked us to look at a parallel path amending the comprehensive plan or the code, and that's basically what would be highlighted here. The timing of Vision 2050's adoption, which is September, would preclude the comprehensive plan and code to incorporate the CRC's recommendation because of the zoning in progress that is in place. We certainly can bring to you an amendment to Vision 2050, which has not been adopted yet, and take, that could be an option for us to entertain. Staff believes that the adoption package could be prepared consistent with the recommendation, with the exceptions and changes that we just highlighted for your consideration. The ordinance amending Orange Code could include the amendment to the section that I just highlighted as well, 3037B, for the purpose of clearly identifying the procedural mechanisms as to when changes to land development, densities and intensities would take place, and the vote of the majority plus 1 from the BCC. And that at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jeff Newton, who will go over the legal aspects of the charter amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vargas, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jeff Newton, County Attorney's Office, and I will be covering the legal aspects of the charter amendment. in talking about the ordinance, which calls for the charter amendment, the proposed charter amendment, wanted to start off by telling you that the board is authorized to propose such an amendment to the charter, which is subject to referendum at any primary, general, or special election, and it's just by majority vote. So by majority vote, you can place an item before the voters. The referendum in this particular instance is called for November 5th to determine whether the rural area, rural boundary charter amendment will be approved by the voters. And notice of that referendum will be published as required by section 100.342 of Florida statutes, which requires advertising the 5th week prior to the election as well as the 3rd week prior to the election. The ballot title and ballot summary will be translated into Spanish. The board authorizes payment of all lawful expenses associated with the referendum. The ordinance, that is the ordinance calling for the referendum, becomes effective when it's filed with the Florida Secretary of State, which is usually 2 or 3 days after the board acts upon it. And the charter amendment itself would take effect upon the date of canvassing board certification approval by the voters. And now we're going to get into what's really the meat of the ordinance calling for the referendum, and that is the ballot proposal that came from the Charter Review Commission Subcommittee as I have revised it. And this is the same language that you saw back on June 4th as Exhibit A in the Commissioner's report brought forward by Commissioner Bonilla. You will note that the language is identical with the exception of those last 2 lines, which now would read, approved by majority plus 1 vote of the entire membership of the County Commission. The language prior to, and the language that was submitted on the June 4th meeting, just read majority plus 1 County Commission vote. And I believe that presented an ambiguity. And as the statute requires that everything with respect to the summary be clear and unambiguous, I thought it best that we revise this language to make it clear that in all instances where you are going to increase density or intensity, or you're going to remove lands from the rural area, that it must be approved by 5 votes of this 7-member commission. And so I made that change, and that, in fact, is the only substantive change that I made to the proposal that was presented by the Charter Review Commission Subcommittee and considered by the board on June 4th. The other change is not really substantive in nature. It's just making certain that the citizens are able to see what that rural boundary looks like. And so I suggested that as part of the text revision for the charter, that there be a designation or a map that is delineated, and so that was included as the underlying language at the end, which is slightly bold that you can see in section 506A. And then again, the language with respect to B in terms of the legal effect of the rural area has remained the same as it was presented in Exhibit A at the board meeting on June 4th of this year. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Vargas to cover the next steps and board direction.
The dates that are displayed on the screen, which the next date is July 9th, which was anticipated to bring to you a work session with the ordinance itself. I think you have just heard the ordinance presentation that we would have presented to you in July. So we would entertain the point of perhaps bringing to you the actual ordinance as part of the public hearing with any changes that you would recommend us to move forward to after today, if that's your desire. So in terms of board direction, we have just a few inquiries and questions to ask you. And the first one has to do with your level of comfort about the way that the definition of the rural area has been presented to you with the CRC's recommendation. Generally consistent with Vision 2050 and minimizes municipal conflicts? That's the first question. I'll stop right there. If you want me to just go over all of them, Mayor, it's up to you. If you want me to just identify all of the questions that we may have and direction that we may be asking of the board, or if you want me to just stop right here and entertain discussion. Okay. Then the second one would be, should staff move forward with incorporating the definition of the rural area into Vision 2050 adoption package and preparing an amendment of Section 3037B to bring it forward as part of Orange Code adoption. So this would all happen to be during the adoption time of both Vision 2050 and Orange Code. That's the first. Or should we wait until after November 5th vote to transmit the rural area comp plan and land development code amendment to the state after we get an affirmative vote on November 5th? And then lastly, should staff advertise the draft ordinance for public hearing in July 9th of this year? Those are the three general references of questions that we may have and need your direction, Mayor.
All right. We have indications from the board. So far, I'm going to call them in the order in which I received them. Commissioner Bonilla, Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay, so Commissioner Bonilla.
So I will go through some of these things that you were asking here. I don't know if you go to the next slide or press the next, if it will highlight everything here on the slide. Oh, so there's no slide where it's all highlighted?
Right. If you want me to just...
Well, I have it all highlighted
Okay.
on here, so I'm just go to the last one then. It's faded, but we could see it. Okay. So the first one is the board comfortable with the CRC's definition of the rural area. I think it's safe for us to say that, the CRC put a lot of work into it, so yes. The next one, should staff move forward with incorporating this definition of the rural, or should we wait? So these two are an or, one or the other?
Yes, the next two.
Okay, so for that one, I have a question with legal.
Okay.
So legally, is it better for us to do it before or after?
Well, I don't think it really matters, but quite frankly, it's always best to have something cleaned up beforehand as
Okay.
opposed to doing it after the fact.
Okay.
And so just from a policy standpoint, I would say it's probably best to clarify the Orange County Code, Section 30-37, before going to the voters with that conflict existing, because that just eliminates, it will eliminate an argument that will be used to attack the proposed charter amendment.
All right, thank you. That was my assumption, but I wanted to get it confirmed, so thank you. So I would go with the before then. And to go with the public hearing on July 9th, we already have the draft and everything, so I would be okay with moving up the public hearing to July 9th. So I think, thank you for leading the discussion with some of these points. It makes it a lot easier and faster to get through. Thanks.
Okay, we'll go to Commissioner Moore.
I guess I had asked this question last time, and I wasn't really aware to this presentation, but I still don't have a map of what's different than from Vision 2050 in my district to the CRC, and so I'm not clear on what the difference is.
So, Commissioner, the difference, this map that is in front of you represents the actual definition in terms of the boundaries of both the rural sector and the preserve sector overlaid on top of Orange County, as well as the boundaries of JPAs and interlocal agreements. So basically the difference would be, if I can go back to this is Vision 2050 with both the preserve sector and the rural sector overlaid, and this is the recommended definition by the CRC, which includes the boundary of the JPAs.
Well, I'm still going to need that blown up. And I'm assuming if you're going to have people voting on this, the map would be in the polling place so they could see basically if their property's been devalued because it was included in this, because it won't be worth what it was before.
Right.
If you can't annex and you have these extra restrictions, your property is less. So those people would absolutely, they need to have a letter mailed to them. I hope we're planning before the hearing to notify all these people who own properties in this area of the intended consequences to the value of it.
So, Commissioner, just to be clear, in terms of the biggest change that you will see in the areas that are highlighted or extracted from the two sectors that would otherwise be different than combining the two sectors is that those areas would require the process that is in place right now in terms of the overall procedural mechanisms of the vote.
But I know the people on the east side are very well aware of this. It's been driven by east side people, but the residents on the west side aren't really aware of this at all. And so I'm going to be making a formal request that they get a letter and an explanation before we have the public hearing. I can tell you they don't know about it. I mean, I haven't had time to take all of this to my cities who are greatly impacted by this. And now I can tell you there's probably a difference of opinion from the city governments themselves to the people. I could tell you in Apopka people are tired of all the annexation, so they probably would vote for it. Mm-hmm. But I'm representing them all, and I can tell you there's a difference of opinion. So I would hope that we would notify all of them. So I have they have the opportunity to come and speak as the councils, the commissions, versus the property owners versus the people. I really hope that they all have that opportunity, because they have not, on the west side, they have not been involved like the folks on the east side. I'm perfectly fine with the east side. I'm just worried that my folks don't know about this.
Mayor, if I can make a clarifying point to appreciate your remarks. You mentioned annexation a few times, and the annexation piece of the discussion is a separate board, separate proposed charter discussion.
I was not. Rick, I was not.
So this does nothing to prevent annexations or attempt to influence annexations, at least explicitly.
I understand that,
okay.
but these folks on the west side have not been involved in these discussions, and I think they deserve a personal correspondence to make sure they know about it before it just gets into voting for it, because clearly there's a difference between those of us that have moved here and the ones who own this property that are going to be impacted. I think they have the right to hear about this and be involved, and nobody's here. They're just not here from the west side.
So I'm just trying to understand the universe of who you're talking about sending the correspondence to. Property owners that own land within what is at least tentatively designated rural?
Yes.
Okay, and how many
It
property
doesn't
owners
matter.
are we
I mean, they
talking
have a right to know about this. This is a big change.
Alberta, do we have an idea of how many property owners that would be?
I don't have that number, Mayor.
Okay.
We certainly can look into it. I do have, probably we could come up before the end of the session with the calculation in acreage, if that helps at all, on both sides, the east side and the west side. And I don't have a number of property owners.
And Commissioner Moore, are you saying you would want them to have some type of notice prior to, let's say, if it's a July 9th date before that board
Correct.
meeting?
Yes.
That's a short period of time that you would have to identify them and then get a notice out to them. And
It's not that hard. We do it all the time. It's a matter of going to the property appraiser's list.
What expressly would you want in the notification?
Well, the language and
Just-
of the ordinance, and that the fact there's going to be public hearings, that's all. Map.
Okay, along with the map. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so John, Alberta, is that doable?
Yeah. 79,000 acres, Mayor, is representative of those areas highlighted in green on the west side.
But a lot of that, but hold on, a lot of that is the Wekiva Springs State Park and the acreage owned by St. John Water Management. So, and these are large acreage, so you can't even assume that it's 79,000 different owners.
And are you saying that, it would seem that we wouldn't just send it to the ones in West Orange County?
That is completely up to you, but I'm requesting definitely for those in District 2.
Mayor, I think we'd want to, I mean, if we're going to notify individual property owners, I think we'd want to notify all potentially affected property owners across Orange County. So, you know, and it's probably thousands, if not over 10,000 individual properties that we would need to send notice to.
And there's certainly a cost to doing that. And
There is. I mean, our normal, for any ordinance, we would advertise this in the newspaper, in the Orlando Sentinel. So we would coordinate with the clerk's office.
I
We
hear
have a
you,
very short
John, they don't all read the Orlando Sentinel. This is a big deal. They have the right to be notified.
So what I'm hearing Commissioner Moore say is that the individual would receive a mailer, right, Commissioner? Is that what I'm
It could
understanding?
be a postcard, so you save on the postage.
some kind of
10,000,
mailer.
we do this at
Not
campaigns
just
all the time. This is not hard.
Not just the advertisement per se in the newspaper as we traditionally do, but you're talking about a mailer. And that's a board discussion if that's what we're talking about. I still think that we would need to understand the universe, who gets it, and can you put all of that on a postcard where it's understandable? Because it will have to be unique in terms of the map to their area, and not just a county-wide.
Mayor, I think my suggestion, you know, obviously producing a thumbnail version of the map, but probably like a QR code that would then link to a digital version of the map that our GIS team could host, that would allow property owners to be able to zoom in to find out, are they in the rural area or are they out of the rural area?
Okay, I hear you. I don't know whether that would be worth the paper that we put it on, that they would scan a QR code or not. In this age that we live in, is, you know, I don't know that it accomplishes what I think Commissioner Moore is trying to accomplish, and that's to give them knowledge. If I got a postcard and it just had a QR code on it, I don't know.
Well, I'm not saying a 4.5 or by 5 1/4 postcard, no, but you could at least be at 5.5 by 8.5, get enough information on it, and still use the QR code.
And Mayor, I'm sorry, I apologize for any confusion. The QR code would just simply be a digital way to link to the website with the map. So there'd be a small
I understand.
scaled version of the map, but if they wanted more details, they could go in. And then we could do a bit.ly, or we could do some type of URL link as well.
Okay. All right. I hear you. All right, Commissioner Moore, anything else?
Yes, I think I did, so. Let's see. Will there be any work from this staff, or how do you recommend that we present this to the municipalities before we vote? I mean, I've only heard from them individually. I don't have any kind of formal recommendations. Are we going to contact them, or are we just assuming they're reading the Orlando Sentinel too?
Well, I know that we did get, and I think you all got copied on the correspondence from an attorney representing the city of Winter Garden and Ocoee, the Fishback Dominic law firm, and then I got a copy of something here from the West Orange Chamber.
Mayor, I'll also add, County Administrator Brooks had sent notice to each of the city managers and/or administrators to let them aware, to make sure that they were aware of both the proposed charter annexation amendment as well as this rural boundary amendment. So as two separate issues on two separate timelines, but I know at least from a city staff perspective, we attempted to provide notice and communicate to them.
Well, as long as we could provide notice from them about the public hearings, then I would be satisfied with that.
So the correspondence we got from Fishback was on behalf of Winter Garden and the city of Ocoee, was reference objections to the proposed Orange County Charter Amendment establishing rural boundary, and essentially the same from the West Orange Chamber. So that seems to be the biggest concern, but of course, if we were talking about annexations, I would assume they would probably be in opposition to that as well.
That's all.
Okay. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, with the language, you said to have it transmitted in Spanish. Why not Haitian Creole?
It's a federal requirement, depending upon the population in an area, whether or not what the ballot is translated into. And I believe the only language that is required for it to be translated into, and that's a supervisor elections federal requirement, is Spanish for this community.
And if we were to change the language to, let's say, the east rural area, because I mean that is largely where a lot of the concerns are coming from, what, I guess, how much work would that require on your team? Is it minimal, or?
No, it's minimal for me, maybe.
Would it require any additional work if we limited, like if we were to maybe just say east rural area? Roberto, what kind of work would it require for you, additional work?
So, Commissioner, we do have the shape files already in our GIS system. It would not take much to reconfigure the boundary to only the rural east market area, if that's what you're alluding to.
Okay.
Mayor, I was also going to suggest, depending on which way you direct us to move forward, we would be able to turn perhaps a interactive mapping structure with our vendors. Since we do have already done the work on the shape files, we could send it to them and have it accessible to the public. We would use our distribution list to all the 30-some town hall meetings that we have had. Obviously, we cannot segregate the different zones or areas, but we could certainly send it to everyone to have access to an interactive mapping, so they can see their lots, they can see their neighborhood, and see how this layer of what you see in green here would be like, if that's the direction you would want us to go. But Commissioner Scott, we have been also looking at that just as an internal exercise. We did it by market areas. I do have those represented geographic areas in a map that I can turn on if the board wants to see what that would look like as well.
My thoughts were similar to Commissioner Moore, and while I don't know if a postcard or a mailer is the issue, I think that we should make, if we move forward as is, we should make some, at least some intentional efforts to try to let the folks know, because again, at least from my notes and what I've seen, even in charter review, a number of the individuals who are advocating for this reside on the east side of Orange County, and this is going to impact everybody in Orange County. And so if it's going to impact everybody, I think to some degree we should make some efforts to solicit their input. The other piece is, and while there is no crystal ball to see what will or won't happen in Tallahassee, as I said this before, I think this board prior to my election did good work in creating a tenant bill of rights, holding landlords accountable, making them 60 days notice and all that. And then Tallahassee changed it, not just for us, but for the entire state. And knowing that there is, at least some understanding that this was already legislated to try to prevent the charter review, I just feel like I think we should do something like this. I just don't know if this is the right time, given the current makeup in Tallahassee, knowing that we could potentially see some legislation that makes it more difficult, or even some litigation. So that's just the things that kind of sit on my mind. As it relates to your question about should we do the public ordinance for July 9th, I'm not for that. The charter review did do a great deal of work, and I appreciate that they did that work. But the level, as Mayor said, notice that the level of due diligence that they had to do versus what we have to do is different. And so they had, over a year, 18 months or so to be able to engage and do all those things. And so now we are asked to take what they had and do our own due diligence, but do it in a short period of time, and in my view, rushed period of time that may open us up to, unknown challenges, whether they're political or legal or both. And so those are just kind of the things that just kind of sit on my mind. I'm not necessarily for or against it. I just want to make sure that as we move forward, we do it in good and proper order and that it's not rushed. And so to Commissioner Moore's point, we certainly should figure out a way to engage the individuals on the west side of town, knowing that, a large part of this conversation has been driven by folks that live on the east side to the timeline. I'm good with the timeline as is. I don't think we should move up anything, knowing that there are things that may come up that we might not aware of. But I appreciate that Jeff, the Attorney Newton, made the adjustments to the language, because again, that's one small example, but it's an example of, hey, we need to make sure that we make adjustments so that we are sound in what it is that we're doing or not doing as it relates to this rural boundary. I don't have any other further comments, Mayor. Thank you.
So that is an interesting concept that Commissioner Scott is introducing into the conversation, and that is the potential to advance a charter amendment that would restrict the rural boundary to East Orange County and not county-wide or what have you. So interesting concept, but anyway, we'll have further conversation about that. Commissioner Wilson.
So I can't speak for anybody else's district, but I will say that Lori Forrester and the Lars residents have been shoulder to shoulder with us about this issue for years. And I think understanding that that's not a huge swath of property doesn't make it any more important to the residents who live there. Two, this has been public for over a year now. I think, I definitely remember when the CRC met in District 2 that they discussed the rural boundary. And even I think there was a hand holding up exercise. So this was a very robust discussion, public discussion for a very, very long time. And so my concern is now, and especially with what I feel like were the perceptions that the Board of County Commission wouldn't be taking this up, that we need to keep this on the timeline. We need to go ahead. I believe that the catch that you made in articulating the language in that ballot measure is appropriate. I think we know that this eliminates the confusion that I believe was brought forward last time about the JPAs and the annexation. It doesn't affect that. This is not about that. But I think it would be a travesty to eliminate the folks on the west side who have been part of this conversation for so long. We've carved out all those other interests, right? So if you look at that Horizon West special planning area, if you look at the growth centers, they've been carved out. People who have business interests there, it's not going to change. So people, take a deep breath. This has all been thought about, vetted, evaluated and held for open discourse for a very, very long time. So at this point, procedurally, I think we do the right thing, right? We had a conversation at the last BCC. We're having this one. We have an ordinance in front of us. We do what we do about public notice. We make sure that we send it out through our newsletters, our communications division, and then we move forward the way we do with every other update.
And obviously, any correspondence we send out is for information, not advocacy. And so there's a
timeline for hearing.
Yeah, there's a specific way that, we would, if it comes from the payment of any, I'm going to say taxpayer generated revenues, then it has to meet the strict scrutiny that we are not advocating, okay, one way or the other. And sometimes because of your passion as members of the board, you're advocating, okay, and what gets sent out, what we would send out we would not be able to say what you would say.
Well, and I think there's a distinction to be made between advocating for the ballot measure itself as opposed to advocating for democracy, which puts it on a ballot. So making sure that we put the measure forward and that we're going through the process that we go through to make sure that's a publicly vetted ballot measure is what I think we're talking about, and publishing all the notices as many ways as we can without breaking the bank, and then leaving it up to the voters.
Yeah, what we would be doing is simply sharing the information and letting the voters be informed and make their own decision about whether to vote for it or against it. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Alberto, in the presentation, there is a slide that you show there that is not in our presentation here. Is where the Kissimmee Farm Boggy Creek is. Can you
sure.
show it again, please?
Map 5A, is this the one
See,
you're?
yeah. So, Alberto, I wanted to ask you, are those in gray annexed to the city already?
Yes, ma'am. That is the city of Orlando.
Do you know of any I don't know, any comments or anything for the other lands there to be annexed? The ones that you have in red with the line?
No, so what we have done collectively, Commissioner, as you recall, there is already a corridor and a set of transitions between the edge of Boggy Creek all the way to Kissimmee Farm that has been vetted and well presented to the residents in order to create this delineation that you see on the screen, a much more cleaner line of that rural, the urban service area. And this is what was also transmitted to the state already, with the place types on top of the county that is, the properties that are within unincorporated Orange County.
Okay.
Within the urban service area. And then, of course, you adopted as well the creation of the Kissimmee Farms as Orlando Kissimmee Farms as the residential rural enclave.
Enclaves, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Alberto.
Commissioner, this is John, if I may. I just want to be clear in terms of this potential conflict, right? So that was one of the things that we wanted to make sure was clear to the board with the proposed CRC's definition of rural. Those lands, if you could go back to the other sort of shaded one that's got the red, so those areas are proposed to be brought into the county's urban service area as part of the Vision 2050 adoption package. But the USA as it exists today, as it would exist at the time of the ordinance and the public hearing, would not include those lands. So those lands would be defined as rural pursuant to the board's motion, should they choose to advance something with the ballot with an associated map or exhibit. Those lands would be rural, and it would then take, we could not then, in Vision 2050, add those lands to the urban service area. We'd have to wait until after they would meet the charter definition of rural, and then to expand the USA and to remove those lands from the rural area and bring them into the USA would then take the majority plus one vote of the entire membership of the board. So we'd have to do it after the potential vote. We couldn't do it as part of the Vision 2050 package.
Thank you.
So it would delay the effective implementation and expansion of the USA in that area.
All right, good. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, just a couple of things that I had to cover. So the due diligence, and I'll ask Jeff if you could come up. And so the CRC did their due diligence for over 2 years, lots of attorney hours, voluntarily and paid, used on this. Did that then expedite your due diligence because you just had to look at a couple more things and just verify some of the research that they had done?
Oh, it was definitely helpful in terms of what the CRC did, no doubt about that whatsoever. As you saw, I only had one change to the ballot summary, and that's because when I looked at everything and looked at the case law, I said, no, they did a pretty good job. And the only thing that was missing from all of that, and I suspect it was because they kept having discussion after discussion after discussion with respect to what the map should be, was a map. And so I thought that was very important that the citizens also have access to a map that represented the designated area of the rural area and designated rural area and rural boundary.
Okay, and seeing that it's staff who proposed, hey, we don't need to spend more time on this, we could move this up, that's because you feel comfortable that you had done your due diligence?
Oh yeah, I've done my due diligence, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I mean, at this point, it's just we had talked about parallel tracks. I mean, if you could proceed down the track that the board accomplished the same thing that this charter amendment is attempting to accomplish, and that would alleviate some of the arguments. It may even persuade some folks not to sue you. Or you can just continue down this path that we're on right now with respect to the charter amendment. Might be challenged, might be preempted, just don't know. But those are not reasons, in my opinion, for you not to do something.
Okay. And as far as the notice, I mean, I'm always for public notice, and I wish we did more of that. I mean, I'm thinking this might cost maybe around $200,000 to send out a notice to everyone. More? Less? Less, really? Okay. I was just looking, so maybe in the east side, maybe 50,000 properties at 60-cent postcard, unless they're, okay, I thought prices went up, but that would be about 30,000. I don't know how many people are in the west side, so, I mean, it's hard for me to tell. Hey, so somewhere maybe between $50,000 to $200,000 or whatever.
We'll get a good idea of what that would be.
All right, so I mean, I think it's fine to do that. I mean, we have had, the newspaper did a whole editorial on it. It's been on the news a lot. It's been out there, but I'm always for, getting notices to people's doors. So I would support that. Definitely to protect, I'll just say, so there was 10,000 petition signatures that went out in 2016 across the county to protect the rural area, and that was not just people who live in the rural areas, it's everyone, because they look at protecting our agricultural lands, which is the top 3 economic drivers of the county and the state, also looking at protecting our environmentally sensitive lands and our wildlife corridors. And a lot of people go out to those areas to have recreation, to get away from the city. So this isn't just something that, is just the east side. It's people even in the city of Orange County. So it's not just the east side, it's people on the west side, people in the city, everyone who looks to these areas as, support to our economy and support to our mental health and support for our future environmentally preservation. So I don't think we should just say this is just something on the east side and we should only do it on the east side. There has been people who come out on the west side to support this as well. So I think we should keep it as it is with the boundary.
Commissioner Uribe.
Alberto. I have a question. If we're able to go back to that map with the rural green area and so forth, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So my question is this. So I'm looking at the green rural areas, and I'd be remiss if I don't know, don't see this middle area where I believe it's Windermere Gotha. Is that correct? Okay. Is that already a rural area? Because my question is, Commissioner Moore brought up a point, and I want to get it clear from you. Are we reducing any entitlements currently by doing this to anyone?
No, not with the boundary, of course.
Okay, so within that boundary, we're fine. Because do you get where I'm going, Jeff? It's like, someone who has an entitlement, let's just say of R1, by doing these,
All you're doing is designating.
but we're not reducing any
You're not
entitlement.
reducing anything. Whatever
Okay.
exists today is going to continue to exist until you get to the point where somebody either wants to remove something from the rural area or they want to increase the intensity or density of something that's in the rural area.
Okay,
As you've designated.
Got it. No, because Commissioner Moore said we want to notify them, okay? So they're in that area already. So we're not reducing an entitlement. We're just, confirming what they have.
You're designating an area and a boundary. That's
Okay.
all you're doing.
But what are those areas
And a
designated
procedural
now?
requirement. Well, you have RSA, you have. what else?
Ag?
So it depends what language we're speaking, Vision 2050 or Orange Code, Commissioner. So
I feel pretty comfortable on the east side because that's pretty much been designated. I guess my question is more on the west side.
So most of the area that you see in green on the west side is where the majority of the rural settlements, or a good portion of the historic rural settlements, exist, with some exceptions, of course. But so that would have the range of densities from rural settlement 1 to 1 all the way to rural settlement 1 to 5. A lot of agricultural or rural designations, which would be 1 to 10, is also in that area. So it's the areas that are outside the urban service area, you have those future land uses in place.
Okay, and then can I do a follow-up? So clearly my district is like very dense, but I do know I have a rural area on the east side. I think it was Lake Underhill and Econo-Lahatchie, where it was 1 unit per acre. And I remember early on when I was elected, there was an attempt to densify that area. It was denied, but I don't see it here.
Well, what we try to do in terms of the depiction of this map, Commissioner, is, and it is very clear, the language is very clear, that it says properties that are laying outside municipalities or within unincorporated Orange County, and then those properties that are outside the boundary of the urban service area. So it's everything within the rural service area. That's why it built up the way it did, to not include properties that are within the urban service area. So.
So would that area still be protected? Within my district, I only have one. I remember it. It was a rural area that was set on the east side. It was it was where the horses are and so forth, right off of
Veridis? Veridis, yes. So yes, ma'am, that would still be a rural residential enclave. Yeah, it would not fall within.
Which again, doesn't change entitlements. It simply establishes a process for the majority plus one vote to increase densities and intensities. So it would not gain the benefit, Veridis would not have the benefit of being rural for that majority plus one vote.
Okay, that's what I wanted clarity.
But
Thank you.
it keeps the densities that is in the comprehensive plan.
And in terms of the parallel track, there are, let me just hear from perhaps legal, the benefit of the parallel track. Or the.
Well, as you've heard, one of the arguments that have been made by the attorneys is that the board is circumventing the comp plan amendment process that the board normally goes through and placing a amendment to referendum, which is prohibited by statute. And so if you were to go through your regular comp plan process with respect to establishing a rural boundary, rural area, and a majority plus one vote, that argument would go away.
And if we did it as a Board of County Commission, to make the change versus amending the charter, for future boards, it's more difficult to change the charter, something that has been enacted by referendum, correct?
Correct. And you could, go through your regular process for these amendments and then memorialize that at a later date in the charter to achieve the same result.
Okay, that's like a two-step process, though, and depending on points in time, the viability of either passing it or it failing can change.
Right. And the question truly becomes, if it goes to a charter amendment proposal before the voters and it does not pass, what then do you do? Do you just say, okay, the voters have spoken, or do you, as a board, decide you're going to go through your comp plan process and still go ahead and designate a rural area and rural boundary with a majority plus one vote?
We'll have to cross that bridge,
yes,
perhaps.
You will. Yes, you will.
That would seem fairly arrogant, but in either case, there's a political side of what we're talking about here as well. Okay, so I think we need to go back to, there were, I think, maybe 3 questions that you needed direction on.
Yes, sir.
And I want to make sure we're clear that we have consensus on the direction. Okay, so question 1 is the board comfortable with the CRC's definition of the rural area? Okay, and the consensus is we're comfortable with the definition. All right, we'll move on.
Yeah. So Mayor, just a
Yes.
point of clarification. We recommended adding an additional exemption, which is the Boggy Creek. So are you agreeing to add that to the definition?
Okay, say that one more time.
So the Boggy Creek U.S. Urban Service Area expansion area is being recommended to be added as an exemption as part of the definition of that
okay,
rural area.
And that is in addition to what the CRC
yes, sir.
had indicated.
The CRC recommended 5 areas of exemption. This would be a 6th one.
Okay, and so the question then is the board in agreement with adding the Boggy Creek area?
Yes. Yeah, I think that would make things easier.
Okay, so that answer is yes. Okay, we'll move to the next question. Should staff move forward with incorporating this definition of the rural area into the Vision 2050 adoption package and preparing an amendment to Section 30-7B to bring forward as part of Orange Code adoption? Okay.
Can we do it after the vote?
Commissioner Scott is saying no at this point. So I hear can we do it after the vote?
When I asked Jeff about it, just legally, it's better to do it before. I mean, if we get to the point where the people voted no, then we could just reverse that.
Okay. I'm going to ask the county attorney to step forward. He is the official legal advisor to the Board of County Commission, and so he has to go on the record with his legal opinion here.
Mayor, that's essentially part of that parallel track that we've talked about in terms of whether or not you move forward now with incorporating that definition in an adoption package and preparing an amendment to 30-37B. So, I mean, that's really from a legal standpoint, as far as I'm concerned, you can do either one. You can move forward with the charter amendment as proposed and put it before the voters, or you can go through this process. Either one I'm comfortable with.
In terms of the timeline, with Orange Code, with the adoption of Orange Code, if we did not do this at this time, does that cause a conflict with the adoption timeline for Orange Code?
No, sir. The only difference would be if we identify September 24th to be the adoption date as per what has been presented in terms of the timeline for Vision 2050 and Orange Code. Vision 2050 and Orange Code, if the board votes in favor of adopting it, it would be adopted before the November 5th vote. So it would have to come back to you as an amendment or transmittal, both map and text, to the Comprehensive Plan Vision 2050 and to the Land Development Code Chapter 30. So it would be just a transmittal amendment, just to line up both directions.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is necessarily there is not a scheduling or timing precedence at this point regarding this bullet.
Right. So
Okay.
that's why we presented to you both options. The second one is, or we would just move forward with the November 5th vote transmittal to transmit the rural area comp plan amendments to the state. So it would be done after. So that's why we're sharing with you the options of the dual track.
Okay. Commissioner Bonilla.
Yeah, so the way Alberto explained it before he came up to this thing, sounded like it could get us into legal trouble. But if we wait until after November 5th to vote on Vision 2050 and Orange Code, that final approval vote, I think will be fine. Is that?
I don't think Mr. Vargas would do anything to get us in legal trouble.
No,
But-
so what I mean is that the way it was explained by Alberto was that the charter amendment, I'm paraphrasing here, gets approved in November by the people. Then we'll change and amend the Vision 2050 comp plan code to match.
Right.
Do you see where I'm getting at there?
So the current plan is to adopt Vision 2050 and Orange Code, which would occur in advance of the charter referendum vote. And so, again, we can do it as part of that package. If we choose not to, if we choose to adopt Vision 2050, let the referendum occur, and then make the decision about, do we want to incorporate it at that point in time into our comp plan, then we've already adopted Vision 2050, so we have to, at that point, start a new comp plan amendment process, which is a transmittal and adoption of the comprehensive plan amendment to define the rural area, and then follow up with an amendment to the code regarding the 30-37B process. So that would all occur after the referendum, probably in early 2025.
Okay, just want to make sure it doesn't get us into, because the charter amendment is supposed to be about procedural. It's not supposed to be regulating land use.
It's not a land development regulation, correct.
Yeah,
It's not a
yeah.
land development regulation, but understand the board, through its process, can in fact pass a land development regulation. The only thing that's prohibited with respect to land development regulation is doing it by referendum.
So, I think that, to me, what it may be better for us to bifurcate them. Let's move forward with what we're looking at for the referendum. And in terms of the changing of the code, we can, once we've heard from the people and the vote, there are a number of things that we have to do to carry out their wishes. Otherwise, it almost seems that we would be putting our feet on the scale of balancing out this issue in advance by the mere fact that we would advance it to the ballot. That should be a process that we are saying in our official capacity that we're leaving it up to the people to make the decision. And that's kind of what all of these folk come in here and say, leave it up to the people and not, you make a decision not to put it on there. So I think, to me, if we made that decision in advance of the vote, we put our feet on the scale there, if that makes sense to you. So I would.
I'm just going to put all my trust in Jeff.
So I would perhaps say to us, it's a better course of action to not do that.
I appreciate that comment, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. So is this the so hopefully you're clear. We would not
Yeah,
do
whichever.
that at this point.
Jeff says
Okay.
whichever would work, so whichever.
So this is the next issue. Should we wait until after the November 5th vote to transmit the rural area comp plan and LDC amendments to the state? And that's what we're just discussing. So let's move to the next one. Should staff advertise the draft ordinance for a public hearing on July 9th, 2024? Okay. Okay. So I'm hearing from both sides of my ears, no, we shouldn't do that.
Well, do we want another work session, or do we just want another public hearing? Do we want to keep because there's two questions here, right? It's like, do we need another work session?
We can go to everybody.
Or-
I'm just saying, that's the question that we have to give them feedback on. Each one of you can give your input into this, right? So, Jeff, whenever you see the attorneys stepping forward, that means,
We tried to expedite this process for you because the ordinance itself that calls for the referendum is very straightforward. And you've had the language essentially, since the June 4th board meeting when Commissioner Bonilla introduced it. And there's only been one truly substantive change to that language, and that was to clarify the vote process, the majority plus one of the entire membership of the Board of County Commissioners. And so there's not much, if anything, to really workshop with respect to the ordinance. So if not July 9th, then July 30th, I believe. If you think July 9th is too soon, we can do it on July 30th.
Well, with the mailer, what is today, the 18th? Can y'all get the mailer done and be ready to go and mail with the people in time? Okay. If we think so, then we stick with July 9th. If not, then we go to the 30th.
I say we stick with the timeline. I don't know if you guys recall, the post office extended their delivery times from like the 3 to 5 days to 5 to 7 days for regular mail. That's the first thing. But also, just again, going with we shouldn't be rushing to do this. If we're going to do it, we should do it in a good and proper order. We have a timeline that still works where we meet the goals, so why not stick with the current timeline?
So just let's skip the work session, just do July 30th for the public hearing. And I really don't, it doesn't matter to me, really.
July 30th.
Okay. So I'm hearing the consensus, July 30th is the date. Is the date that we will advertise the public hearing. Okay, and then I heard an issue. I'm gonna come to you in just a moment, Commissioner Wilson. I heard the issue of, do you need another work session? And I'm gonna go to staff. Is there anything that you all will impart from another work session that you have not already imparted to the board?
I missed part of the question, but if the question was about needing another work session on the ordinance, I would say no. You don't need that.
Okay. All right. So we could dispense with the second work session. Okay? All right. So we would dispense with the second work session. The public hearing would be on the 30th, and we would endeavor to do a mailer of some type.
And Mayor, just to confirm, so this would be a mailed notice, and we'll obviously work with, in the terms of the form of that communication, whether we can do a postcard or some type of flyer. But every property owner in the area to be defined as a rural area, you would want to be provided notice.
So who's going to receive the mail?
The people in the green area.
In the green area. There's some big lots.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I think it's a noble attempt to educate and bring awareness to the issue. I think it is sufficient to do that. All right. So with that, to the staff, the issues that you needed clarification on, we've clarified.
Yes,
You're
sir.
comfortable.
Yes, sir.
To the county attorney, you're comfortable. County administrator, where's Byron, just a nod, you're comfortable with everything. John, you're comfortable. Okay. Georgiana, you good. All right, Justin, you good back there. All right. If that, Commissioner Wilson, did we address your issue?
Yeah, I'm going to wave it off. I just don't want to spend a bunch of money on a mailer when I really don't think a lot of people look at the mailers. I feel like more digital communication, but if we can layer up the communication and make sure we're doing it in a cost-effective.
One board member thought it was important, and I don't necessarily disagree with her on that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So with that, I believe that was the last item of today. Does anybody else have anything? Okay. If not, we stand adjourned.